And we are live. Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We are coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. Okay, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so make very little from ad revenue. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a 30% cut. Did you hear that? Mm-hmm. Is that a phone? Oh. Bro, hello? Scuffed.
I'm so sorry. I didn't do that.
Well, of course you didn't bring your own phone. Okay.
So sorry.
All right. Off to a good start. Okay. Eric, can you pull up back up Streamlabs?
Okay, turned it.
Bro, is that like an Amber Alert? What the fuck?
Yeah, sorry. Someone was trying to
Find my iPhone.
Okay. So, like I was saying, YouTube takes a 30% cut. So go to streamlabs.com/whatever. Mods, if you could spam that in the chat a couple times. And shout out to all our big Ds of the month. We have Bad ZXC, that's a Victor. We have another Victor, Apostle, and we have Mike Davis. I really want to thank you guys for your patronage and your support. It means a lot. Oh my God, Sweet Tooth, thank you for the 20. Oh, Eric, the audio is muted. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. That should have been an air horn. But unfortunately, the audio is muted, so here, I'll trigger it really quick. It's always boom. Oh, and then Flan Life right after. Thank you, Flan Life. Appreciate it. Yeah, really appreciate you guys' patronage. Just going back to the Streamlabs thing. So if you super chat $100 via YouTube, YouTube takes $30. If you donate $100 through Streamlabs, they only take $3. So if you want more of your patronage to go towards whatever, and not into the pockets of woke YouTube megacorp, consider doing it through Streamlabs. In any case, donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats $99 and up will be read, answered. The following triggers are via Streamlabs only. We have $199 and up triggers instant TTS, that's text to speech, and then $499 and up for an Instagram review. If you want us to review your Instagram, you'll get a little shout out. Just include your @ in the Streamlabs donation. $999 and up to mute anyone's microphone for 10 minutes, including mine. So if I'm just grating on you, you can mute my microphone. Please see the description for full details. Guys, please keep the soup chats, donations, and TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. Guys, we also have channel memberships. If you want to become part of the live chat, we had to switch it over just because there's no way for the mods to keep up with the regular chat. So to become a channel member, you just hit that join button. You get a cool badge next to your name and chat. We have 6 different tiers of support. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships, 50 gifted for a fit check. And of course, memberships grant you access to the chat. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, do me a favor, pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever mods if you can spam it 100 times in chat. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Basically, you link your Amazon account to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. So yeah, go to twitch.tv/whatever and drop us a follow and a Prime sub. And Ray, thank you for the Prime. Cut Toast, thank you for the Prime. Nap, thank you for the Prime. Gilbert the Gray, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the Prime. Smucker's Kid, thank you for the follow. Unagi, thank you for the follow. Liam, thank you for the follow. Bailey, thank you for the follow. Zuko, thank you for the follow. We'll check back in here on this in just a sec. Thank you, guys. We got merch. That's right. Shop.whatever.com. Yep, those are things that you can wear to not be naked. So check those out, I guess. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. And follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Should I grow the beard back? Yes or no? Please also check out my nonprofit organization, Big Labia Matter, or BLM. Grassroots movement, empowering women because that's what I'm about. Okay. If you guys can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels. Link is in the description. Go subscribe. You see that one with the pink hair, whatever podcast clips. Wait, scroll up. Yeah, that's good. Guys, we're 3,000 away from 100K. So help us get another YouTube plaque. Check it out. Check out the YouTube plaque that you can, through your own action, help us get. Speaking of which, mods, if you could spam that in the chat, youtube.com/nevermind. Go subscribe. Get us 200K. Speaking of which, oh shit, Eric, can you pull up, when you have a moment, pull up Orion's YouTube channel so we can see it, because he's 200 subscribers away from 100K. So let's also get Orion a YouTube.
I'm Dr. Orion.
I'm Dr. Orion. Yeah. Guys, get him to 200K. Eric, can you pull up his channel really quick? Yeah, look, he's 200,000 subscribers away. Guys, get him to 100K right now. We're gonna check back in. We're gonna see how many of you got him to 100K. So, okay, anyways, without further ado, after that long-winded introduction, we're gonna have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
My name's Abigail. I'm 28 and I am a Twitch streamer and I work in an amusement park.
You said you're 20?
28.
28?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're a Twitch streamer. What do you stream? Video games or?
Yeah, video games, and I just talk about random stuff while I'm gaming.
Okay. What's your go-to game?
I've been playing a lot of Halo and Chivalry, and I'm starting to get on Call of Duty Cold War Zombies.
Okay. Welcome.
My name is Farha Khalidi. I'm 24. I'm a TikTok creator, and I'm also on OnlyFans.
24, also on OnlyFans. Okay. Can I have you just tilt your microphone down towards you ever so slightly? Thank you. All right. What about you?
I'm Alicia Taneja, and I'm 29, and I'm a digital creator in fashion, beauty, and lifestyle.
Hi, my name is Shelby Alley. I'm 21 years old, and I'm a part-time actress, model, and I'm in school for communications.
Got it. Sorry, what was your age again? I forgot to write it down.
29.
29, and then you?
My name's Shelby Alley. I'm 21 years old.
21. All right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Amber. I'm 24 and I'm a creator on OnlyFans.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Cassidy Williams. I'm 21 and I'm a recording artist.
Recording artist. What kind of music?
It's like pop, like alternative, Sabrina Carpenter, Tay McRae, that type of stuff.
So you're a
If you know who
singer.
that is. Yeah.
Let's hear something.
Right now.
Yeah, what's that song? At last. You know that song?
Cinderella song.
Like, no.
What's it? Anybody know that song?
Isn't that like...
My loneliness.
I mean, yeah, that's
Feel-
not like what I sing. That's not what I sing though.
What do you sing?
Like pop. That's not pop.
Okay. All right.
We'll come back to it.
We'll come back to
Yeah,
it for sure.
yeah.
For sure. We'll hear some bars. Go ahead.
My name is Bernadine. I am 32. I am a dating and marriage coach.
Okay. Welcome.
My name is Tegan Powell. I'm 19 years old, and I am a college student and athlete at Kane University, as well as a swim coach.
You said 19?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Orion Taraban. I'm a psychologist. I run a couple of businesses, and I also have a podcast channel called Psychax.
Get it to 100K, guys. And age?
Oh, yeah, I'm 40.
40. Okay. Rock and roll. Madison, why don't you introduce yourself? Just yell so they can hear you.
My name is Archie
Louder.
Ferdinand III, and should I say my real age?
Sure.
I'm 18.
And that's your child, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Newborn.
All right. I never introduced myself. I reckon I should. My name's Brian Atlas. I'm 34 years old. And I host a ridiculous podcast. Okay, so we're going to go around the table once more. So please tell us your current relationship status. So are you single, situationship, talking stage, relationship? Are you part of a polycule? Are you married? Et cetera, et cetera. And then just also the longest relationship you've ever been in. Go ahead.
It's kind of complicated. Like I'm like single. I'm somewhat in this situationship, but I'm just not ready to be like committed at the moment. Longest relationship I've been in was like 2.5 years.
Okay. So you're sort of in a situationship.
Yeah. Well, I'm more like kind of like unsure about it.
So you're kind of semi quasi sort of seeing a guy right now.
Yeah.
How long have you been seeing him?
Like maybe a month.
1 month. Okay. Are you want more? Or are you happy with the situationship or?
Well, I also talked to other people, but not like hanging out or anything.
You mean like
just online?
By the way, how do you describe your aesthetic? Would you consider yourself goth?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, goth.
Okay. Is there any other subgenre of appearance that you'd consider you fall under, like emo or scene, or is scene still a thing? I don't know.
I don't really like follow any genres. I just dress what I like.
Is My Chemical Romance your favorite band?
No.
No?
No.
You don't fuck with My Chemical Romance?
I've
MCR?
only heard like a couple of songs.
Bro, hold on. But you said you're more goth than emo? Is there an emo component?
No, emo is more like they're like emotional, and they're known for like.
Okay.
I'd rather not say.
Okay, I think I know where you're going with that. So, did you listen to Rammstein? Rammstein?
Yeah, he's good. Well, what I listen to more is like I like Deftones. I like.
Oh yeah, Deftones good.
Yeah, and I like some of the newer bands. Like I like Static Dress, and a couple others. I also like goth music, like Twin Tribes.
Mm-hmm. I'm not super familiar with goth music, but were you a goth kid when you were in school too? Because you're 28, so have you maintained your gothness throughout your entire life, or is it a new development? Or
I would say it's new, because when I was younger, I was more like casual, because I grew up kind of poor, and then for a little while I had like a chola phase.
A chola phase?
Yeah.
Okay. I detect a bit of an accent. Were you born in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So you had a chola phase, then that went into goth. Do the guys you date, do you date goth dudes? Or do you date like preppy?
I date anyone.
You date anybody?
Yeah, anybody.
Okay.
Yeah. They don't have to be goth. Usually the type of guys that I attract are like gamer, nerdy guys.
Gamer, nerdy guys. Would
Yeah.
you go for like a waspy type dude, like white, Anglo-Saxon Protestant? Like from Martha's Vineyard?
Martha's Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard. Like just a preppy.
Is that like a show?
I think it's a geographic location, but it could be a show, potentially.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty open to anybody as long as the vibe is good, you know?
As long as the vibe is good.
And
okay.
like there's like attraction.
Sure. But so you're currently in a 1 month situationship thing. Is he a goth dude? Is he kind of goth too, or?
Yeah.
He's goth too.
Well,
That's like a home run for you. Like to find a goth dude.
It's kind of whatever, yeah.
Okay. Rock and roll. Well, we can get more into that too. But you said you're also talking to some other people at the same time. Is that right?
Yeah.
But is there a goth dating app?
There is.
I want to get on it, to be honest.
It's called Alt Scene.
Alt Scene? It's a dating app?
It's a website, not an app.
Let me just download that shit. Okay. I'll have to check it out later. Is that you're on that?
Yeah.
Is that where you met your current situationship?
No, I met him on
Farmers
Bumble.
Only? Oh, Bumble?
You said what? Farmers?
Farmers Only.
No.
It's an up-and-coming dating app. I encourage all of you here at the table to check it out. I think it's a fantastic place to
I don't know
meet
if
somebody.
I could I click with a farmer dude.
Fair enough. Okay. Sorry, all the farmers in the chat. She's off market for you. Okay, moving on, Farah, current relationship status.
Wait, does this mean it's not working?
Wait, did you just unplug it?
I was trying to grab it.
Oh, yeah, just plug it back in. It's fine. Party foul. Good time. That was pretty funny. Does this mean it's not? Probably, I reckon. Is it working? Just speak into the mic.
Is it working?
Yeah, I think you're good.
Okay.
Be gentle on the microphone, please.
That was great.
I'm currently.
Be nice to it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm currently single. I've only been in one relationship, and it was 3 years long.
3 year relationship. Okay. How long have you been single?
About a year.
1 year.
Mm-hmm.
And the 3-year one ended a year ago?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Any dates since your last appearance on the show?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Let me wingman for you.
I would love that.
I got you.
Do you?
Destiny?
Yeah.
I've been trying to,
What's the success on that? Do we have a date planned?
I can arrange.
Okay.
I can arrange. Are you down for Destiny?
I honestly have more sexual chemistry with his wife.
I can
Can
I
you
can put in a
wingman
word.
that?
I'll put in a good word. How about
Okay.
that? Okay. But so on the last show you said that you were virgin.
Mm-hmm.
But you were in a 3-year relationship.
Yeah.
So it was.
We didn't fuck in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there like because amongst I don't know if I've asked if you're religious at all, but I know amongst some religious people there's loopholes.
I'm not
Any
religious.
loopholes? No loopholes?
No religious loopholes. Not religious. No.
Okay, got it. Was he religious or just he also didn't want to?
He was Christian.
Christian guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was he waiting until marriage?
Yeah.
I forgot if I asked this last time. Are you waiting until marriage?
I think I said I was just waiting until I'm in like a stable relationship, and that could be marriage, or it could just be a high level of trust with someone.
Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Although, but you were in a 3-year relationship, did you not? Oh, but he was waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? So did you feel that with him, but he just didn't want to have sex?
Honestly, he definitely still would have done it, to be honest.
Even though he was.
I mean, a lot of religious people say they're waiting, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
Fair. Yeah. Okay. But you didn't feel that level of connection with him.
I did. I just honestly, I'm just at like a slower track than other people. Like I didn't even have my first kiss until I was 19, and that's kind of when we met. So I was just, we probably would have gotten there.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say to people? I mean, because you do OnlyFans, and I suppose you're on your last appearance. That's why it came at a bit of a surprise to me. It's not often you hear someone who does OnlyFans, for example, who's also a virgin. So I mean, what do you say to people who call into question or who question, given the category of work you do that?
I would ask them to define what they think intercourse is, and then ask how they think that relates to taking photos of yourself. Because I don't think there has to be an overlap. That's probably what I'd say.
There doesn't have to be, but OnlyFans gets lumped into sex work, which is kind of a very loose term, so that can mean anything from being a streetwalker to taking tasteful lingerie photos. So I think some people might conflate, hey, if you do this type of work, that it could correspond
for sure.
with.
I've met like virgin strippers. I've met even like virgin porn stars who do like CGI porn. So I would say there's also a ton of Christian girls on OnlyFans who are also virgins. I would just say like there's a wide range.
Sure.
Yeah.
What about you? Relationship status, longest relationship?
Single and 2 years.
Okay. How long have you been single?
I've been single for about a year now.
About a year. Okay. Why did he dump you?
I dumped him.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
We were going to do long distance, but then he went to business school, and we just didn't see it working long term. But we ended on a good note. We're good friends. That's about it.
Sure. What about you?
I am kind of talking to someone, but it's a little complicated. And my last relationship was a while ago.
Longest relationship?
It was like 4 years ago. It was not very long. It was not too serious.
A fortnight? Was it the fortnight?
Kind of close to that.
So
yeah.
2 weeks is your longest.
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, hold on.
Oh.
Just point of clarification. What's the longest period of time you've ever seen a guy?
It probably like 5 months, just not officially.
5 months.
5 or 6 months.
So it was a situationship.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And currently you're in a complicated situation. How long have you been with Mr. Complicated?
It's been about 5, like the same amount of time.
5 months.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was the guy you were talking about.
I know it was
different
someone.
guy.
It was someone else.
Different
that was
5
last
month,
year. Yeah.
Different 5 month.
Yeah.
Well, you're on the precipice here because your previous longest
I know.
thing was 5 months.
So it's gonna be a victory if we get to the next month.
Why is it complicated?
Because he's just really far. Yeah.
Dubai?
No, a different country though.
Different country?
Yeah.
Europe?
No.
Latin America?
Somewhere far, far away.
Which country?
How
about continents? Give us a continent if you don't want to be specific.
He's in. I'll just.
Antarctica, huh?
Yeah, it's close. It's actually very close to
What?
that. It's very close to that.
He's doing scientific research in
Yeah.
Antarctica. But where is he at?
Okay, he's in Australia.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
So how many times have you hung out in person?
Many times when he was here.
Okay.
But
And do you want? Are you guys in a relationship?
no.
Are you seeing other people right now?
I mean, my options are open, but he's gonna come back.
What do you mean your options are open? Like, are you going on dates with other
Yeah,
guys?
I'm
or-
going on dates.
Okay.
Yeah.
But when he comes back, you're gonna try to make it not complicated.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you want him to be your boyfriend.
Potentially in the future.
Does he want you?
I think so. We haven't fully talked about it yet.
You guys been complicated for 5 months then?
Well, he was here, but then he had to leave, so he went to Australia, and he's gonna be back in a few months.
Is he
He's
he's
a
he
content
from?
creator.
Is he from
he's from
Australia?
Australia. He was here just doing some work.
When did he leave?
Like a month ago.
A month ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think he's seeing other girls?
I don't know. Probably not.
Probably not?
Yeah.
How many? You said
Maybe.
he's a content creator. What?
Yeah.
Is he on YouTube or Twitch or?
YouTube.
How many subs does he have?
Are you gonna try to find him?
No, we're not gonna.
Okay. Oh gosh. 5 million.
5 million. All right, chat. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be
5
bad.
million. He just
Yeah.
went back to Australia
so
a month
bad.
ago.
So bad.
5 million. You sure he's not seeing any other girls?
I'm not positive.
Would
But
that
I mean,
upset
I'm
you?
seeing a few other people, so it
Oh,
wouldn't,
you're
wouldn't be the worst.
Okay,
yeah.
you're seeing a few other people.
Oh gosh. Just here and there, nothing serious. I like him, so.
So he's your main chick.
Main chick.
He's your
Sure,
your main
I
chick.
guess you could say that.
And you've got some side chicks.
Just having a little fun. I mean, he's gone right now, but I do like him.
Okay. How many side chicks do you have?
I don't keep count.
Is it a baker's dozen? What are we talking about here?
No, it's not too many.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. 3?
I don't
Around
know.
3? Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
around that, yeah.
Interrogating you now. Okay, go ahead. What about you?
I'm single. I've only ever had one relationship, and it was for 4 years.
Mhm.
But I've been single now, pushing 3 years. I've tried dating, but it just hasn't been working out for me.
Tried dating, hasn't been working out. Why is it not working out? Or what do you mean by that?
It mostly has to do with the fact I do OnlyFans, which I completely understand the stigma against it. I understand some people can view it in a bad light, but it also depends on what kind of content you do, and I don't do anything too risque.
Mhm.
So I think it's more so just hard for me to find the right person that respects me the way I should be respected, and vice versa.
Sure. What kind of content do you do on OF? Is it BG, solo content?
I do solo content mostly.
Mostly
So
solo content. Okay.
that's about it. I haven't really done anything with other people.
Okay. And you do OnlyFans. Do either of you do OnlyFans? No.
No,
Okay.
OnlyFans.
Okay. Are you currently like seeing anybody though? Is there some guy in the picture who's a sneaky link, or he's
No, I don't do that kind of stuff. I'm not a hookup person.
Sure.
I don't do situationships. If you want to date me, you want to date me, and that's that. I don't have the time for dealing with multiple people at once. It just seems like too much work.
Sure. What about you?
I'm single. I've been in technically 2 relationships. One was like 3 months, I think, and that was actually official. The other one was he asked me to be his girlfriend, and then the next day he was like, actually, never mind, I have commitment issues. I was like, okay. But then we were still like on and off just for like 2.5 years, but he was kind of trash.
Wait, you were on and off with the guy.
You tell him.
You were on and off with the guy who asked you to be his girlfriend, but then backed out the following day.
So like we were talking. Also, it was really weird. So I was 17, almost 18, and he was 20, so illegal. But anyway, and so we were like talking for like a month or 2, and then he texted me on Snapchat, and he was like, do you want to be my girlfriend? And I was in my community college in the cafeteria, and I was like, sure. And he was like, okay, cool. And then literally like that night or like the next morning, he texted me, and he was like, actually, like, I can't do this, never mind, but like we can still talk. And I was like, I was 17, so I was like, okay, cool. So we were still talking, and then I don't know, it was so bad. Like, he didn't have a job, he was like about to get a felony, and I was just going back and forth like with him.
Eric, can you just lower the exposure?
And I was just like trying to like figure out what was going on. I was like paying for his shit. I paid for him to get a haircut one time. It was like $40. He said he would pay me back. He still hasn't. It's been 3.5 years. And
Wait, you're still trying to shake him down for the $30 haircut?
No, I don't even talk to him anymore.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so
you
we
should
were just like
look into this camera right here and say, give me my money, motherfucker.
Yes.
Pay me.
Josh, give me my money, motherfucker.
Exposed.
Anyway,
Jeez.
but yeah, so we were just like
That's not his name, right?
No, it is.
Okay.
It's okay. He's aware. So anyway, yeah, we were just going back and forth, and then I just ended it. Because also I'm from Washington, and he lives in Washington, and I live here now.
Mm-hmm.
So we're done now.
You're done?
Yeah.
When did that end?
Probably like last summer. It's like almost a year ago.
Last summer.
Like the end of last summer.
Okay, and you guys were on and off again for 2.5 years or something?
Yeah, something like that.
But that ended a year ago. What's going on recently? Anything?
Nothing really.
Look closer to the mic, please.
Nothing really. I've just been like, like I'm on Tinder. I like talk to people.
Tinder?
Yeah.
Any other dating apps?
Bumble. That's it. Oh, also Hinge, but Hinge is weird. So.
I think Hinge is actually probably one of the better dating apps out there, but I got banned on it, so we don't talk about that.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm on those. So I like talk to people, but it's never like led to anything serious, so.
So you got nothing right now in the pipeline? Anybody on the bench? Anybody on the roster?
No, I mean, I'm talking to this guy in LA because I'm about to move to LA. So he's like up there, but we'll see what happens.
What do you mean he's up there?
Like, he's like up on the roster. Like, he has a chance.
He has a chance?
Yeah.
Are there some other guys on the roster?
There's like guys that text me.
There's guys that text you?
Yeah, but like they don't really have a chance. They just text me.
But they know that they don't have a chance?
No.
So what do you mean
Like, they just text me. Like, they slide up on my story and they text me, and they're like,
what do they say?
I don't know. Like, if I post like a mirror picture, they're like, oh my God, you're so hot. Let's hang out.
And you just don't respond?
I either leave them on red or I send like a heart, and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many of these dudes do you have that are just texting you?
Like that just text me?
Yeah, that are you know are interested in you, but you're not interested in them.
Like right now, actively, probably like between 5 and 10, but like they kind of rotate in and out. Like sometimes people will just text me like from a while ago, and they're like, hey, like I'm blah 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 from Tinder, and they're from like 6 months ago, and I'm like, I don't even know who you are. Like, how do you remember who I am? You know?
Are they messaging you on Tinder or texting you or?
Either Tinder or Snapchat, yeah.
Okay. And are they texting you at like midnight or something on a Friday?
No, just like throughout the day.
But is it evident to you that these 5 to 10 guys are like they're interested in you?
Yeah.
It's not just like some bullshit fucking.
No.
Okay. Question: Do you have any male siblings?
Yeah, I have an older brother.
Older brother. Okay. Does he have like 5 to 10 chicks just
No.
in the shadows wanting to fuck him?
No.
It's interesting how that works. It's the male and female experience is very, very different. I'll just say that. Okay, well, maybe we'll come back to that. Let's keep it moving. What about you?
I am married. Can you hear me? I'm married. My husband and I have been married for 11, going on 12 years. So we've been together for like 13 years, though.
Any kids?
5.
5 kids. Wow, congrats.
Thank you.
All right. And what about you?
I am single. I've been single for about a year and a half, and I was in about a year-long relationship.
Okay, was that in like high school relationship?
It was end of senior year high school going into freshman year of college.
Okay, so you've been single for a year and a half?
Yeah, just about.
While you've been in college?
Yes.
Why is that?
Why is
I mean, let me ask you a different question. Do you currently, I mean, a lot of people say they're single, but they have something going on. There's some guy in the picture. Do you have some guy in the picture?
No, ever since me and my boyfriend broke up, I really kind of just distanced myself from all of that stuff and worked on myself.
Nothing?
So, not really.
Dating apps?
No. I did have some dating apps for a little bit. My friends convinced me to get on Tinder. I really genuinely did not enjoy it whatsoever. And then, not Bumble. I was never on Bumble. Hinge is interesting. Like, I think that's a fun app. But I don't know. It doesn't feel genuine to me, so I ended up deleting all of them.
How long were you on Tinder for?
Not long at all. I don't even know, to be honest. Like, it just wasn't something that I was...
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you go on any dates from Tinder?
No.
No. Okay. You're just on there to check it out, and
Yeah.
it sucked.
Yeah.
It's a
Pretty
fair
much.
assessment. Orion, what about you? Relationship status?
I am currently unmarried, so that's a big one. People ask about that on the channel. I am seeing somebody.
Okay.
I have had a number of long-term relationships. I've had a couple that are between 6 and 7 years, and I've had a lot of different kinds of relationships with a lot of different folks. So a lot of experience there.
Okay. What's the longest relationship you've had?
I had a couple that were between 6 and 7 years.
Okay. Got it. And you also have a private practice, right? Psychology, therapy, private practice?
I do. I have a few businesses. One of them is my clinical practice. I am a psychologist. I work primarily with men. I specialize in men's mental health. I have a pretty full roster with that. And also with the YouTube channel, I now talk to men and women from all over the world who reach out for consultations.
Okay, rock and roll. By the way, Eric, can we check it on his channel? Did we get him to 100K? Oh, did you close it out?
Yeah, I closed it out, but I'll pull it back up.
Killing me. Yeah.
It was pretty close. It was on pace to make it there today. So
yeah,
I think
we
happy
probably
coincidence.
hopefully pushed you over. Okay, cool. Good to know. Let me know when you have that, Eric. Maddie or Archduke, tell us what are you doing to that baby? What the fuck?
Taken. It's being birthed right now.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
I got it, by the way.
Go ahead, pull it up. 100K. Oh, okay. We'll check on later. All right, go over there. Go sub to his channel. He's got some great videos, guys. Link for that is in the description. Okay, so I had one of you guys in your messages, Alicia, right?
Mm-hmm.
You wrote in your messages, the love that exists in movies is real. I believe in finding my soulmate. I believe the right one is there for me, just a manifestation away.
Oh, yeah. So I think I wrote like a rambling of random thoughts, but do you have any questions so I can talk more about it?
Yeah, so I mean, you mentioned soulmate.
Mm-hmm.
You believe that the right one is there for me.
Yes.
The love that exists in movies is real.
I really believe in the one. I believe in like a soulmate connection. And I'm the type of person, like, I don't sleep around. I can be celibate for long periods of time. So I really want to like find the one in the next couple of years. I have a time limit because I'm Indian and I come from a really strict family where they will, I don't know if I can say the word, but they would like
Arranged marriage?
Can I say kill? Or that's fine,
It's a-
right? Okay,
They
well,
would-
they would kill me if I had an OnlyFans. That's how strict my family is.
Oh,
Like, they would murder me.
good times. Okay. But what, you said you have a time limit. So would they also annihilate you if you didn't get married by the time you're
Yeah.
35? What?
Probably, yeah.
No, they wouldn't.
They would.
Really?
Yeah, get my mom
You
on
said
the phone.
you said you're Indian?
I'm Indian.
Your
yeah.
mom is gonna murder you.
Yeah, probably.
you
Or
don't-
just get you an arranged marriage.
Oh,
Like on
that's a little
purpose.
different than murder.
Well,
Right.
yeah. Something.
Okay, it's
Either one of the two.
It's okay. So either murder or arranged
Either
marriage.
murder or being disowned or being forced into a marriage. One of the three.
Would it be important to marry another Indian?
I don't think it's necessarily important to them at this point. They don't mind, but it is important for them to see their daughter have a good partner.
I would love to have you in my course, in my program. I have like my students messaging me every other week now saying, I'm engaged or I'm married. So my heart goes out to you.
I don't want any courses.
Oh shit. Okay, shots
Coaching
fired.
courses.
Shots fired. How
I
much
don't
do you
need any
charge for your
courses.
courses? Or consults
it's
or
the
whatever.
original price is $297, but you can get a special enrollment link through my free masterclass. It's like a whole online course, and then the group chat, and then I also feature some of my students on my Facebook.
Sure.
That has been successful. Yeah, so it's just like a lot of support, a lot of information. It's a sisterhood, and a lot of prayer goes on in the group chat. So it's really awesome. We go through the process together, and we're there for each other. So
Okay. All right. But so you said you don't have issues having long periods of celibacy.
No, I don't. But I mean,
How long have you been celibate?
Well, I didn't say I'm celibate right now. Just kidding.
Oh,
I am right now. I am
okay,
celibate right
alright.
now. But the point is, what I'm saying is like I do kind of crave a partner, but I'm a perfectionist, which comes with a lot of challenges when I see partners, and basically having too many options kind of fried my brain. And also, I'm very much a perfectionist in everything that I do. So I'm trying to tone down my masculinity because I am masculine. Like, I'm very much a go-getter. I'm an aggressive type of girl.
Okay, so you're trying to tone down your masculinity.
that's where you can all be identified.
Do either of you have a comment on that? I know you've spoken on, I think you've spoken on this masculinity, femininity stuff.
Sure, I think that all men have masculinity and femininity, and all women have masculinity and femininity. And generally, what works in attraction is sexual polarity. You seem very feminine to me just from looking at you, but you certainly describe some behaviors that are
Yeah.
traditionally associated with masculinity.
Well, I think, okay, so I'm very much a go-getter in my career. I'm very out there. Like, I do modeling, I do acting. I've been on social media for about 8 years, really successful with that. On top of that, I went to UCLA, and I have a degree in political science and business. So I've kind of just been, like, go-getter, like, a full-rounder, like, really, like, goes after my dreams, like,
That's
dream
great.
chaser. But thing is that I still appreciate a man, and I'm still willing to be, I'm not traditional at all, but I'm more of a moderate. I hope that makes sense.
I think so.
Yeah.
We can talk more about it.
So, yeah, that's kind of my 2 cents. But yeah, that's me.
I'm wondering, though, you said that the love exists in the movies. I think it really depends on what movies we're talking about. Can you give me some examples of...
That's me just like romanticizing, you know.
I see.
And I don't want to talk about astrology because...
Hold on just a sec.
Mike Davis donated $200.
Thank you, Mike Davis.
I don't mean to make this personal, but only in this Western backward culture can a hippo have a roster. And these females who will shriek at Mike Davis were seconds away from bursting in laughter, so STFU. Sorry, just addressing the elephant in the room.
Do you have that's obviously directed towards you.
Yeah.
Do you have a response to Mike Davis?
Okay.
He's the resident hater, by the way.
Okay.
Sorry, resident roaster.
Got
Do you
it.
have a response to Mike Davis?
I feel like I shouldn't really address this because you don't deserve attention. But anyway, yeah, I can have a roster. Thank you. You can be attractive no matter what size or weight you are. So that's all I have to say.
Preach.
But I do have a roster. You can check my Tinder. I have over 1,000 matches. Goodbye.
You have over 1,000 matches on Tinder?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, I think one thing, though, I would point out, though, is I think there's two different places that some men might put you. So
Yeah.
it's not really a W for women to have a bunch of guys that want to fuck you.
Mm.
The W is guys who are prepared to commit to you, who are prepared to be in a relationship with you, and who are prepared to marry you.
Yeah.
Because as a woman, it's pretty easy to find a guy to sleep with you, but
Yeah, sure.
it's harder to find a guy who's prepared to commit to you and, as I said, be in a relationship and be married to you. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Mike Davis. Appreciate it. What were we talking? We were talking about the Disney movie.
Yeah, we were talking about feminine qualities and masculine qualities. Yeah, and I was talking about how like I want to be a little bit less masculine and focus more on being a little bit more feminine. That's
Did
what
you
I
get
was
that
gonna say.
feedback? Like, did
No
someone-
feedback from
I see.
anybody. It's like self-awareness. Too much self-awareness.
What
And
is
perfectionism, because I'm a perfectionist.
what is the love that exists in movies? What does that look like to you?
Like cheesy romantic love.
So what would a guy do to fall into that category?
Honestly, I'm not like hugely materialistic person, but those little touches do make it kind of like a movie. You know what I mean? Like the gifts, the thoughtfulness, handwritten letters, roses, like it's just cutesy stuff. But I wouldn't call myself like the most materialistic girl in the world.
I have a question for you. You said like some of the cutesy stuff, handwritten letters, flowers, etc. At any, for example, and you're 29, at an earlier point in your life, did you ever have a guy ever do anything like that for you, get you the flowers, kind of any romantic gestures?
I did.
Were you turned off by that?
No.
When you were
but
younger?
Like I said, I was very focused on my career, and my entire high school career, I didn't even date or touch anybody. The first time that I even had my first kiss was, I think it was like 19 or 20. So before that, I was not, like, the male species didn't exist to me, basically, because I was very focused on school, and my parents basically, I mean, they pretty much kept me in a jail cell, and I wasn't allowed to do anything.
A jail cell?
Yes.
It sounds like you had a very strict upbringing.
I did,
I have a question. So when did your parents feel like you should go pursue a relationship now? Because first you said they were wanting you to focus on school and career. When did they say, okay, it's time for you to get married?
They think now's the right time to do that. Like, on my timeline, they think that I should actually not, you know, they think
Holy
that right
shit.
now is a
Wait,
good
hold
time.
on. Yo, stay safe. Thank you for rating. He's a Twitch streamer. Yo, stay safe. Thank you, man. By the way, guys, we're going to have Stay Safe on the show on Tuesday. That's going to be a good show. Stay Safe is a Twitch streamer, and he's a fucking World of Warcraft Chad. Solid Warlock player, too, by the way. Just saying. I don't know if you're still playing Warlock, but... Okay, sorry, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah,
Thank you, Stay Safe. Appreciate it, man.
They think that this is like a good time now, because for them it was always about like financial independence. It was always about like being on your own 2 feet. It was always about like achieving. Like, I come from parents that are like very much into achieving your goals and like being a go-getter, being aggressive, like
Right.
You know?
So it's kind of hard
Tegan?
to just switch. Like
yeah.
they want you to focus on school and career, and then all of a sudden, switch your mentality and find the motivation and time to now pursue relationships. So I think they can give you a little grace, maybe.
Maybe, let's see. But probably not, because they move at a very fast pace, and if they kind of decide something, then they want to like see the result. And that's kind of how it worked out for me, like in my life. Like everything has moved really fast, for social media or for like getting into my dream school. Like life moves fast. There's like basically there wasn't like much of like a time lag.
Based on what I've seen, like I don't think you have a ton to work on. I think you are pretty like pleasant and feminine, and warm. So
Have you ever slashed a guy's tires?
No, I've never done that.
I was just wondering. Tegan, you had something? Go ahead.
Yes. Do you think that your parents' relationship leads by a good example for what you're looking for?
No,
Okay.
I don't think it does. That's not what I want, but I do love that they end up together all the time, like even after they've been divorced, that they're together now, and like it's a forever type of love, and there's like extreme loyalty. Those are like good things. Like I can pick up the good from what they have, but there's also a lot of bad that I see, and I definitely don't want to like emulate that in my relationships.
Have your parents corralled any options for you, like in case you need that backup for arranged marriage? And also, do you think it's possible to find the one via arranged marriage at all, or no? Because you could still have that romantic aspect. I'd say it's actually more likely you'll find someone with those traditional values who will court you through that marriage. I'm
not against arranged marriage necessarily, but honestly, if it's a right match, like the vibe's right, I don't think that it would feel weird. I don't think it would feel forceful, but I do think that, that I would have to like date the person first, get to know them, but it would be, I'm open to that if it's the right match.
Did your parents have an arranged marriage?
They did. My parents had arranged marriage.
Did.
And it was,
Anybody else here at the table, their parents had an arranged marriage? Your
Are
parents?
you Indian?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Indian.
Are you, Farah, are you open to an arranged marriage?
I'm always open to having options presented for me. That's kind of just wingman. I wouldn't want them to coerce me into it, but you know what I mean? I don't think there's anything insidious with just showing, potential pairings.
If I had someone in mind for you for an arranged marriage,
would I marry them and
could I
become their second wife?
Usually it's the parents that do the arranging of the marriage, I think, but
you can throw the options at me. I'd like to know.
You want, okay, maybe I'll throw something in your direction too.
Yeah, my DMs are open for certain people.
So just going back to the movie thing. So just show of hands here. Who has had, anyone here had someone buy them flowers from a romantic, like, let's say not in a long-term relationship, but like early on, like first date, second date, maybe third date, someone's, show of hands, you've been bought flowers early on. That's impressive. Tegan, nothing.
No,
Rip,
not early on.
Yo, RIP's in the chat for Tegan. Okay, so I need to offer goats. What? Okay, are you talking about a dowry? Hello? Isn't it usually the woman's?
The woman's family has to do that. If it's super traditional.
What's your dowry?
But things have changed now, and this is the United States, so it's like.
Is there a dowry?
Not necessarily. It would depend on the family.
I need at least a dozen cattle. I need farm equipment, so there's got to be at least a tractor, a plow.
If you were
Get me in touch with your dad. I'll see what I can do. So, okay, Tegan hasn't had anyone buy them flowers. Question, for those of you who were bought flowers, was it, be honest, like, was it kind of a turnoff?
Yes, first date, I find it super formulaic. And unless I'm expressing an interest in flowers, I think it's a little bit cringe, I'm going to be honest.
You think flowers are cringe?
On a first date, if I'm dating someone, then no.
It's a bit much, maybe too soon.
Yeah.
Right. What about you?
I think it's nice. Just the only thing is, it's kind of like I kind of have like a limit. Like, okay, this is cool, but above that, I'm like, okay, that's kind of corny, and I don't really like it.
In terms of the gift giving early on.
Gift giving, yeah, I like, yeah, free stuff. It's cool.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's cute. I mean, you know, I didn't get turned off by it. I actually was like, oh, that's sweet. And that was hard for me because, you know, it is hard to accept a gift when you're, I don't know, when you're in your masculine. And I feel like I function in my masculine a lot more. But I was just like, oh, that's sweet. And it wasn't even like a big gift. It was just thoughtful.
Sure.
It was thoughtful. And for once, I didn't take it as like, you know, like I'm usually turned on by other things. So I was turned on by something nice for once.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah, I like flowers. I don't mind them. I appreciate it. It's a nice gesture.
Okay. Maybe a better question is like, do you lose respect for the guy if he buys you flowers on the first date?
Honestly, I think they deserve more respect. I had someone after our first date send me a huge bouquet to my apartment, and I loved it. I thought it was the sweetest thing ever. I think showing appreciation for someone is important, and it just makes you like them a little bit more.
Okay.
True.
Yeah, I went on a date in like January, and we were doing like a movie night with like wine and stuff, and he asked me what kind of wine I wanted, and he went to 3 different stores to find it, and then he was late because of that. So then he pulled up and like had a bouquet of sunflowers in the back, and like I just thought that was nice.
Wait, this was a first date?
Yeah.
Bro, you went to 3. I'm sorry, that's kind of sad.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that's an L.
Like I called him and I was like, where are you? Like it's been like 20 minutes, and he's like, oh, I'm just checking out Albertsons. Like I went to Target to find the wine you asked for, and I couldn't find it, so I went to this store. Now I'm at Albertsons, but I'll be there in a second. And I was like, okay. And then he picked me up, and then he was like, open the back door. And I was like, okay. So I opened the back door, and then there was a bouquet of sunflowers.
Guys,
Stop it. Get some help.
please don't do that, guys. Okay. All right, Bernadine, what about you? Sorry, did I say, was that your name?
Yeah, you said it
okay,
right.
Okay, I
Good
thought I
job.
fucked it up there. Okay.
People usually get it wrong, say Bernadette or something.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, flowers are nice. Gifts
Flowers
are
are nice.
Yeah.
Tegan, oh, you didn't get any flowers. RIP's in the chat for Tegan. Who knows? Maybe after the show, though. Orion, do you have any thoughts on this? Do you think it's a bit much to go all out like that and get flowers for a girl on first date?
I've never gotten flowers, so
Based.
I'm
Let's go.
with Tegan on this one.
Chad.
Well,
Give
I
each
was
other
much
flowers.
more romantic when I was younger, and I did a lot of things that I saw in the movies, and I did them with a great deal of sincerity, and it generally did not work out very well for me. And it didn't lead to the kind of reaction that I was hoping for. I think the reaction I tended to get was, oh yeah, that's very sweet, which, you know, several of you ladies expressed, but it certainly didn't
Eric, can you
lead
fix that?
to it didn't lead to sex, and it didn't lead to a relationship. One of the things that I talk about is, I call it the fundamental rule of attraction, which is that people want what they want, not what wants them. Okay? So there's another principle at play here, which is, see if you follow me on this one. It's not possible for two people to like each other exactly the same amount. Do you guys believe that that's true?
Do you believe that the man should want the woman more?
No. So let me talk a little bit more about this. So first of all, we're saying it's not possible for two people to like each other exactly the same amount.
Oh, Flan Live, thank you for the 50 gifted. We'll do the fit check in just a sec, man. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate all the memberships, man. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
So if that's true, then that means that there's always somebody in a relationship who likes the other person more, and there's always someone in a relationship who likes the other person less. I call this person the adorer and this person the adored. And they're actually like gender neutral. Like men could be here, men could be here, women could be here, women can be here. And when a person is pursuing, when they're showing interest, what they're doing is they're putting themselves in the position of the adorer. And the adorer is actually where everyone really wants to be, both men and women. I think that that's actually true. And that's because when you're in the position of the adorer, you get all of these feelings. You get to be with the one that you love. The thought of them makes your heart race. When they don't text, you're worried and you're anxious. When they do text, you're relieved. When you get to see them, you're really excited and you're into it. The person who adores gets to have the emotional experience. The adored doesn't. The adored has a much greater muted emotional experience, because this person gets to be with the one that they love, and this person gets to be loved by the one that they're with. And that's a very different experience. Now, there are pros and cons to each. It's not actually better to be the adored or the adorer, though people generally have preferences one for the other. But when a man comes out of the gate with buying flowers and going out of his way, it really does put him in a place of the adorer very early, and it creates a big gap in that attraction, because the fact of the matter is that no one has like earned that yet. Yeah. And that's why it kind of comes off as untrustworthy. It's like, because there's nothing that the woman has done yet to demonstrate that she's worthy of his affection. And so it comes off as, even though it's in this, as just kind of like desirous of wanting to be liked, which isn't generally why we like people. We don't really like people who want to be liked. We don't respect people who want to be liked. And it's very hard for women to be attracted to men that they don't respect. And so by giving unearned gifts, it generally reduces a woman's respect for a man, which over time, they can think it's sweet, they can think it's cute, but these aren't serious contenders for a woman's affections.
I completely agree. I think kind of what you just said, like the woman hasn't really earned it yet. So if I just match with a guy off Hinge and he immediately brings me flowers without us even talking on the phone, I'm thinking he just wants to impress whoever's walking out that door. It has nothing to do with me. So like the most recent time a guy bought me flowers was on a first date. I found it cringe. On like the fourth date, he bought me like a Brita filter and a water bottle, and I thought that was super romantic because I told him I'm super dehydrated because I never have like drinking utensils, and that I found romantic. So it's not so much that women don't like gift giving, it's I think that they don't like impersonal gifts.
Well, what I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, what you really liked about that is that the guy was paying attention.
Exactly.
And it wasn't really that.
It wasn't based off this idea of a movie of like, oh, girl, flower. You know?
That's true. And it wasn't that you really wanted a Brita. Like you probably could buy a Brita for yourself. It's that somebody was listening to you and demonstrated that with a small gesture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think by definition, a gift is unearned. Like you don't deserve it, it's just given to you because out of their heart, they just want to give you something. I think part of it is, as modern women, we don't really appreciate flowers as much as women did a few decades ago. But yeah, if it's a present that they know you specifically want, it feels less generic, you know what I mean? But a gift is a great idea, regardless. It's just, it feels more specific when it's, you know, it feels personalized.
Technically, I would agree with that. I think all gifts technically are unearned to the extent that they're true gifts and they don't come with any strings attached. But it's interesting, you said, what did you say? You said something along the lines of, no gift is, it'd be nice if he gave you a gift. Well, that's part of what I'm getting at, is he doesn't really know who you are yet. And so what he's doing is he's going through a script, or he is projecting an idea of you that may or may not actually accord with who you are. And on some level, it feels as almost like he's trying to purchase your affection, which generally has the counterproductive effect of lowering attraction.
Yeah, but I think like if we were given a gift of like, here's an iPhone, we'd be like, yay, we'd love it because we like iPhones more than flowers, you know what I mean? And obviously they're more expensive, but we just don't appreciate flowers as much as back in the day.
Could I say something really quick?
Go ahead. Then I have to come in, and then I have to redirect a little bit, but go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I agree. I think flowers are great, but I think that possibly like on the first date, they're probably not the best idea, because I think girls in this case could possibly get used to the materialistic gifts, and then they're not going to appreciate the man as much, and they're going to get used to, as I mentioned, the gifts in the future.
Real quick, go ahead.
What about giving the man a gift or flower?
Yes, I mean, well, I can speak for myself.
Because I have done that,
I like
and
when
I
a chick
kind of feel
simps.
like they don't.
I would appreciate it. Get me a My Chemical Romance CD. I'm yours forever. Okay, so it's just my personal experience with that whole thing. I mean, I've rarely done the romantic gestures just because I learned very early on that typically it doesn't really work. I really don't think it's going to in any way, it's not going to be the deal maker. So getting a girl flowers, getting a girl this or that, it's never going to be the deal maker. So in a lot of cases, it can actually be a detractor. if you get flowers or do this. Because I think a lot of girls, perhaps in the days of old, but I feel like in today's dating climate, a lot of girls don't respect that. And also, my recommendation to men is because of the dating landscape, and both men and women are doing this, but a lot of women are dating multiple men. So I don't think that you should be adhering to your traditional gender roles with women who have as many options as they do and are dating and sleeping with as many men as they are.
I have a question.
What's up?
When you're going out with a girl, can't you kind of tell like who she is? You could research her. You could know like who this human is that you're taking out, right? So, but you feel that when you say that, you're kind of like assuming that she's just like going around with like 10 other dudes and fucking them like on the spot, and you know that she's just meeting up with them like in a Target and not going on a date, and she's just like doing booty call. But like how do you know? Like how are you assuming that? Like how are you making that assumption? I just want to know.
Well, I mean, there's a few ways. I mean, first off, it is to some degree an assumption because that seems to be the norm. It's not every woman, it's not every man, but it does seem to be and it's more so the case that women are engaging in, or it's more so the case that women have the capability or the ability to be dating multiple men, whereas there's definitely men that are dogs and dating fucking 10 chicks, but the amount of men that are capable of doing that is far fewer than on the opposite side. An average guy, he doesn't have a roster of chicks. An average girl, if she was so inclined, could have a roster of guys. They might not be prepared to give her commitment, but she could be sleeping with multiple attractive guys. So I think as a man, you ought to expect it more. I mean, there's also, if you meet them on a dating app right away, you know they have like an infinite amount of options, not an infinite, but a very high amount of options. You can sort of look at someone and sort of get a sense for how they move. You know, if they go out and party, if they drink, you know, look at their social life. For example, I don't go to bars, I don't go to clubs, I don't drink, so I value that in a partner. But that's not always a guarantee because some very unassuming women who might be very quiet, might be very shy, introverted, can be putting up bodies. Like they can be, I've known some women who you'd never think, just based off their personality and the way they move, they have a lot of options. So you never can really know. You can look at someone's general behavior and try to suss it out a little bit, but as I've said, I've known some very unassuming, shy, quiet girls who you wouldn't think it, but are dating 4 guys at the same time and sleeping, you know. So.
But you're still making the assumption, like you don't know that if that's true, because if you're not asking, you're not doing the research, like you even admitted it. You said you're just making an assumption, like you just think that way, based on like maybe one past experience. Like you're just assuming
it's more
that
than
all
one past
women are
experience.
doing that.
It's a collective male experience, and it's. I mean, you know what's going on. I've heard from women.
Yeah, I know what's going on.
But I do ask. I ask
POV.
too.
Yeah.
For example, I was on a date. This must have been a year or so ago, with a girl, and I didn't outright ask, "Hey, how many men are you currently sleeping with?" But what I did ask is that it was a first date, and she had told me that I met her on a dating app. She told me, "Oh, I just got on Hinge," and I was just asking her about her experience, and she's like, "Well, yeah, I just got on Hinge." Keep in mind, this was like not to be mean to her, but she was unremarkable. She was not particularly interesting. She was pleasant, but she wasn't charismatic. She wasn't a stunner in terms of her physical appearance, like an average girl. She had told me she had just downloaded the app. The date I went on with her was like her 4th day on the app. She'd been on 2 dates prior to me, and then she had 2 dates planned for the weekend. She's an average woman. Like, her male looks equivalent, perhaps you can consider me as that, would not be capable of securing 5 dates in a week. So, I mean, I'll ask questions and they'll reveal themselves. I mean, she may very well not be sleeping with any of them, but the fact that she's going on 5 dates with, I don't even want, that's not worth my time. I don't want to deal with a girl who's going on all these dates, because if I want to see her again, I want to see her on a Friday. Oh, you already got another date. I'm not interested anymore.
You need to get out of the city.
Booked and busy.
Santa Barbara's not that big.
Like, I think it just depends on the type of girl, you know, like, if she's a relationship type, she can have all these dudes coming into her DMs, but that doesn't mean she'll be interested in them, you know? And, you know, just from my personal experience, I don't know, I think, like, social media has influenced, like, men a lot about the type of girl they want. Like, they want, like, a supermodel type of girl who's perfect, has, you know, and also...
I actually think it's the reverse. I think it's women that have higher standards, not men.
Like how?
Well, I mean, I would say that women, generally speaking, are pickier than men are. And I think there's perhaps a biological basis for that. But I don't think it's men out here with absurd standards.
Well, it's because, in my opinion, I think women are just more like emotional beings and men are more logical. So, like, I think if a woman were to, like, because, you know, I've seen, like, from my personal experience, and I've also seen other women in my life date men who, you know, where people would look at him and be like, you could do better. But that's because the woman has an emotional connection with him.
Sure.
And where men, the emotional connection comes after logic. So they're more like, okay, what can she do for me? What can she provide? And things like that, you know? And then later on, then emotional connection comes after. So I don't think like women are more picky. I think it just depends on the connection.
I think women are more picky, but that's why I'm confused why you'd care if the girl had 5 dates lined up that week, because she even just said a girl can get like 1,000 matches pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So you're probably still in like the top 1% of guys, because girls are very picky with who they actually end up going on dates with. Like, their flake rate is extremely high. So why would it bother you if she curved like 1,000 guys that week and then you guys were the top 5?
Well, I mean, why would it bother me if she's
Because she's still
dating.
showing a high level of selectiveness just by the fact you're on
Sure.
the date, because it's so unlikely that a woman would go on a date with a guy from a dating app.
But I want an even higher level of selectiveness then. It's not even actually a
Then
higher
you
level.
do well on the first date, and then you beat out the guys of that week. That's how you earn the next level.
I suppose, but there's something that irks me about. I would prefer a girl that is properly single and dates one person at a time.
Oh, on a first date level?
Yes. Yeah.
That's a
to-
tall standard. It's a tall order.
Well.
If two girls match with you,
5 dates in a week, I think is a bit.
that's overkill.
It's a bit much.
But if 2 girls match with you and one wanted to hang out on Monday and one on Friday, you'd curve one of them so you could be fully, because that's what you're asking of the woman, basically.
What do you mean?
You were just saying you want her to date one person at a time,
Sure.
even on a first date level. So if 2 girls
Sure.
offer you a first date in 1 week, you're going to curve one of them. You're going to reciprocate.
Well, I'm more so saying that I think 5 dates in a week is a bit much.
Oh,
But
so it's
that's
not
5
one at a
out
time.
of, like, 1,000.
So it's
It
not
is a
one at a
bit much.
time. It's
Yeah.
just something under 5. Like,
Well,
what's a good
look,
number?
I'm a realist in that I understand that the dating landscape as it is that there's a likelihood that if you're just meeting somebody that they're probably going to be, there's probably some other people in the picture. I understand that. However, it doesn't change the fact that I dislike it.
That you want to feel special.
I would like
the fact
to. Yes.
is, guys are more likely to take up every date opportunity. Like, if you got offered 3 days that week, you'd probably take all of them. She was probably
I'm
offered
too
a
busy.
ton, and she said no to most of them still. So she's actually showing more selectiveness.
Yeah.
Is my point.
Well, I would agree with you that I think women are more selective, but I'm too busy to go on 3 dates a week.
The average guy who isn't hosting a podcast.
I can't speak.
I can speak for them.
I would say the
take
average-
up the
They
chance.
would probably take it
on the
up.
chance.
To be fair, they would take it up. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
just speaking for myself, but
Because you're a high value man.
well, I don't know if I've
Red pill
if that's your
man.
assessment of me. Thank you for the endorsement. However, I don't think I've ever characterized myself. I don't like these terms like alpha and high value or high
What is it?
status.
Is it
Or
a
red
red
pill.
pill man or what is it?
Red
What do you
pill's
guys call
okay.
it?
I'm okay with the
pillars
red pill, but
or- so, but
well,
what they
let's
say.
let's come back. I do need to shift really quick, but we can come back to this conversation. So I have a question for the ladies, and this is related to skincare. Would you find it hard to focus on a date, or maybe find it a little off-putting, if a guy just had a giant fucking zit, like whitehead right either like between his eyes, like right here, or like on his nose, or even like even worse? I don't know if maybe you guys have had this, if any of you had breakout. What if there was like a pimple, like a whitehead or what, just some redness like on the lip? Have any of you had like the pimple, like acne on the
Are you
lip?
talking about a cold sore?
No. You can get.
I was
hold
thinking
on.
about cold
That's not what I'm
sores.
talking about. I'm saying like, because you can
Yes,
get acne on your lip. You can get acne on your lip.
What's the solution?
Like,
Well, so the question is like, you go on a date with a dude. Would you find it hard to focus if there's just a giant fucking pimple right here,
yes,
or on
I'm
his
shallow.
nose? On his nose.
I
Yeah,
feel
I'm
like
shallow.
I feel like if he was a great guy and he had good morals and he had a great personality, I honestly wouldn't care.
Okay.
It would
You're
still
lying.
be distracting.
I'm not.
It'd be a
I'm
little
not
Like,
distracting.
lying.
I would notice it, but like,
But
you just continue the conversation. Get
have
out
you
of
ever?
it. What do
Okay,
we
but
do?
like,
He could still be attractive and have that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it,
He could
it
get
doesn't
rid of it
matter.
too.
Concealer for
because
men?
they have a pimple.
Yeah, I don't know.
That'd be weird.
but have you ever been on a date with a guy and you're like, he maybe has like, you know, a little something on his lip, and you're like, is it acne, or
worse.
is it something worse? Right?
I haven't.
Anybody?
No.
No,
Bad
I've been on
hygiene, I've
like,
seen that.
The zit that you said right here, I've been on a date like recently with a guy that had that.
Closer to the mic.
I've been on a date recently with a guy that had like a zit like here.
And did it make you question? Does this motherfucker have herpes? Did it cross your mind?
I mean, she noticed it, so
Like
it-
I noticed it, but
You
no, I
noticed it.
didn't question if he had herpes, and like it wasn't a big deal. Like
Yes,
Okay.
you see it, you notice it, it's like okay, whatever, and then you continue the conversation. Like they're not like
Have any of you ever been on the fence though, where like, because I've definitely been on a date with a girl and there's like something going on with the lip. I don't know if it could be just acne. I don't know. And then I was like, and then I just never saw her again. Has that ever happened to
Damn.
you? What?
No.
Bro, I'm not
No.
trying to like get fucking.
That hasn't
hello?
happened to me. Sorry.
Never?
Bad hygiene. I mean, if that's
Well, it's not even
the
a-
same thing, or
Okay.
no, it's not.
Is that like a deal breaker?
If a girl has herpes, yes.
If she has pimples, yes.
That's a health.
Well,
That's-
sometimes for
Health
some
risk.
people it's not a deal breaker.
That's fine for them.
That's a reasonable
I'm just
deal
not trying to.
breaker.
I'm not. I'm
Okay.
just not trying
Yeah,
to get
it's
the shit.
reasonable. Yeah.
my question for you is that if you liked that guy, like, would you have kissed him knowing that there was a like,
It
pimple
could
there?
be acne. It could be the
You should
herpes.
ask.
What if you were? In
I
love
mean,
with
I
them?
feel like
Full
okay,
disclosure.
so it wasn't because I feel like a cold sore looks different than a zit if it's like here.
Yeah, I'm talking about the
Just
guy that
ask.
you were talking about.
Yeah,
What's that?
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
like you. I mean, obviously, there's sometimes when you can't really tell, but it was obvious that it was just a zit. It was not
Right.
herpes. So, yeah.
Okay, well, guys.
Anyway.
Guys, so you gotta have good, clear, clean skin. So I want to thank our sponsor, Tiege Hanley. So their level 1 skincare system comes with all the essentials you need. Guys, dating in 2023, it's hard enough as it is. The last thing you want is to further handicap yourself by having a big giant pimple or whitehead on your face when you're on a date. That's right. So that's why it's important for you to really take care of your skin. And Tiege Hanley is going to help you do that and make sure you don't potentially fuck it up with that girl of your dreams. Imagine, look, it's already nerve-wracking enough before a first date. You know, you're getting your hair ready. You're doing all the things you do before a date. And imagine, though, it's like your dream girl and you got a giant fucking pimple right on your fucking forehead, bro. This could be your future girlfriend, future wife, future mother of your children. Great person. She's got a great personality. She hasn't slept with the entire Division III football team at your small liberal arts college. Hello, total package. Don't let her be the one that got away. And on top of making a good first impression, having clear skin will boost your confidence. You know, it's wild out there in the dating marketplace. So control for what you can. Get your physique on point, get your skin on point. And one of the things that you can get under control is your hygiene, guys. and your skin is a part of that. Hygiene is huge. If you don't have it on point, it's going to be a major detriment when it comes to dating. So guys, please check out our sponsor, Tiege Hanley. Just click the link in the description or go to tiege.com/whatever, and you'll get 30% off your first box plus a free gift. Tiege.com/whatever. Thank you guys. Okay. Yeah. But there actually was one
You
time.
didn't press the button. Stop it. Get some help in the middle of all that.
What's that?
With the pimple.
Oh, with the pimple? What?
You should have pressed the button. Stop it. Get some help.
Oh, this one?
Here's
Stop
the
it.
product.
Get some help.
Get some help. Get Tiege Hanley. Yeah, but definitely. I mean, I used to be pretty acne. I'd get breakouts and shit, and it's just like, it's just another thing that you don't want to be dealing with when you're about to go on a first date, guys. So, yeah, get your skincare figured out. Okay, so we can go back to what we were previously talking about, or we could let's do some super chats. Why not? Okay, hold on. I got to pull these up here. We have, Puffy Vegas. Last week, the girls all gave me one. I was curious what these women would write me. Puffy_Vegas. Just a FYI, Instagram review is, the trigger for that is through Streamlabs, and it's $4.99 and up. So if the girls want, though, I don't know if you can see him. Oh, hold on. Let me hide that. Here, I'll pull that. Doc, I'll pull that back up. Can you see him in the photo? He wants your rate. It's too far away. You got to do it through Streamlabs, my man.
Is this the guy that had all the pictures with the women in the middle of Vegas?
Oh, you saw that episode? It was that guy. Puffy_Vegas. Yeah, Puffy, if you can just read the description. And yeah, let me get, oh, frick. Okay. We have Dragon Zombie. Please invite Chase back. He's by far my favorite guest. I'm not even religious. FYI, Destiny's an arrogant. Hey, okay. Moist Critical, H3H3, we're never going to accept this podcast. They were waiting for a chance to pounce. Your fans know what's up. Hey, Dragon Zombie, thank you for the kind words, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, you know, we had a male guest on the show who said some things that not great. Disavow. But look, at the end of the day, we invite anywhere from like 6 to 10 people to come on the show. People have different opinions. The views expressed by the guests and panelists do not necessarily reflect those of the host or the podcast. But yeah, sometimes people say some wild shit. So thank you, man. All right, we have Anon here. Can you ask the girls if a guy owning a gun is a positive deal breaker or neither? P.S. would be cool to see a debate between Farah and Pale Ghost Girl Mary. Both smart and logical, but totally opposite viewpoints. Farah, are you down?
Yeah,
for
of
a
course.
debate with Pale Ghost Girl Mary, as he
Give me a
calls.
travel stipend. This is my second time flying out
Oh
for
shit!
this.
Well, you'll be back in California, right?
Yeah, for that travel stipend, yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm down, yeah.
Okay. So the question is, we're going to go around the table. Is it a deal breaker? Is it a positive deal breaker or neither? If a guy owns, I assume legally owns a firearm. Go ahead.
I would say positive because I would feel protected. So like if there was like a burglary or something bad were to happen, I know that, you know, we have protection.
Mm-hmm.
I would say neutral to positive. I probably want to get one.
Yeah, I'd say positive as long as it's not like visible, not any like open carry type of thing. I mean, as long as it's concealed, that's fine. I don't want to see that stuff, but
Sure.
the fact that you have it just shows that, you know, that you're like protective, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really my favorite, but
Not your favorite?
more neutral. Yeah.
So you'd be upset if a guy had a firearm?
I'm not fully upset. I'm more neutral, but it's just not my favorite.
Not your favorite? What do you mean?
I'm not a big fan of guns.
Okay.
I don't like them. I don't like violence. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's neutral.
Yeah, because if they had it, it would be okay. I'm not fully against it.
Right. Okay.
I think it's a positive thing. I lived in the South for a while, so it wasn't out of the norm for a guy to have a concealed carry on him, so I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Hold on just a sec.
Mount_whateverist donated $200. Don't give My Chemical Romance a firearm.
My Chemical Romance, a firearm. I guess that's your nickname. By the way, can you give me one of those fingerless gloves for me to wear?
Oh.
Can I wear one right now? Do you have a response to Mount Whateverest? Good name, by the way.
I mean, I don't know what to say to that. Like, oh, well, okay.
That's it?
And I'm not a hoe.
How dare you Mount Whateverest? All right. Is it good? Is it a good look?
Wow.
For me, guys?
It's a vibe.
It's good.
Is
It's
it the
vibe.
vibe?
It's
Is the
vibe.
vibe?
Honestly,
Can I?
matches your outfit.
Sweet. I feel like Michael Jackson. Okay. Without the. Okay, never mind. Okay. I think we were here. You were telling us about the
Yeah.
guns.
I feel like it's neutral as long as they're not like doing anything illegal. It's fine. But I'm kind of with her. Like
Yeah.
yeah.
It glows in the dark too.
It glows in the dark. Wow. Okay. What about you?
That's a positive, and he should take his woman out shooting at the range or something.
Okay. Tegan.
Positive.
Okay.
Definitely positive.
Orion. I mean, it's kind of directed at the women, but would you date a girl who has a firearm?
Sure, I have a gun.
Hell yeah. Okay. You got a Glock? What you got?
I have a 9mm Smith & Wesson.
All right.
I was really against guns for a long time,
Really?
so I do resonate with that
Mhm.
because I don't like the idea of violence.
Yeah.
But as I've gotten older, I realized that if violence did erupt, I don't want to be the only guy without a gun.
Yeah.
So I'm not really interested in starting anything, but
Mhm.
if necessary, I will end
The
something.
good guy with a gun.
That makes sense.
It's good to know.
I understand that.
Good times. Good times. Okay. And then we have John Smith here. Thank you, man, for the. Can you ask the girls with OnlyFans if their parents know about it? And if so, how do they feel about it? So that's just you and you, if I'm correct.
I've had an OnlyFans before.
You've done OnlyFans before?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they know, your parents know about it?
Yeah.
Wait, you did it before, so you don't do it currently, though?
No, I stopped doing it.
Okay. What were you doing on there, by the way? BG content, solo content?
Well,
Goth
it was
content?
solo and nudes. But I had like a boyfriend at the time, so we would make videos together.
What's BG?
Oh, boy, girl.
Oh, so it's like
Fucking.
you actually
Yeah, it's
fuck
like,
on
it's
on
the,
OnlyFans?
it's the tame way.
I
for
thought
me
they
to-
were toning that down. Is
No,
this like in the old version,
they
or is that
were-
still happening?
You can do it. You just need to sign like a release form to be able to do boy-girl content now.
Yeah. So do your parents know, and how do they feel about it? Did you answer that? Did your parents know that you did OF?
Yeah.
Were they cool with it?
Well,
Did they
not my
disown
dad.
you? Not your dad?
My dad would definitely
Kill you?
talk crap.
Oh, shit. My bad.
But my mom knew, and she was like, whatever. She didn't really care.
What kind of laundry detergent do you?
I just washed them yesterday.
What laundry
So-
detergent?
Does it smell good?
It smells like citrus and pine. Okay, moving on. Go ahead, Farah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They disowned you?
No, no.
Oh.
Wait, I thought you were asking if they knew.
Okay, so they know. How did they feel about it?
My mom was against me being on social media in general when I first started. It's not specifically about OnlyFans. She was more so worried about me like lowering job prospects. But now that it's my career and it's like lucrative, she's pretty on board.
Sure.
My whole family pretty much knows. It's not that they necessarily like that I do it, but I live a happy life, and if I'm happy, they're happy.
Good times, good times. Okay, we have Zormance. I'm a 4 or 5 attractiveness. I make over 200K a year, and I feel I'm a good partner, but I'm chronically single. I'm curious what the girls would say I should do to attract a good partner. Girl in blue, I can arrange a marriage for us right now. He says he's a 4 or 5 attractiveness, but 200K a year. But he says he's a good partner. He feels he's a good partner, but he's chronically single. So first off, do you take him up on his marriage proposal? Are your DMs
Where's
open?
the ring?
The DMs are open. Here, Zormance, I'll propose, I'll be your proxy. I will be your proxy, Zormance. Okay, this is on behalf of Zormance. I'm not actually asking you to marry me. Will you marry Zormance?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That was so easy.
Wow.
Boom, done.
Except I didn't get to comment on anything else. I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay, there's more. Wait.
It was a yes with a but.
Oh yeah, of course. There's always more to say. Why is he chronically single? What's the catch? How tall are you? Are you like 5 foot? Like,
It's too
what's
late.
the
You
catch?
already said yes.
So Zormance, if you're still in the chat, she's asking why you're chronically single, and he's asking what the girls would say I should do to attract a good partner. That's a bit of a vague question. I don't know. It's a little too vague here, but what should they do to attract a good partner? Well, I think she would say that you should listen to Jimmy Eat World and My Chemical Romance. That's not really goth, though. It's more
Deftones, right?
Deftones.
I like Deftones,
You
but
gotta
I'm not a
listen-
goth girl.
Yeah, I think unanimously the panel can agree he should listen to Deftones if he wants to get women, right?
Yes, I like Deftones now.
Okay. All right. So Zormance, she's asking, she's open to the marriage proposal. She said yes, but she wants some more info. How tall are you? And why are you chronically single? And then we have Doc Venablis here. I disagree with the no flower brigade. If a man brings flowers on a first date, it is information about the man rather than the woman. The message is red rose, classy date, 6-pack, scrappy date. Nothing, well, you get the picture, not really a gift. Wait, so are you in favor of the flower?
Sounds like
He's in favor of the flowers.
I'm a little confused.
He said he thinks it creates a good image for the man as opposed to him trying to please the woman.
Okay. All right. Doc Venablis, thank you. And then Eric, we're gonna do the Instagram review for this guy because Puffy Vegas, just for future reference. If you want us to do an Instagram review, you hit the threshold on YouTube, but we do ask that you do it through Streamlabs because YouTube takes 30%. So you donated 500, but you gave 200 of that to YouTube, just FYI. Yeah, we'll do your review, Eric, if you can pull that up. And whenever you're ready. All right. Puffy Vegas here. He wants the girls at the panel to, what did you want? You wanted a rating? A rating on a 1 to 10 scale. Scroll down. All right, so that's Puffy Vegas. I assume he puffs and he lives in Vegas. That's him with girls. Keep scrolling down. Okay. Yup. My dude, how many wives do you have? Okay, let's keep scrolling down. All right. Okay. All right. Yep. That's a bunch of photos, blurry photos of chicks. Okay.
I feel like it's the same woman, right?
Mm.
It looks
No,
like
I think he's got.
It's like the same.
He's got.
If y'all
Scroll
read
back
it,
up
it's
just
like
a little
waiting
bit.
on chicks.
Scroll back up.
There's not very many
Okay,
photos
so
of
stop
him.
there.
Yeah.
Look, he's the 2 on the right. That's him. That's Puffy Vegas. Really quick, 1 to 10. I assume he's
2.
He's a 2. Okay.
5 average.
Yeah, like 4.
BMS, beyond my scale.
What is it? Like he's a 10 or he's
Beyond my scale. Can't compare. Just beyond.
so like in the negative? or-
No,
saying over-
above.
over
Above.
Oh, he's just-
beyond.
he's
Yeah.
so
okay, wow.
great. So
Okay,
great.
so brave. Okay, go ahead.
Probably a 3.
All right,
A 3.
I'm married. I don't rate other men.
fair enough.
I'll give him a 2.5.
Okay, Orion, do you
Enthusiastic
want to rate him?
I'm not going to rate him, but I would say that I think what he was going for with all those pics with the other girls is trying to cultivate social proof. I mean, one of the first things that you asked after you accepted the proposal was, well, why are you chronically single? I don't think that women generally want men that no other women want. And I think what he was trying to go for there is that there's lots of women that are in my life. Doesn't seem like it really had the desired effect there.
Well, it didn't look like a wholesome friend setting. It looked a bit more like You know what I mean?
He was definitely going out, and I think the
Yeah.
idea was, I'm going out having a good time with all of these women, and you could
Yeah.
be the next one if you're lucky.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's a green flag. If it's like him and his female friends out at a restaurant, I think that's more of a green flag if you can maintain like healthy female friendships. But I think just taking pics with like random girls at a club is less
Some
attractive.
guys do that, like where they try to like brag about how many women they get, so they seem more desirable.
Yeah.
Especially the girls on the street in Vegas that you have to pay to take pictures with, because those definitely some of the pictures in his
so funny.
Instagram.
I don't have an opinion because I feel like if men have too many followers, then girls are like, oh, then that means like you're a hoe. You're just like sliding into everyone's DMs. And then if they don't have social media, then they're sus because they're so secretive. And then if they do this, then it's like, this sucks too. So I feel like each scenario has its pros and cons.
Well, I would say, given my 2 cents on his profile, dude, rather than show yourself with a bunch of women, try to cultivate a narrative with an emotionally compelling lifestyle that makes it seem like you do more than just go out and talk to random women on the street.
Yeah.
Hopscotch, you know,
Jump rope.
I don't know what there's to do in Vegas. Rock climbing, mountain climbing.
I'm from Las Vegas. There's a lot of
Oh,
it.
there's that.
Yeah.
All right, and then we have one here from Zormance. Oh, he's back. Okay, let's get that one while we have it up. I'll retrigger it. Maybe saying chronically single was an exaggeration. I've been in 3 relationships over the past 10 years. First one just didn't work out. Second one wouldn't commit to marriage after 5 years. Third one was abusive. Girls don't swipe on me. I'm 5'7", by the way. Okay. He's 5'7". Is that a deal breaker?
I can be
you can say
shallow.
it. What's that?
I can be shallow.
You can be shallow? Okay.
That's what I was gonna ask her. So you're a hopeless romantic. You believe in just like
I am.
one-of-a-kind
I am a
chemistry.
hopeless romantic. However, with still have some standards, just like you. You're not like giving it up to just anybody, right? So I also don't want to like just like be with a lifelong partner with just anybody. But like I realize like my age and everything and. For example, like, okay, so I passed for like way younger anyway, and it's not like that big of a deal. But the thing is like, of course, like if you ask somebody who's like a red pillar on this podcast, they'll be like, oh, she's 29, she's fucked. But it's like, you know, it depends on who you ask. And it also depends on like what type of man you're going for. It's not like as if, you know, I'm not sure if I'm interested in a guy like Andrew Tate, who you're going to marry him and then he's going to go and fuck other women in front of you. So
Okay, so you don't
like,
necessarily believe in just one. You believe there's like a pool of one. It's not like a soulmate thing.
No, I do. I believe in one forever partner. I'm not about that whole thing where there's like, oh no, like, you know, you have like multiple partners. Like I'm not for like that. I'm for monogamy.
I guess more so I meant like, let's say you had that chemistry with someone, but they were shorter, or do you think they couldn't be the one if they
could. They could. It's just a preference.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just a preference. Just how like.
Wait, how tall are you?
4'11".
So how tall do you want the guy to be? Like ideally?
Usually I date like 6 foot and above, but I have dated guys that are 5'9". I made an exception.
Is it hard for you to be like sexually turned on by them if they're below 6 foot, or like what's the reasoning?
I guess honestly I think I find it attractive. I personally find it attractive, but that's not what I go for immediately. There's like a whole range and list of things that I find attractive in a man, meaning like his personality obviously comes first.
I think like
Personality, values, you know, the whole package matters to an extent. But obviously, like, if we're just talking about height, like, of course I'm going to say, like, my preference is, like, 5'11" and up. But does it mean that it's a deal breaker? No, of course not.
Because, like, I'm 5'7", so, like, someone that's, like, 6'2", 6'3", someone that's 5'6" is gonna be like the same difference to you.
I know, but they go for me. They love a short girl, so it's like mutual. It's not
true.
like it's not like I'm like, yo, like, you know.
Actually, there's a lot of like guys who are 6 foot that you're looking for. They don't want short girls because they say because when they have children with a short woman, then their child will be short.
I like short chicks, not gonna lie.
I didn't have that problem yet. Like
4'10", hook it up.
Guys,
Anybody know a dwarf, by the way?
4'11".
Does anybody?
Guys love
Wait,
a short
who's 4'11"?
girl. Me.
She's 4'11".
I'm 4'11" too.
Don't hate on us. Be on our side.
But I mean, personally, I don't care as long as the guy is taller than me. He doesn't have to be 6 feet.
I'm sorry, Zormance. I'm gonna have to swoop, dude. You're 4'11"? Will you marry me?
Yeah, maybe.
Sweet catch.
It's abusive already.
I thought you'd
No D1 babies for you.
by the way.
Congrats, guys.
All right, put on the ring. Sweet. That was like a pretty shitty toss too. I don't think it was like a hard throw.
I didn't expect
I actually,
anything coming at me right now.
I'm rescinding my
Proposal.
proposal because you don't have the reflexes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm looking for a woman who has good reflexes, who could assist me in the zombie apocalypse scenario. Oh, that's a good question for the table. In the event of a zombie apocalypse, do you persist? Do you try to survive? Or do you just, at the start, you're like, I'm out, and you delete yourself? Let's start with you.
I would for sure try to survive. Also, like, personally, I do think about a possible, like, disaster happening. So I am interested. I do have, like, cases of water saved up. And I also plan on having, like, food kits, survival kits, kind of like how.
Are you a prepper?
A little bit, just a little bit, but
How much canned food do you have at your house right now?
I do have a lot of canned food.
And like, do you have an underground bunker? What's going on?
No, I would like to though.
Okay, I would like to also. Relationship goals. Okay. Farah, what about you? Would you try to survive in the event of a zombie apocalypse, or you just don't want to deal with it and going to take yourself out?
No. I'm a quitter.
Farah.
Yeah, I don't have the energy.
You don't have the energy?
No.
You seem like a strong individual, though, so I feel like you have the constitution to, like, try to survive through a zombie apocalypse.
Survive for how long? Like, let's say you, like, what's the light at the end of the tunnel?
Also, just to be clear, this is more of a Walking Dead scenario and not so much a The Last of Us. Because those zombies are pretty hardcore in The Last of Us.
I'm not familiar with either reference. Can you?
Get it together.
Yeah.
It's like the zombies are kind of like poverty. They're poverty zombies. Whereas The Last of Us zombies are pretty hardcore.
Poverty zombies?
Like poverty, not literally poverty, but they're just like shitty zombies. Like, okay, hold on. The zombies.
Came back to the zombies.
There's like these weak zombies that are like really stupid and they don't move fast.
That's how you see impoverished people?
Huh?
That's how you see impoverished people?
No, you're overthinking about it. You're overthinking about it. But yes, I'm going to be canceled by the poverty people, I guess.
Okay.
Poverty, like anything could be like poverty pizza. That sounds bad.
It
could be like
this.
What is that?
Like poverty. It's not a.
Wow.
It's not.
This isn't a term. Your classism is coming out.
No. It's okay. You guys are overthinking.
I don't
this.
care what type of zombie they are. I'm taking myself out. You can. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like the zombies that were in The Walking Dead. We've had ways to combat that shit for over 1,000 years. You just need a phalanx. Phalanx? Like 300. Like a Spartan army, you just need a phalanx and long spears and you're good. Those are easy zombies to deal with. The point I'm trying to make is there's different degrees in like the zombie universe. There's different degrees of like zombiness.
I appreciate you trying to motivate me to like not self-delete, but like I'm not gonna carry around spears and fight zombies. That's like,
bro.
Feels
What if you have
degrading.
kids?
What about them?
If you have kids, are you gonna try to survive? You're gonna take.
I'll take them out first and then myself.
What the bro?
Yeah.
How are you gonna do that to your kids?
They're gonna be traumatized.
Survival. Think about like days of past where like there's warring tribes and shit. You're gonna do that to your kids. You're gonna take them out to spare them the potential trauma of a zombie apocalypse.
Red pill? What is this?
Yeah, please. I want to do that too.
This is like really important. Okay, all right, moving on. Okay, that was from Zomance. Oh, you said you were 5'7", but you need a guy who's like 5'11".
No,
She's
I'm
4'11".
I'm 4'11".
Oh no, he's 5'7". Okay,
Yeah.
got it. So was someone raising their hand? Did you want to come in on something?
No.
Okay, show of hands, just really quick from you guys. Did you survive in the try to survive in the zombie apocalypse? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Show of hands.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ah, far.
Depend on a guy for help.
I
or
feel like at
something.
first.
All right, rock
then
and roll.
after,
All right, we
like,
have
goodbye.
KW Motor Works. Thank you, man. Here's a question to these 3 FOs. Think Lizzo is beautiful? Question mark. If so, they need
She's
be
so
addressed
beautiful.
as Lizzo 1-7, but not you in the halter top. Skip her. What?
Confused. What is that even
Does he
called?
speak English?
Hello.
Like what?
Okay, just show of hands. Do you think Lizzo is beautiful?
Lizzo's
Show of
beautiful.
hands. Show of hands. If you think Lizzo is beautiful, physically beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, KW Motorworks, for that interesting question. Oh, hold on. Zormans, thank you for the donation, man. Brian, she's all yours. I rescind my proposal. I think I might be better single. Girls like her are why I'm single.
Oh.
Do you have a response
Shots
to Zormans?
fired.
He's rescinded his marriage proposal, $200K a year. FYI, is it because he was too short? You're
Maybe.
4'11", hello? He's like 8 inches taller than
I'm
you.
pulling guys that are 6 foot and above.
Where's the ring?
Well, when I'm ready, then I'm gonna pursue that.
When you're ready, I thought you are ready.
Parents are ready. It doesn't mean I'm ready.
What about it? What if he has like every quality you've ever wanted?
Yeah, I said I've
Even-
dated guys that are 5'9". I have. So
And they had all the qualities that you desired.
I'm okay with a guy if he's 5'9". Yeah, I can make an exception.
Wait, but you're saying you've dated a guy who's 5'9".
Yeah,
so you think
because-
5'9" is short?
I do.
That's like average male height in the U.S.
No, it is.
I think it's
If
short.
he's taller than you, that should be
He's
enough.
5'9" is the.
It's like
I'm
almost
pretty
a
sure it's
foot
the
taller than
average.
you.
So, is there something wrong with having high standards?
I thought.
You know what's
That is your
interesting? You know what's
priority,
really
yes.
interesting though? I found that
the height
like
of it.
women who are like 5'6", it's like they'll date a guy who's a few inches. Ooh, fireworks. It's usually like short women that really insist. Not all short women, but short women really insist on a guy who's like 6 foot. Exhibit A. Okay. So Zormance. Thank you there. All right, then we have Sweet Tooth. That Mia wannabe needs more education. She doesn't understand the simplest concepts.
I love how they never elaborate. Like, they just want to neg me. Like, they never elaborate on what point I'm missing, what education I need. They just want to say, like, you just need more. Like, more in what category? Nothing.
Sweet Tooth,
Nothing.
she's asking for clarification on the education with which she needs. Okay. Can we call her Farha, by the way? She has a name, please. Right? You'd
Thank
appreciate
you.
that?
You didn't even butcher it. Thank you.
Did I say it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, Jace Theon, thank you, man. At Farha, I think you're cute, and I would go out with you? Question mark. He would go out with you? Question mark. And how tall are you? And I would take myself out
Oh
too.
my God, that's
Wow.
really romantic.
Yeah, he would also join you in this.
We're both little pussies. I'm 5'4".
All right. Did you say that was romantic? That he would join you in your
He can kill me and my kids, and then I'm
in
sad.
the group?
Yeah. Against the poverty zombies.
Poverty zombies.
Yeah.
It's not a class thing. It's just like a. I don't know how to explain that term. Okay.
Just like weak zombies.
Yeah, like
incompetent zombies.
They're poverty zombies. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jace, for that. So would you go out with him though? And did you say how tall you are?
Yeah, 5'4".
Oh, 5'4". Okay. I believe that is the average female height.
Nice.
Word. Okay. So, we were talking about the rating scale because Fuzzy Vape. What is his name? Puffy Vegas. How did I fuck that up? Fuzzy Vape. I don't know. Guys, my neck is scuffed. My neck's bugging, so I'm kind of out of it. I got a bumping headache. Let's go around the table. What do you rate yourself in terms of physical appearance on a scale of 1 to 10? Let's start with you. Go ahead.
Like, maybe like 7.
7. Okay. Farah. Did I say it right that time?
No.
I said it right before,
Yeah.
but okay. Farha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, I'd give myself like a 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what you gave yourself last time?
No, last time I said 1.
So it's dichotomy. Last time you felt like a 1. This time you're feeling You're feeling fabulous. Okay. So far as a 10. What about you?
Rating yourself?
Scale of 1 to 10, just physical looks.
Okay.
Not like the total package,
okay,
personality. 5. Okay.
I think everyone's beautiful. I personally don't do ratings. I don't do them.
You don't do ratings?
No.
So you're a 10, is what you're saying?
You could say that. I didn't say it.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I don't do ratings. So
You don't do
I think
ratings?
everyone's beautiful, and it's not my thing.
Is everyone equally beautiful?
Yes, in my opinion.
Everyone's equally beautiful?
In my opinion, yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So there's nobody at this table that is, we're all just equivalent attractiveness?
Well, I think there's different like levels of attraction, but I think that if you look into it, everyone is beautiful in their own way.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll come back to that. What about you?
I'd say like a solid 7.
Solid 7. Okay.
I'm gonna agree with her. I feel like everything is kind of based off of like personal preference.
It's such
But
a
just
cop
for-
out.
But just for the sake of this, I will say 7. But I know I'm gonna get lit up in the chat, so we can just be done.
Okay. All right. 7. All right.
It's
Bernadine.
not the first time I've ever rated myself. I'm old. I'm in my 30s. I don't know, 6. My
Okay.
husband thinks I'm a 12, so I'm good.
Tegan.
6.7. But when I get tan, I'll give myself a 7.
When you get 10, you
Yeah.
give yourself a 7.
Right.
Okay. I guess we can rate ourselves. Orion.
I would think somewhere in the 8s.
Okay. I give myself a 6. 6.9 on a good day. I'm a 7 with this thing. That it's not mine, by the way, in case you guys are wondering. Flan Life. I'm 6'6", but I'm a ginger rating. We'll do Flan Life really quick. Merci beaucoup pour le Canadian 55. C'est vraiment génial ça. Merci Flan Life. He's 6'6", but a ginger. What's his rating? Go quick.
10.
Quick, everyone, shout it out,
8.
blurt it out. 8. I give you a 10, Flan
7.
Life. 6'6", Giga Chad. Can I hook you up with Flan Life? He's 6'6".
He's actually really tall for me, but I
Oh,
might be
he's too
down.
tall.
I said I might be
Oh,
down.
you're down? Flan Life, can I hook it up? She's 4'11". Okay. So wait, you don't believe in the rating system?
No, I don't.
You don't. Okay. Why is that?
As I mentioned, I just believe everyone was born beautiful, uniquely made, and I don't think there's a reason to rate people.
Everyone is born beautiful.
I'm Christian, so I just believe that everyone has their own, I mean, this kind of diverts a little bit, but like their own
No, you can
purpose, and everyone is born already basically just beautiful. So I don't think there's a reason to rate people and bring them down, or I don't like the bringing down aspect of it.
Well, I don't think it necessarily brings people down, but
I feel like it could.
It could.
Yeah.
I agree with you, actually. I think that everybody can be beautiful, but I think it would be naive to say that we're all equally attractive.
Yeah, I
Now-
agree with that.
Great.
The attractive aspect.
So I think what we're getting into is sexual marketplace value. So I have some interesting takes on this. Maybe I can share them at
Yeah,
this
go for
point.
it.
So I think that there's a few different ways that we can approach this, and I think it's generally done with not a lot of nuance. I think that everybody kind of has what I call a normalized sexual marketplace value, which is sort of like, according to the standards of the culture in which you live, how well do you measure up on the most important dimensions to the opposite sex? So a number of the things that you've brought up today are like height. This guy led with his socioeconomic status. He makes $200,000 a year. So these are things that I think would be on normalized sexual marketplace value for men. For women, it would be their physical appearance, their age, things like that. But no one really knows what their sexual marketplace value is, because all transactions are based on perceived sexual marketplace value. Like, I got a thing for cute nerds. That's my thing. And that's not necessarily what the culture tells me women are supposed to look like in terms of their archetypal beauty. But that's something that's really interesting and attractive to me. And you never really know until you engage a person how they perceive you in terms of your general attractiveness. Just because you don't accord with the socialized, normalized sexual marketplace value doesn't mean that you can't be highly attractive. Or conversely, just because you are 6'4" and you make a lot of money doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be very attractive to certain women, right?
Yeah.
But the kicker is that you really only know your sexual marketplace value when you get into a relationship. So it's like, I knew somebody that I was very close to. She was an artist, and she had never sold a painting before. And she started by offering her paintings for $100,000, which, God bless her, I love the courage with that, but it just wasn't really realistic that someone was going to buy a piece of art for $100,000 from an unknown artist. It was only when she began to bring down that price that we got to see what that painting was actually worth. And that only occurred because somebody was willing to pay X amount for it. Until then, the actual price or the value of that painting was kind of like just pure potential. We only really realize worth in the moment of transaction, which can only occur between two individuals.
So you're saying, okay, so then let's say the girl gets into a relationship, then how do you determine her SMV from the guy's status?
Yes. So I think that you can kind of, in this framework, determine a woman's sexual marketplace value by the normalized sexual marketplace value of the men who are willing to get into a relationship with her, and you can determine a man's male sexual marketplace value by the normalized sexual marketplace value of the women he is able to sleep with.
Okay, what if she's gay? How do you determine her SMV?
I don't know. I guess you could do it. I think most of these concepts apply also to gay relationships.
But I don't know if lesbians are hypergamous.
They are really big on commitment. There's an old joke about what does a lesbian bring to a second date, and it's a trailer because she's moving in. So there's takes all kinds, but there is my understanding, a big bent in lesbian relationships towards commitment.
Okay. I just feel like in high schools and colleges, like people kind of date people at their school. They're probably like in a similar income range.
Sure.
So I don't know how you would determine like the SMV of like a college sophomore who's dating another college sophomore who are both kind of an equal amount of college debt. And you wouldn't say she has low SMV because she's dating a guy in debt and not getting scooped up by a millionaire, right? So doesn't that kind of make your definition of SMV kind of irrelevant to most dating instances?
No, because I think it's based on the context in which you exist. So we can say that people might have a normalized sexual marketplace value for the culture at large, but maybe the culture that and the context that matters most to you is your campus. Or maybe it's even just like the people in your homeroom class. Like there's all kinds of hierarchies within social systems as soon as more than two people start to relate to each other.
Okay, so then you would then judge it based off like, okay, is that guy an athlete? Is he like doing well, or like what would be
in high school?
metrics?
Yeah, that's the stereotypical one. It's like who is the big man on campus is the quarterback, right?
Sure.
Now, does this guy can he compete with somebody who's 35, makes $1 million a year? Well, it just depends on what the woman is looking for. You know, she might be so involved in that context that she will actually choose the quarterback over somebody who makes, hundreds of $1,000s a year.
Mm-hmm.
I think it really depends on the context.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Oh, and one more thing, and I think this is why this is great advice for guys, especially maybe the shorter kings out there, 5'7", is find a context in which you can shine. Like you can be a contextual alpha. I know you might not love that term, but you can definitely have a higher sexual marketplace value in certain contexts versus others.
Word. By the way, do you want your glove back? I don't know, it's kind of, okay, here you go. Was that a shitty throw too? Okay. Did we get any chats, Eric? Any chats? Let me check. Oh, here we go. Oh, fit check. We got to do a fit check. Hold on. Let me get through these. We got, Davon Jackson, longtime supporter. Thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. To the Hobbit, why should a man shorter than his bloodline? Shorten his bloodline for you, besides the two obvious reasons?
Well, thank you. Well, I mean, they tall
That's
guys
what I
like me, but
consider.
like I said, it's not a deal breaker. But also, I'm worth it, so why not?
Wait, Tegan, did you want to say something?
No, I have
Oh,
no
you just
comment.
looked like you were chomping at the bit there
No.
to say something. Well, I kind of wanted to come in, I think, on the 1 to 10 thing there. So, I mean, you say that you don't rate people based off of a physical appearance.
I don't.
How tall is the guy that it's complicated with?
I actually don't know.
You don't?
I'm not very good at telling height, so I'm not sure.
If you had to guess.
Maybe 5'9".
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
You don't care at all about his physical appearance.
He's attractive for sure, but
Well, hold on. I thought everyone's equally attractive.
well, no, I did mention that I think there are levels of attraction, but I think that everyone is born beautiful in their own unique way.
But are there some people that you don't find physically attractive?
Yes, I think in my personal preference, there are people that aren't as attractive as others, but
Sure.
I think rating people just doesn't have any value to it.
Okay, I understand that. Would you say that there are groups of people that you find attractive that there's degrees to those that you find attractive? For example, you could find two people attractive, but you find one more attractive than the other.
Yes.
Sure.
Do you mind clarifying a little more?
Well, I mean, if there's... Hold on just a sec. Thank you,
Devon
Davon.
Jackson donated $200. Notice how I ask her how she's worth it, and her answer is, because I'm worth it.
I mean, I could give the points. I can debate all night. I did speech and debate, so I have the points ready.
Are you the table? What do you bring to the table? The table? You are the table.
Yeah. So okay. So in terms of what type of guy am I catering to? Because it depends. Like, I don't know. I feel like this podcast, it goes for like the red pill movement, right? So do you want me to answer it in that type of way? Because I can't answer.
I don't know if this podcast goes for the red pill movement, although I have a red
Are you
pills
sure about
and
that?
blue pills on the table. Well, I don't like, in the same way that I don't like the alpha characterization, the high value, high status man characterization. I believe that people can have differences of opinions, and I'd much rather just tell you what my thoughts are than just try to attach myself to like a given
movement.
Okay. I mean, look, the red pill space is, I suppose, getting some flack right now, but red pill is a metaphor. I mean, I don't think there's a strictly one, there's not a Bible of the red pill that it's like, this, if you're red pill, this is exactly what you believe in. I mean, there's people that are red pill that I disagree with on things. Ultimately, at the most basic level, I think red pill is waking up to the truth, waking up to reality. And when it comes to intersexual dynamics, it's waking up to perhaps uncomfortable truths about what men want, what women are attracted to. So anyways, that's kind of derailing the conversation. He's curious, why should a man shorten his bloodline for you besides the two obvious reasons?
Well, I mean, if he wants to, he will. And I mean, like I said, previous boyfriends are 6 foot and above, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't date somebody shorter. Sure. I don't mind dating somebody shorter.
But what do you bring to the table is what he's asking.
Okay, so educated, ambitious, let's see.
Do you think men care about that?
No, but I was going to say other things too.
But he's asking what you bring to the table, and it's not, I would say for most men, that's not at the top of the priority list in terms of what they would find attractive in a partner.
I would say that I'm really loyal. I have feminine qualities, a low body count, for sure.
Well, didn't you just say you were masculine?
No, I mean, I have both qualities in me,
Sure.
and I've been working on being more feminine and trying to be more feminine.
Okay.
And I am feminine in a lot of ways.
Okay, so you bring loyalty. You said your ambition.
Low body count.
Low body count. What's your body count?
I prefer not to answer.
Well, you just said you have a low body count.
Yeah, I mean, I don't sleep around, and I've only been in very few relationships. And the reason I won't answer is because of trauma, and I don't want to get into that. It's something very disheartening.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So loyalty, low body count. Anything else?
Well, I want to have children.
Can you bench press 200 pounds?
No.
Will you stick it out in the zombie apocalypse?
Yes.
Do you know how to play the cello?
I don't, but I know how to play piano.
That's a deal breaker for Davon Jackson. I'm
Okay,
sorry if you don't
that's
know how to
fine.
play the cello. It's a done deal. Okay, so going back to our thing, 1 to 10. So you were asking me to clarify when it comes to, I was asking you, if you were to find, for example, 3 men physically attractive, would you be able to, for example, say, he's more attractive than this one and this one's more attractive than the other?
Yes, I would be able to.
Like,
Or maybe they would all be attractive.
Sure.
It would depend.
For example, perhaps there's 100 people in a room, say 50 of them are men.
Yeah.
You could, to some degree, put them in order of, you could maybe say, that's the most attractive guy in this room.
There could probably be guys that were more attractive, but maybe some would be kind of equally attractive. Yeah.
Certainly. There could certainly be men of a comparable physical attractiveness.
Similar.
And likewise, you might see a few men in a room who you find unattractive,
Maybe less attractive.
who
that-
you're not attracted to.
Yeah.
And you could say to some degree that there's degrees to how not attracted to them you are.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
Okay, so I mean, the 1 to 10 scale system is basically that.
She's saying it's subjective. So like if you go to an art museum, she could say all these paintings are beautiful, but there's certain ones that I'm more drawn to, and you can rank all the paintings,
Yeah.
but you can still acknowledge that they're all beautiful.
Thank you.
I think
That's
it's
what I'm
okay
saying.
as a Christian to understand that beauty is objective. Like even in the Bible, it talks about, the Bible records saying that Sarah was beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, Rachel was more beautiful than Leah. You know, Esther was
That's a
beautiful.
good
That's
point.
why she
That's a
was
good point.
chosen by the king, because she was so beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's okay. Like, it's okay if we're not all 10s. It's okay if, you know,
Yeah.
if we're honest about that, because it does help appreciate, you know, objective beauty. We can appreciate it without feeling devalued by it.
But it's not objective, because you take all the 10s in one city and bring them to a room full of Victoria's Secret models, and every guy would agree that their rating goes down. So how is it objective?
That is a really
There-
good point. Sorry,
there
I think
are,
it is subjective though.
There are objective traits, like women across the bar find taller men, you know, more handsome. If they've got a wider jawline, sharper jawline, that's more attractive to them. You know, wider shoulders, broader shoulders, that's attractive, because those are all signs of high testosterone levels. So biologically, women across the board, whatever country you want to go to, women are attracted to things about men that show that they're good leaders, strong providers, strong protectors. And so it's a biological thing. Like, it's not a shallow, you know, conceited, vain thing. And in the same way, men also have, you know, traits that they seek in a woman, because it communicates to them that she is feminine, that she can carry a child, because men really want to, you know, procreate and have children and carry on their bloodline. And so they want women who, you know, who objectively have wider hips and fuller breasts and things like that, that gives a sign of fertility. And so it's okay, like, it's okay to be biologically wired. It's okay to have a history as a human race and to have preferences. Men and women both have preferences. And the subjective part, I think that's a great thing, because if you're 4'11", if a man is 5'5", or just 5 foot tall, that's perfect for you, you know, because he's still taller than you, because he still communicates protection and provision to you. So that's the subjective part, but there are biological traits.
But yeah, there's a subjective part. Like, if you walked around UCSB, because we're in Santa Barbara, and went to like the hottest guys at UCSB, and then you, like, they're a 10 to the people that live here, and then you asked like the most beautiful movie stars or whatever, TikTok people, whoever you want to bring, if they're a 10, they wouldn't say that, because they're just like average looking people. Like, it just depends who the audience is. So
True,
it's
but
subjective.
isn't it kind of just trying to be kind of politically correct when you're just trying to say that, oh, like, you know, everyone's beautiful? Like, you're just trying to not answer the question, you're trying to leave. But the harsh reality is that, like, attraction matters, and obviously men look at it. Men are very visual creatures,
Right.
and women also, they do go based on attractiveness, even though obviously they're going to lean more into, like, personality and the full package. But the reality is that people are going to look at how you
But
look.
attraction
that
is
matters.
different to everyone. Like, you could think someone is a 10 out of 10, and I look at them and I'm like, I would never talk to them a day in my life.
It's
And-
both. It can be objective and subjective.
And guys can be attracted to girls they don't think are objectively attractive
Yeah.
either, that they would rank a 5. So attraction and attractiveness don't even usually go
And
hand
I can
in hand.
say, like, I can look at someone and be like, yeah, like, they're like objectively attractive, but they're not my type.
Yeah.
Like,
Or girls can be really turned on by confident guys who they would still objectively, in terms of looks, rate like a 2, right? But that could be the guy who makes them more wet than they've ever been in their entire life. That's why I think the rating system is kind of irrelevant to dating dynamics.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was just saying that I just want to ignore the subjective part of rating, because as I mentioned, I just think that we were all created beautiful, and I don't think there's a point in being subjective with ratings.
Well, I think it's kind of delusional, because it's like you have to the rating has to be there, right? Because it's like we see attraction in people, right? I mean, this is not
well,
like
yeah,
coming
we
for
do.
anybody. It's just a debate. So, but what I'm saying is like guys are gonna find like certain girls attractive, right? And then certain girls are gonna find something else attractive. Like that's just how the world works. Like it's like a harsh reality to face, right?
Yeah, but a man could be a solid 10 but live in his mother's basement. So I feel like there's also multiple different rating scales on a 1 to 10 standard.
Well, sure. I mean, there's all kinds of factors. I mean, there's status, there's personality, there's money. But I mean, we are kind of specifically talking about just physical appearance here. But you said that the 1 to 10 rating scale is irrelevant?
I think it's kind of inaccurate, because like I said, you take all
inaccurate.
the 10s of one city and put them in a room with other girls, so I don't really see what the point of it is. And like I was saying, I don't think most people actually factor in that rating into their actual attraction to someone, like that objective sense of attractiveness, because like I said, guys could be turned on or like have the best sex of their life with a girl who's less attractive than their wife, because there's something about that interaction that turns them on. And same with girls. And even like you just said, yeah, there's objective cues, but two people who look exactly the same could walk into a room, but if one's wearing a red shirt and one's wearing a blue shirt, people will rate the one in a red shirt higher, right? So that's why I think like we think we're looking objectively, but really we're factoring in like clothing, confidence. If someone walks in with like an air of confidence, we're going to rate them higher. So that's why I think it's useless.
Well, I mean, certainly the way you dress and present yourself is going to have some impact on how someone deems and how someone rates you. Same with personality, same with status, same with whatever. You mentioned confidence, for example. And certainly it's not, I don't think when we're talking about the 1 to 10 rating scale, we're not saying looks is the only factor when it comes to attractiveness, but we're speaking about something very specific, and we're speaking about physical attractiveness.
Yeah, and I'm saying like even physically wearing a shirt on your body can change your rating, the way people objectively rate you, drastically.
Sure, and for example, if someone has a positive, sunny disposition,
if they smile, instead of
if they're chipper, if they're smiling, that in itself, just purely on the physical level, can make them appear more physically attractive. But I think, for example, I guess where it matters, if we look at someone if you lined up 100 people and you said, hey, they all generally said this person's a 10, looks wise they're a 10, whether that's a man or a woman, that's going to have an impact when it comes to their dating life. If someone is a 10 in terms of looks, can you agree that they're probably going to fare better than someone who is ranked lower?
Well, it depends, because I think red pillars will be the first to argue that girls don't really factor in looks as like a cardinal point of attraction. They factor in status and height more, right? So
I think looks. I think looks are pretty important.
I agree with that.
But
I made an episode about that. What became fairly popular was called "The Part That Women Always Leave Out," and a lot of guys, especially when they're younger and they're confused about women, they ask women, like, what are you looking for? And they'll say things like, oh, I want somebody kind, and I want somebody who's generous, and I want somebody who's interested in having a family. And the guy will listen to these things and kind of nod and be like, okay, well, I'm a nice guy, I'm kind, and I'm willing to have a family, and I could be generous and share the things that I have. And they go out and they really try to highlight those things, because they're kind of taking on good faith that that's what the women are going to respond to sexually, and they're generally in for a rude awakening, because I think the part that women tend to leave out is that they want all those things, but they want those things from the men they are attracted to. And I think that most women have been attracted to men who did not possess all of those characteristics. So the attraction always comes first. And then among the attractive options, women then get to choose which of those attractive men to her possess the best possible option for a relationship moving forward.
I agree that attraction needs to come first. Like I was just saying, like if a guy you're not attracted to flirts with you, you're gonna be turned off, but that doesn't mean that what she finds attractive is based off an objective rating, or a guy who's objectively rated as a 10. Like again, you could be really attracted to someone because they're funny. You're conflating what she finds attractive with an objective rating scale.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I just don't think that it's irrelevant. I would say it's relative. I think that's the word that you were going for, because if you could be very attractive in one context and move them to another, it doesn't necessarily mean that that attraction level is irrelevant to their decision making or their perception, just that it changes based on content, context, and other factors. So it's not like inherent to the individual.
Yeah, I guess my point was you were saying girls are only going to like those traits in guys they're attracted to, but we were talking about the rating system, and I was saying I don't think that means they're factoring looks into their attraction was my point. I'm saying, like, again, that could be based off, like, if the guy makes her laugh and she finds him hilarious, or she finds him rich, so she's going to be attracted. That was my point.
The rating thing was just on physical appearance.
Yeah.
I think that's that'd be like step 1, and then step 2 is like, what's he like, his personality, etc. Do we get along? So it's just strictly about physical appearance.
So in that case, the rating is fine then, because physically, then that's possible to do that.
To
right?
do what?
To just like rate somebody like based on what they look like just physically then, because obviously you're saying like personality and you're saying like well-roundedness and everything, but I feel like then it's fair to ask everyone.
Wait, where's the audio? Madison, can you read this really quick?
All right, this guy in the tie is putting me to sleep with his TED talk. Got some powerful baritone up in this. I don't know what word that is. A dude that'll make these females flood their chairs with every syllable. I'm thinking Corpse Husband would be perfect. Would make an epic show.
Storm Striker, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Your response?
I'm never been on a TED Talk before. I'm honored that this is my first.
All right. Can we actually redirect the conversation to a fit check? Can everyone please stand up really quick?
Let's do it.
Fit check, outfit check.
Oh.
Yeah. Just stand up really quick. I'm gonna put it on center. All right. Maybe a little spin.
What about you?
Me too?
Yeah, you too.
I can barely fit in here.
We'll get you. First, we'll get this side.
Do a little spin, everyone.
Yeah, I guess a little spin if you want. You don't have to. Okay, I guess that's a little spin. And then we have Madison over here wearing.
Brian always hates on my outfits.
Orange pants. That was not a button.
I thought we were about to get fucking streams. Okay, cool.
Cool. Okay. Was that you?
What?
Did you hear that noise?
What noise?
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
The ambulance?
No.
Sound like a dog? Was it you? Because you kind of made like an interesting noise earlier. So
She's a cat.
Yeah, I just get hiccups.
you get the hiccups. Okay, let me get a couple of these chats here. All right, we have Jimmy F. Thank you, man. Brian, your show is amazing, and I've been binging it for a week or two now since it's entertaining. And I love the arguments. Just glad I got to catch part of a live stream. I'm a truck driver, and I really appreciate what you said about us on another episode. Hey, man, yeah, you guys who are working on infrastructure, if you're a truck driver, you guys are what's holding up this country, not people in fucking HR and in marketing departments of corporations. So shout out to people in the trades, shout out to truckers. If it wasn't for people working in infrastructure and trucking and transport, if y'all disappeared tomorrow, this country would be in chaos within 72 hours. Okay, so thank you, Jimmy. Appreciate it, man. And then we got the one from Storm Striker. We have a couple super chats here. We have one from Sweet Tooth. Did I read this one? I don't think so. 6'3", as a 6'3" guy. By the way, Sweet Tooth, good to see you back, man. Thank you for your patronage tonight. The lady in blue is too short. FYI, I think it's with 2 O's, just saying. For Farhub, I guess that's your new name.
And yours is Brain.
You need more overalls.
Overall. Like education.
I think he means overalls.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but no, I know. Yeah. Bad joke. Okay. You didn't even know what brain was meaning about the zombies, bro. If you're gonna, you got to make sure. If you're gonna say what you're saying, you got to make sure that you spell check these. Was meaning about the zombies and offing for kids because you couldn't survive weak.
He's so right. I'm so sorry I didn't intuitively understand what poverty zombies meant.
How dare you not
I
know about
know.
poverty zombies?
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet Tooth, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. Caleb, maybe he was like misspelling shit on purpose just for the memes, you know?
Sure, yeah.
Of course. All right, Caleb Martin, 100. I'm a 6-foot lumberjack of a man. What do you guys think of men with beards? Also, ones that ride bikes, mainly Harleys. So, ladies, what do you think of men with beards? Don't worry, I won't be offended if you don't like them.
If it's well kept, then I accept it.
If it's what?
Well kept.
If the beard is well kept.
Yeah, if it's all over the place, then.
They're great. My husband has a beard.
I think if it's like too bushy, like this long, I personally don't like it. Like I think like if it's short amount, I think that's good. But Harleys, I don't like Harleys. They're really loud and annoying.
Okay. Beard, Farah.
I think beards are sexy.
Just giving you the argument.
Rock and roll. What about you?
Not really into beards.
Proposal rescinded. What's up?
I prefer a clean shave, but I don't mind it if they want to have one.
Okay, what about you?
I don't mind beards. I prefer if they're well kept for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, same. If it looks good, it looks good.
If it looks good, it looks good. Caleb Martin, 6-foot lumberjack. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, we have B. Powell, 1321, with a photo of a dog taking a dookie. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Ask the ladies if they know what Memorial Day is. Hashtag Trump 2024. Okay, do you know what Memorial Day is, guys?
Yes.
Huh? You do? What is Memorial Day, Farha?
Why are you asking me? I didn't answer. She
Oh, you
did.
didn't? Oh, okay. What is Memorial Day? Is it today? Wait, hello?
It's tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. My bad. Got my dates mixed up.
Honoring the soldiers that passed away.
Anybody else want to take a wager at this? Okay. Thank you, man. Appreciate it for the super chat. Your dog is adorable. Okay. So I want to open it up to you guys now. Is there anything dating related that any of you would like to get off your chest? Do you have a comment, concern, complaint when it comes to dating? Are men pissing you off in some way? Just anything, any topic if you'd like to bring up, or if you want, you can share perhaps why dating sucks if you want.
How about pet peeves?
Pet
Pet-
peeve.
pet
Wait, wasn't
peeve.
there something before the show that you wanted us to touch on?
She was saying, should talking stage be exclusive?
Oh yeah.
We're
Do you keep
saying
your do you keep your options closed or open when you're in the talking stage?
Are you asking us, should you, or are you asking us on an individual level?
Like
Like,
individually.
what we each individually do?
She's saying, should you?
Well, both.
Okay. Is that an anarchy necklace, by the way?
No.
Or no, sorry,
It's
the
a
pentagram. Pentagram. Okay. Sorry, the microphone was blocking it. Okay. Is that like a BDSM necklace?
No.
Because they have the things with the collars for BDSM.
You're like obsessed with this subculture.
I'm trying to learn.
Yeah.
I'm trying to expand my horizons. Can I
I
go
think-
to
I
a
think you
goth
have a
club with
type.
you, by the way? Do you go? Are there goth clubs anymore?
Yeah, in LA there's a lot.
In LA, there's a lot.
Yeah. They also
Okay.
have some where well I've been to one. It's called Drag House.
Drag house.
Drag House.
Drac.
Like, yeah, drag like Dracula, Drag House.
Is it like a vampire club?
No, pretty much people would go in there and they do like BDSM stuff. And
Good
it's
times. Good times. Okay. So your question is, should you be single or only talking to one person during the talking stage?
Yeah. Well, for me personally, like I used to, like if I was talking to somebody, and I would only talk to them. But and then I kind of stopped doing that because, you know, as you know, they kept failing, and I moved on to a new one. Like I kind of realized, okay, like I'm not the only one they're talking to. So I didn't like having the feeling of like pretty much putting all of my eggs in the basket and then being let down. And then the way I see it is like, you know, if you keep your options open and you're less like if that person decides to not move forward with you, then you don't feel as bad. It's like, okay, that's fine. And also, you know, it makes it more special in a way that even though you had all these options, you still chose that person. So that makes it a little bit more special, you know, like, yeah, you know, I've talked to these other guys, but I have something special with you. And, you know, you decide to move forward with them. So that's just my personal opinion about it. As long as it's like mutual, of course.
I think it's okay to be talking to multiple guys if it's actually that, just talking.
Erroneous!
Like, you're not
Erroneous!
No.
Because
She should be single for 3 years before she even meets me.
me too.
Okay, go ahead.
Because traditionally speaking, the woman is the one who's getting pursued by the man, right? So you have to be actually worth being pursued by multiple men. You don't want to be sleeping around with them and call it talking.
Oh,
but
yeah, that's different. Yeah. If you're
it's
sleeping around, then that's different. But,
right. No, you can talk to multiple men, but you space it out so you can actually get to know one at a time instead of mixing it all up. And you kind of start feeling like sleazy if you're talking to a bunch of them and then you're not, you know, making your decision. Do I keep talking to this person? Do I stop talking to this guy? So it's okay. But yeah, actually be intentional with it. You don't want to date just to date forever or get into a situationship or hook up. You know, you want to actually date to marry. So if that's your end goal, then you'll be more intentional about it, and it will have a purpose the whole time you're talking to multiple men. You're saying, this one, I don't see a long-term relationship with him. I don't see one with him. I do with this guy, so maybe we can keep meeting again. So just stay intentional, and it's okay to have your options open and just keep it wholesome. You know what I mean?
If I'm on a third date with a girl, all the other options should be gone.
Mm-hmm.
If it's our third time hanging out, gone.
Right. So if some girl slides on you and says, "Want to fuck tonight?" What are you saying?
Huh?
Yeah.
If some girl does what?
If some girl says, "Brian, do you want to fuck me tonight?" but you're on a third date with another girl, you're saying no.
I'm on a date with a girl, like on a date, and you slide into my DMs and you're like, "Brian, I'm so overwhelmed by your
Or like the
dashing."
day after the third date. You guys aren't exclusive yet.
I was setting you up here, Farah.
Okay.
So you slide into my DMs and you're like, "Brian, take my virginity." I might have to jump at the chance of that. No, I'm kidding. Would I leave the date? Is that what you're asking?
I've heard
me?
you do like big labia.
Huh?
Anyway.
What? Oh, what?
You see my point, though. My point is, like, would you be exclusive to her? After? Are you going to throw this at me? Should we check my
Are you
reflexes?
team Audi?
What is going on?
Brian has a fetish for
Whoa.
Audis.
Let's not say fetish. Let's say an interest.
So answer my question.
It's also a compassion thing. I'm very compassionate towards women with a lot. Are you saying you have a large labia? Is that what you're saying?
Imagine the biggest labia in your life. That girl slides into your DMs.
So you don't, not you.
No, she's.
Oh, I thought
me
you
too.
I thought you were talking about you, huh?
It could be both.
It's also you.
Yeah.
So
maybe. Would
maybe.
you say yes to that girl after the third date? If a different.
I'm not. By the way, if this is a bait to try to get your OnlyFans, I don't pay for OnlyFans. Just saying.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you post on your OnlyFans?
My labia.
You're like.
Possibly.
I'm not I'm not taking the bait. I'm sorry. I don't pay for OnlyFans. What were you saying?
You'll just be checking leak sites later tonight.
Of course not.
Brian,
What?
would you date to marry, or are you just dating to hook up?
Well, I don't want to get married, so.
So
Why
what
not?
are you trying
Why
to
not?
do? If you go on a third date with a girl and you say she doesn't need to be dating anybody else, like what is the end goal?
Well,
Why don't you want? No, we need to answer this.
Oh,
Why
I
don't you
got
want to marry? Because you're doing a dating show right now.
yeah. Who
So-
said anything about marriage?
No, okay. So tell us.
Well, in the Western world, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to divorce, it's just the family court system is stacked against men. Men fare really bad in divorce. So I don't see the benefit of getting married. I could be monogamous with someone long term, have a life partner. Some people don't like that term, but I could be with one girl. I can be with one girl long term, maybe even my whole life. I don't need the government involved, and divorce is just not good.
What a pussy. That's like a lifelong talking stage.
How's that?
No.
You don't want to
That's
get
not-
married because you don't want to get divorced. Why not just like work towards a really good marriage? You don't have to get divorced.
But here's the thing, Farah.
You can
How
cut
many?
your-
Hold on, let me just address her thing.
Women
How-
file divorces
How
way
many?
more than men.
Well, no, but how many people get married thinking that this is the person I love to death? I could never see us breaking up, never see us getting divorced. 1 year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, the divorce comes. And so and I think I would assume most people that get married aren't going into it thinking, I'm probably going to get divorced. However, the stats, I think the stats are like 50% of divorces end, or excuse me, 50% of marriages end in
I
divorce.
don't think those odds are too bad.
So you're
That's
saying-
pretty, 50%'s pretty bad.
You wouldn't flip a coin for the love of your life?
No, if I was in an airplane and I was skydiving and there's a 50% chance that the parachute doesn't work, I'm not taking that bet.
Except you're in control
What do
of
you
whether
mean?
you get divorced. Like, it's not like you press a button and then it decides whether you guys are going to get divorced. Like,
Well, not
it's in your
necessarily.
control.
There's at will, no contest divorces. So if one party just wants to walk away, that's not within your control. You can't keep somebody in a
sorry.
marriage that doesn't want to be there.
Sure, but if he has a really great marriage, I don't think his wife is going to be doing that. Usually women divorce because the guy is unfaithful or he's not working towards communication.
Well, look, certainly there are scenarios where there's abuse or, there's genuinely irreconcilable differences. But I mean, can we also agree that sometimes it's the case that maybe a relationship ends because someone else came into the picture or someone got bored?
Yeah, someone came into the picture and it's usually men who have extramarital affairs. Like 1 out of 4
I think it's
married
actually,
men.
I think the stats show that it's pretty comparable when it comes to cheating and infidelity.
No, 25% of married men, I think 10% of married women.
I have a
I
question
haven't seen
for
that
you,
stat,
Brian.
but what's up?
Would it make you feel better if you knew that some women out there don't rely on the government papers to stay married? Like they're faithful to their husbands not because of the government paperwork,
But because of
but for other
religion?
reasons? Yes.
Do you mean religion? But I mean,
Sort of.
if you get married in the West, I
Mhm.
don't know exactly how it works, but I think you can have a religious ceremony, but you would be. I don't. Has anyone here been married ever? I don't know exactly how it works, but.
I have.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
duh. Okay, yeah, you are married. Don't you have to go to the courthouse and get a
License?
a marriage license or
Yes.
something? Is that before you get married or after you get married?
Before.
You
Because
get
it
it.
needs to get signed when you get married.
So you bring that to the pastor or whoever
Right, yeah.
officiates the marriage. Okay. So I mean,
Well-
I don't have an issue
Mhm.
necessarily from the religious angle of marriage, but keep in mind, secular people get married. I have an issue primarily for the severe consequences of divorce, and chiefly those are financial consequences. It's not a good bet. Not
I
a
think
good
part
bet.
of that is because men and women really don't know how to work together. Obviously, you can see that from feminism. You can see that from the Red Pill, Manosphere movement, from the MAGTOW movement. There's like such a huge divide. Like men and women literally don't know how to relate to each other, from the dating to the marriage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would say though,
Scale.
what I would say though is when it comes to, for example, when it comes to divorce, it's honestly would be a better move for a lot of guys who end up getting divorced, and if they're the breadwinner, it would honestly be a better financial move to just walk up to a random person and say, here's half my assets, enjoy. That's a better move.
I was gonna say that that you know, a man has more to lose when they get married, you know, because like it's been happening a lot lately. Who was it like recently? Like
the male celebrities. You know what? I have a list, and you can tell me if any of these names ring a bell. So these are all men who have had divorces initiated against them. Brad Pitt, Johnny Depp, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Dr. Dre, Ryan Reynolds, Tom Brady, Lance Armstrong, Alex Rodriguez, Channing Tatum, Chris Rock, Ben Affleck, Chris Pratt, Liam Hemsworth, Ben Stiller, David Duchovny, Orlando Bloom, Tiger Woods, Sean Penn, Sylvester Stallone, Paul McCartney, Ryan Felipe, Jason Momoa, Michael Jordan, Steven Crowder, although that's not a great, I don't want to get into the Steven Crowder thing. In any case, these are all very attractive men, high status men, wealthy, and even they can't keep a chick. So me as like, I consider myself like kind of a normal dude. I think, bro, if Brad Pitt can't keep a chick, I'm fucked.
Well, I think the biggest problem and the reason for all this divorce and all this divide and this chaos is because of hookup culture. Like the sexual revolution in the 1960s, it was not like this in the 1950s. People got married and they stayed married. But when the hookup culture and the sexual liberation movement introduced by feminism came in the 1960s, everything just was destroyed. Like if you look up the statistics, your best bet at not getting divorced is marrying a virgin. Okay.
Sure.
Only 5% of virgins get divorced. So if you get married and you haven't had past sexual partners, you don't have all this comparison that you're playing in your mind when you're having sex. You're not thinking you have other options. You're not thinking you can just have this with somebody else. But the hookup culture and the sexual the sexual revolution is what screwed up this country and this society. Before all of this, people got married to the first person they had sex with. So if you want to fix the divorce, you have to go back to stop sleeping around. The person that you have sex with, you consent sex to that person, stay with that person. Just be married.
I don't think feminism is the reason that Tiger Woods cheated on his wife. A lot of high status men, they can exercise their options more. So like you're looking at the outcome instead of the causes for why those women filed divorce. And in a lot of those instances, there was adultery.
Sure. And
but feminism is what told women that being loose sexually is what empowers you. You are empowered if you're naked. You're empowered if you're on a camera, stripping down naked and doing sexual acts for a bunch of perverts on the internet.
How did that empower those men to cheat?
She's saying that some of the men that I listed, they were the ones that were cheating. But and you're right. Yes, some of these men were probably unfaithful. Perhaps some of them weren't, though. Mm-hmm. And perhaps it's also the case that there may have very well been going into a relationship. Look, we don't know the details of these relationships. Maybe there's some understandings in terms of these men having mistresses. We don't know. But at the end of the day, these are exceptionally attractive men who are wealthy and high status who were divorced by their partners. So, I mean, I don't know.
They were also married to very beautiful, exceptional women.
Sure. And look, I don't know if we should, a lot of these men are in Hollywood and athletes. I don't know if we should be looking to Hollywood and athletes as
Hollywood pushes
romantic
sexual degeneracy, so they're definitely not.
But I guess let me ask a question and why I am averse to marriage. My experience has been when it comes to relationships, and I've heard this from other men, is that in my relationship experience, women tend to overwhelmingly initiate breakups.
That's true.
And women overwhelmingly initiate divorce. So, like, a lot of men are looking at what's going on, and we hear the stories from other men of, oh, I got took to the cleaners, 20 years of alimony. I'm going to be paying this woman who is probably capable of working. I'm going to be paying her for 20 years. And if you've been married long enough, you could potentially be on the hook to pay for her lifestyle the rest of her life when she may very well be capable of working, and even when she, I don't know what the rules are if they remarry, but I mean, I can ask the table a question. Of all the and this is a question for the whole table, I'm about to open it up to. Of all the relationships that you've been in, let's not even say relationships, of all the times that you've had to say, I don't want to, okay, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Of all the times when you've been seeing somebody where, hold on guys, sorry, I'm getting distracted here. Of all the times where you've been seeing somebody and someone in the party says, I no longer want to see you, whether that's the guy or the girl, more often than not, is it you as the woman who's saying you want things to end, or is it the guy saying that?
The guy.
For you, the guy? Okay, fair enough. What about for you, Farha?
Me.
Okay, what about for you?
I would say the guy.
More often the guy saying, pumping the brakes and saying, I don't want to see you anymore. And just a point of clarification, that could be you've been on 3 dates with the person, you've been in a 2-year relationship with the person. More often than not, is it you saying, I don't want to see you anymore, or is it him? Go ahead.
It's me.
It's you?
It's usually the guy.
Okay, what about you?
If you're saying verbally saying that, then me. If
Well-
you're saying like just like ghosting, then it's the guy.
There's more than one way to ask for something, but go ahead.
I don't know. I haven't
Oh.
dated in so long.
Okay,
I
fair
don't
enough.
even
I
remember.
don't know if I have the answer to that, because the way that I think of like relationships and how they should be working is that you need to discuss with the opposite person is like what they have been through and what their expectations are for a man, because the biggest issue in today's society is that our parents have one of the highest divorce rates, and it's plummeting and it's affecting all of us. So when you don't have a stable marriage, like your parents aren't stably married, you have no one to look up to like, how does your father treat your mother? You have no one to look up to. So when women go out and they meet men, they don't know what to look for, and vice versa with men seeking women. They don't know what to look for, and that's what is enabling all this confusion, is that all these people don't understand what a true relationship is because they don't have that example.
But okay, so you've had a couple relationships, correct?
Sure, yeah. One
Okay.
official relationship.
Did you end it or did the guy end it?
The guy ended my relationship, but usually my relationships, the one that I've been in, it's like back and forth. It just gets really toxic till it has to end, if that makes sense.
Red flag, but
But like here's what I'm saying though. It's because I had nothing to look after in like what I need to see and what I need to have in like a man, because I didn't have that thing to look up to. So when you don't have a strong family figure, you don't have a strong parent figure, it's like a man and a woman, your mom and your dad, having a relationship. It's difficult for a woman to go out there and understand what a guy is here to offer and what they truly are like willing to give you. So you have a girl who's vulnerable because she doesn't know what she's looking for, and then you have a guy who may be persuading you to be a certain way, or giving you the certain thing, and you don't quite understand. Like, one example I can give for like the disconnect is my boyfriend. When Christmas time came around, I didn't understand what gifts to give because that wasn't something that was like within my family. So when I would give a certain gift, he would be like kind of confused, but I don't know how to give gifts. There's no verbal communication as to what women's expectations are and what men's expectations are for women.
is that, and you're saying because of your family experience?
Yeah.
You said you said your parents got divorced?
Yes.
At
In
what
middle
age?
school.
In middle school?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a contentious divorce?
It was messy.
It was messy.
It was messy.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that women and men don't really have, like, since the divorce rate is so high, there's nothing to look after. And it's just plummeting, and all of these men and women are just butting heads because no one knows what to look for. Because no one's communicating, what did you go through? What did you experience with your parents? And how can we establish a firm relationship? And that's why things are failing. And And then what you're saying is that you feel as though you can't be in a relationship or in a marriage because of these people, you're limiting yourself. Like, what you're saying is you're limiting what you can do and what you can be in a relationship because of what you've heard from other people.
I mean, if you really want to propose to me, you can.
No.
But
I do not.
Oh, rejected. Okay.
Now it's even. You know?
Yes. Right.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Mic drop.
It's true though. Like if girls don't have like a positive male role model in their life, they're more likely to fall for like psychopathic guys, for instance, because they're gonna fill that void and like show a fake veneer of like confidence and maturity. And if you don't have a positive father figure in your life because of divorce or like father absence, you're not gonna see the difference between like good masculinity and toxic masculinity.
Right.
sure.
Well, there's different like attachment styles. Like I did communications in college, and like based on what your parents or whatever like figures you looked up to
Into
when
the
you were
mic.
growing up. Sorry, whatever figures you looked up to when you were growing up, like you're gonna have a certain type of attachment style. Like there's like the quote unquote normal one if you had like perfect parents that you're supposed to have, like just ideally, and there's like avoidant, there's, you know, there's a bunch of them. And if you're not like actively aware of that, then you're like your relationships are going to fail because you're going to be with someone that probably has a different one than you, and they're going to not align, and you're going to have issues and not really know why.
Word. Okay, but so just and
Just
Orion,
going off of what you
I know you want to come in. Let me just adjust a couple things, and I'll have you come in. So I mean, you were kind of pushing back about my take on marriage, and because I'm against marriage.
Right.
Okay. I mean, yes, I suppose. What was the last thing you said? That I'm looking to these other examples, but that's not fair because
It's
I'm
just
not giving it a
limiting.
chance.
You're just limiting it. Like when you have those thoughts in your head and you think about the way that other people have been affected and you put that in your head, it's destined to become your reality because that's what you're thinking.
Well, I don't necessarily think that it's destined to be my reality.
If you're putting it out there, absolutely it will, because you're saying you
Well,
won't get married.
sure,
because
all the
of
more
X.
reason to not get married then. But
I think if you are fear-based, you're going to not be successful in your pursuit
It's not
for a
about-
romantic
well,
relationship.
it's not about
because you're
fear.
listing out the celebrities and you're afraid that something like that
But
can
you
It
happen.
has
are
nothing to
getting
do with
but
fear. It
is
has nothing to do with fear.
underlyingly, It is fear.
But
Oh,
that's
it's not
okay, because like all
fear.
of us deal with
Then
fear.
why won't you
It's
get
not
married?
fear.
Why wouldn't
It's
you
not
take
fear.
the risk to get
Well,
married?
I'll tell you why. Because I mean, if I choose to not sign a contract, which I deem to be, if that contract puts me at a disadvantage, or it's an unfair contract, or the contract is ludicrous, then it's not a fear. It's just me being.
So marriage
it's
is
me.
ludicrous, like signing the paper.
Well,
that
that hold
marriage is
on.
ludicrous?
You don't
It's
have
just
to do the
me being
government papers.
pragmatic.
You don't have to. I don't believe that you have to do it through the government or the state.
Right. Well,
Or get a prenup.
You can make your own.
Yeah, that doesn't
You
dismiss
can make your own
marriage as a
contract between
whole.
you and your fiance and sign it together. Like marriage isn't dependent. It doesn't require the state to make it official.
There's a few things. So some states, there's something called common law marriage. Luckily, I believe, my understanding is California is not a common law marriage state. But if you cohabitate with someone and you treat them as if you're married, basically, if you cohabitate for a certain period of time, the government, the state, will view you as if you were married. So if in the event of a breakup, your girlfriend, even though you weren't technically married, can say, we were married, and then she's going to come after you for alimony and
I'm going to
spousal
say
support.
something controversial, but I'm going to put it on the table so people can think about it. But listen, biblically speaking, okay, and even not even just biblically, like society speaking, humanity speaking, most of societies, even in ancient times, marriage was created through consensual sex. Now hear me out.
Okay, but hold on. Where are you going with this? Because like sex does not create marriage in today's day and age. We can talk about Greece and Romans and shit, but just
imagine if it did. Imagine, okay, we're talking about the ideal here. Listen, if people understood that if they had sex with somebody that made them a husband or wife, then they wouldn't be sleeping around. Then you wouldn't have to be worried about, not just you, but men in general, don't have to be worried about women's body counts and their lack of ability to pair bond. We wouldn't have to be worried about divorce rates going up every time the body count goes up and higher. People would understand that if a man had sex with a woman, that woman is now his wife, and he is responsible to protect, lead, and provide for her. And if they had a child because they had sex, he can't just run away or tell her to have an abortion, because he is now the husband. He's responsible for that unborn child. And he can't just leave the woman after she just gave him her body and her womb. And so he's responsible for her. And we were talking about the ideal. We're obviously like 60 years past this sexual revolution here, so we're very screwed up. But even in the 50s, people understood this. That's why there was a thing called shotgun weddings, where the father, if he found out that you had sex with his daughter, you had to go marry her now. We're 60 years past the sexual revolution, but if we understood that if a woman had sex with a man and gave him her virginity, that meant that she was now his wife. There's no sleeping with some other man. You understand? There's no some other baby daddy, and I'm going back to my first man that I slept with and saying, you got to take care of me and this baby daddy. This is the ideal, and this is what is prescribed in the Bible, and this is what humans have been doing forever, and it was normal even in the 1950s. It wasn't until the 1960s with the sexual revolution that it got screwed up with hookup culture, with abortion being legalized in all 50 states. Everything has been destroyed.
Well, the cat is out of the bag.
Yes, it is.
We can be idealists and wishful thinking.
So you just have to think about it.
But
if you are,
but that's why I need to be pragmatic as a man, because I'm not meeting virgins. Most women who are available are not virgins.
Right.
And
but if you
I'm
just
not a virgin
understood-
myself.
Yeah, that's why Christ is so important in all of this, because with Christ you are forgiven. I'm not talking about a born-again virgin. You can't change the biological reality that you are not a virgin. But if you are forgiven in Christ, that's why a lot of Christians, even though they have a history, they have a sexual past, they understand that they are covered in the blood of Christ and they are forgiven and they can start new. They are committed to the man that they marry, and that's why they're dedicated to that marriage and they don't have a divorce. More conservative, the studies show extremely conservative couples have a better sex life. They have a better marriage. They are happier in their relationships.
I think that's a big L for Christian men to just accept a woman who slept with.
But the Christian men also have history sometimes. They also have been sleeping around.
Sure.
So
but
it's on both parts to
this
understand.
idea that you can be born again virgin.
No, I don't believe in born again virginity.
I do believe in it, because I think God.
Are you a born again?
Unfortunately, I did make a couple mistakes. Yes, a
Virgin?
couple.
Okay.
Yes,
Spiritually,
I'll admit
you
it.
are forgiven.
When you say a couple, what do we?
No longer a virgin.
Baker's dozen? We talking about a baker's dozen?
2.
2?
Yeah.
That's
just 2. Yeah.
You're 21?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. But
just two mistakes.
Yeah, just
some people
just
got 30 mistakes in like a freshman semester, first freshman semester.
I'm a senior in college, so
yeah, you see it.
Virginity at 21.
But I do believe that God does
Congrats.
forgive us.
I believe that too.
For everything.
Absolutely.
So
you're
even if we
forgiven.
do make mistakes with
Wait.
sex or whatever it is, all our sins are forgiven.
I mean,
but you have to be repentant too. Like, you can't be like, I'm not saying you're not repentant, but there are some people who say, oh, I'm a born again virgin, but they still brag about their past sex life and they don't make a big deal out of it.
So you're a born again virgin?
Yes.
So you're waiting until marriage
Yes.
to have sex.
Mm-hmm.
You said you're in a complicated situation with a guy for 5 months.
Yes.
Was he one of your mistakes?
No.
Okay. Is he also a pious, godly man?
I don't know if I should say any information about him.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. We just know
You're
5 million
rededicating
subscribers in
yourself,
Australia. Okay.
Like, you're
Yes.
selling
And well said what you said.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
but as far as being biologically a virgin,
a body count of 2 is pretty low, but I mean, I just kind of laugh at this whole like, okay, you've slept with 50 dudes and then I found Christ and now I deserve
I feel
a
like
godly man.
They don't
I
deserve
know.
I feel like
anything. They
I
don't
think we're
deserve
all
it.
undeserving, but I think God forgives us no matter what. And yeah, we don't deserve it, but he does it anyways.
Sure. I mean,
you shouldn't like say, I'm forgiven now, I demand a virgin after having slept with like 50 people. Like, you don't deserve anything. It depends on the other person if they're okay with that. You know what I mean?
but it's just kind of like I don't know, it just kind of rubs me the wrong way. It's like, oh,
Which
okay.
part?
Well, you've given yourself to that many men, you've slept with that many men, and then you're kind of making a sucker of the guy who you're now going to make wait, I think. Because you gave it up to all these men, and then now you're going, oh shit. Yo, Flan Life, thank you for 50 gifted, man. Appreciate it. Do you want another fit check? Or, I mean, we already did it, you know, just saying. Thank you, man. Really. Oh, wait, that triggers fireworks. Just saying. But, oh, fuck, scuffed. Boom. Okay, fireworks.
Wow.
I don't know. Something about, like, it just rubs me the wrong way.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Tegan.
The sad reality of women who do have high body counts. I've talked to friends who have the experience of, you know, hooking up and having sex with a lot of men, and I've talked to them about it because I know that at the end of the day it is deeper than just running around. There's something that's deeper than that, and I've talked to friends about it, and some of them have said that they don't have a stable home life, and the reason that they do the things that they do is that they're insecure, and
thank you.
When it comes to I just lost my train of thought. Oh, the reason that they sleep with multiple men is because this is what I was told, that they don't have any liking for themselves, and they want to feel pretty from a man for 15 minutes.
Sure, they want validation.
Right, and it's like, how can women motivate other women to steer away from that direction and respect themselves, and how can men help other men to understand that we can't be entertaining that? And like, from your perspective, if you are talking to a girl and you realize that she is maybe mentally unstable, like, there's no reason that you should be having sex with her. You know what I mean? It's like, I think it's the other side of things as well.
Well, if a girl's mentally unstable, get away from me. But wait, what's the question? I'm confused.
I'm saying that men need to hold men accountable and women need to hold women accountable, in a sense of, when men are talking to women and a man wants to pursue a woman, he has to at least make sure that she's not the type of person who this is going to be affecting her long term. Like, we need to have respect for each other in that sense.
Like sexually or relationship?
Sexually, like, if there's a woman who's hooking up with multiple men, like, if you are that guy, you have to at least look into that. You know what I mean?
I don't think men care, right? Because
just
like you were saying, like, the average man is not even able to get laid, right? So they'll just like go for any girl basically. And also for guys, like, body count is very different, so they can get away with like fucking like hundreds and thousands of girls, but like, it's very different for a girl. Like, it matters to a guy a lot, even if he says it doesn't, that she has a low body count.
Right.
Well, I think men do have some responsibility in that they ought to be leaders in this. I mean, there's definitely a component of the cat's out of the bag. Like, it is, the current scenario is what it is. I personally don't think that men ought to be promiscuous either. But
I mean, men have to realize that at the end of the day, they're in control.
Wait, but what?
No.
I want to hear
Like,
after the but.
I mean, in a sense of, like, men, like when you talk about how women have sex with men, when women have sex with men, a part of them leaves. When men have sex with women, they feel nothing. So men have to be aware of when they're having sex with a woman that they're taking a part away from them, because that's the way it works. And
I don't believe that.
Go ahead,
you don't?
No, I think that suggests that sex just inherently cheapens women. And
Have you ever heard of the quote that says, that like pretty much like the man is a key and the woman is a lock, and the lock that can be accessed by many keys is useless, or something like that?
I think it goes something along the lines of
You know which one I'm
a
talking
good
about?
key
right?
can open many locks, and a bad lock is opened by every key. Something like that.
I think
A master key can open many locks, but a lock that can be opened by many keys is a shitty lock.
I think we're fucking up the order a little bit, but yes, generally, yes, I think.
Which came first?
I think it goes like a lock that can be opened by any key is a shitty lock, but a key that can open many locks is a master key.
Yeah.
What I just said,
Something. Yeah, but I
the
think you do
problem
the lock first and then the key.
The problem is if men are sleeping with women, they are causing the body count to go up.
Well, I
so
think
they're
both.
causing problems
It's
too.
a mutual.
Yeah.
It's more of a woman's choice.
Of course, yeah.
Because women are the gatekeepers of sex.
Mm-hmm.
Especially unless we're getting into non-consensual relationships, which I don't think any of us are discussing. It's like, if a woman doesn't want to have sex, it doesn't happen. It's not something that men are imposing on women. It's something that women are choosing to do.
Absolutely.
And
You
that's
don't
why the
think-
sexual revolution was so bad, because it told women, go have sex, be loose. You know, Sex in the City was so popular. Even the show Friends was so popular. Just have sex, sleep around. And it told women that that made you sexy and desirable and powerful. And that's what opened the gate in society. Women opened the gate. Now they're just having sex. And so they're not gatekeeping their bodies and their wombs anymore, because the sexual revolution told them that was empowering for them. And it's not. Like, it's been horrible. You can see the effects of it now. Like, abortion rates are way up. You know, depression and mental illness in women, like 22% of the population have depression and mental illness problems. Women specifically.
Even traditional women who like live on a farm with like the guy who they lost their virginity to, they have an increase in depressive symptoms as well in modern society. So it's
Yeah,
not
I'm sure
correlated
because
to hookup
society
culture.
itself is just so depressing and degenerate.
Yeah, I know.
Let
I'm
me-
just saying it's not related to body count.
Did you want to
But
come
it
in?
is.
Yeah,
it is,
I'd
though.
like to talk. I'm with you. I'm not a big fan of marriage, and we can get into why that might be in a moment. I like having options. I remember, I'm also the child of divorce who is the child of divorce. It's like, I like the fact that I don't have to choose among the 4 women who live in my village. I like the idea that just because I had sex when I was 18 because I was a ball of hormones and I just needed to do something, that I didn't have to make a lifelong commitment to the person. I think that optionality is generally a good thing for both men and women, because it facilitates getting into relationships where there's actually excellent fit between two people, as opposed to just being limited by what's available. Now, optionality comes with a dark side, but I think that we actually live in a society that has unbelievable opportunity when it comes to entering into relationships these days. Like, more opportunity than there's ever been in the history of the world. Now, when it comes to marriage, it's like, yeah, I've seen up close. My parents' divorce took 3 years. It was really tough. And I work with guys all the time who are going through divorces, and absolutely the liabilities of divorce disproportionately affect men, like, without a doubt. But that's kind of the general argument that I hear from guys against marriage. It's just like, it's so risky. But I'm going to give another potential argument, which is, well, what do you get as a man from marriage that you can't get without getting married? Like, just a few moments ago, you said you wouldn't risk it for the love of your life. And my rebuttal is, why can't you just love each other without getting married? What does love have to do with marriage?
What are you considering marriage? Paperwork? Like, what do you count as marriage? Because I didn't count my wedding dress or the wedding rings or the ceremony or the government paperwork as marriage.
Well, that's a wedding, yeah. So to me, a marriage is a civil commitment. And personally, I think the reason why marriages fail today is because it's a fundamentally very humble institution. And we've put so much on top of this that it's basically become unsustainable. Mm-hmm. Like, I think at heart, marriage is about creating a context in which to raise children. I think that's it.
Did you mean literally that you have 4 women in a village? Is that what you said?
Well, it's like my grandmother was raised in a village like that in Ukraine, and her husband lived in the village
so they're not like
older.
4 wives. You're not talking about.
No, I'm saying that there's like 4 women that you could potentially choose for a wife, and like, if it's not one of those 4, it's too bad, so sad. But I remember when my grandmother divorced my grandfather in her 60s, she said that's when her life began. Like, I understand that the divorce rate is very, very high. Like, I don't say, looking at a 55% divorce rate, there's absolutely no way that I would put my head in that noose. But divorce is also, it's good that it exists, because it gives people an out of really difficult situations. Now, there's got to be some space in the middle between like implementing divorce only under these really extreme fringe cases and 55% of the time. There is a great deal of space between those two places.
There is a great deal of space, and like I said, I think a big reason is male adultery. I think that would close the space in the same way you were saying it's a huge risk for guys, disproportionately for them, because women are the ones who usually initiate divorce. 50% of the time it's likely you're gonna get divorced. You could say the same thing for women. Like, 1 out of 4 chances that your husband's gonna cheat on you aren't necessarily attractive odds either, but guys don't really talk about that. They just talk about the fact that like, oh, what's the point of getting into a marriage if the woman's going to divorce me? But they don't realize the fact that the woman already takes on such a huge risk as well in getting married.
Well, you mean in terms of infidelity? Mm-hmm. That's the risk of a woman when she gets married? For a woman when she gets married is the risk of infidelity?
Yeah, the 1 in 4 chance that her husband will have sex with another woman.
Well, my understanding when it comes to infidelity is, like I said before, and I know you challenged it, but the rate is comparable between men and women when it comes to infidelity.
It's
I
getting
could be wrong.
more comparable. I think
could
that
be
she's
wrong.
right.
You
I think it's higher.
It's a bit more men?
Yeah, it is, as I understand it.
I don't know about that.
But infidelity is a really complicated thing. Like for some people, cheating is porn. Mm. And for other people, cheating means like repeated violations of the sexual contract.
The 1 in 4 refers to actual adultery, not like subjective instances of
okay,
infidelity.
Fine. So even in that case, there's a huge range in reaction. Some people are like, nope, this happened once, I'm done. The whole relationship is over, even if we've been married for 20 years, even if we have kids. Other people, they're finding ways to work with the situation. Like it's not an automatic termination. So the infidelity rate can't by itself explain the disproportionate rate in female-initiated divorces, because not every woman who's cheated on divorces her husband.
Oh, I didn't say it was 100% of the reason. I was saying that's definitely a significant way to tighten the gap a little bit between what you were saying of the 55% and then like.
But to go any further, it's like, why wouldn't she get divorced? It's like if I could work a job and if at a certain point I didn't want to work there anymore and I could take half the salary that I was making by not working, like I'm going to get more and more dissatisfied with the work that I would still have to put in at that job. It would take extremely high character and incredible integrity to put in the same amount of work and effort knowing that you could stay at home indefinitely for half the paycheck and then get another job with that time.
Sure, but you were the one who was talking about SMV, and as a woman ages, her SMV goes down, so that's a huge risk, because what are the odds that another guy is going to date her, you know what I mean, with a kid and who's a divorcee? Some guy will, but if women are hypergamous, it won't be the type of guy she wants, so that's a big factor. I don't think women are getting divorced for fun or for this like idea of laziness and just collecting the paycheck. I don't think women want to get divorced. I refuse to believe that mothers are that callous that they're like, I'm just going to collect the paycheck and then find another husband. I don't think that's what they're thinking of in their 50s when they have 3 kids at home.
Yeah, or they stay together for the children.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, I mean, that's just some of the reasons that I've seen that why they stay in a marriage.
Oh, it's certainly something that people endorse a lot, to stay together
Mm-hmm.
for the children.
But I mean, if what's going on in marriages is so terrible for women and with the risk of infidelity, then, I mean, do you agree with me that marriage in general, whether it's for a man or a woman, is a bad move?
I didn't say bad move, I said it's a risk. But
For
it's
both.
a risk within your control. Like I said, it's not flipping a coin or something. You decide whether you're going to cheat. You decide whether you're going to get divorced. You decide whether you work on your communication. It's not like jumping off a plane and 50% chance the parachute's going to open or not.
I think
But people fall out of love. I mean, I would say most relationship breakdowns aren't even necessarily, I don't even think it's necessarily someone's done something wrong.
Yeah, relationships don't have to be bad in order to end.
Yeah, so, and look, I'm a businessman, right? You know I'm a businessman because you find me at my places of business. And I don't sign contracts that don't benefit me. So.
Well, that was kind of my point, is not only is it a disproportionate risk, but what's the upside?
There really isn't.
I can tell you the upside.
Legal upside.
The upside used to be she would sleep with you.
Can I say the upside? Can I say my perspective on the upside?
You mean the upside as a man?
As from marriage in general.
Well, we're talking about it from the man's perspective.
Okay.
What's the upside of marriage?
The upside in marriage is that what a lot of people don't understand is that men and women complement each other in the craziest way possible. Men and women have completely different brains. We're completely different creatures. But when you work together and you communicate through things, men have a fantastic perspective on certain things, and women have a fantastic perspective on things.
Long-term relationship.
Yeah,
I agree with all that,
and
but
you
don't
grow
need marriage for
together
that.
more and more and more as a couple, and when
Long-term
you raise
relationship.
children, and like
Raise children in a long-term relationship.
yes.
You don't. Yeah, but you don't need. You're talking about. You can get all of the things you listed in a long-term relationship. You need not get married.
Are you talking about like marriages without the papers? You know what I'm saying?
That's
no,
what he's talking
I'm
about.
just.
Yeah.
You can just be in a
Lifelong
long-term
Now, how do you establish
relationship.
it?
Okay.
Like, how
What's
does
the-
both
what-
parties know it's a long-term for life relationship?
By-
But you don't even know that if you get married. That's
Yeah.
kind of our point, because it's an
Good
at-will
point.
relationship.
Good
that
But
could
I
end
know
at
that
any time.
because I don't base our marriage off what I listed earlier.
But-
That's a
But
difference here.
you're
think
talking
it's-
from the religious perspective, correct?
I'm
Even
talking from
godly,
the-
even godly, pious people get divorced.
No, I know, because honestly, this is a personal story. My husband and I have been through problems. Like, we've been married for going on 12 years now, but that doesn't mean we never had problems. We had lots of problems, and we had, times where we didn't think we were going to make it. But when I understood that marriage wasn't, all the external stuff, and I understood it was the consummation, that's what sealed it for me. And I know not everyone can relate to that because they've had past partners, but that's fine. Like, when you're in Christ, you make that vow to him, in front of him, and you make that, it's not just a vow, it's a covenant that you make.
Right, but not all people subscribe to the religion that you do, and
It's not religion. It's not even just strictly religion.
It kind of is.
well,
A
I mean,
covenant
I have
I thought
something.
that was
I have
religion.
some. I have something
Let
to
me
mention.
explain. Okay, I wasn't planning on going like in detail, but listen, my husband and I, we got married when we were both 21. Okay, he was a virgin, I was a virgin. Here's the
Based.
thing: this is not a religious thing. It is a human thing. Like I said before, have you ever heard of blood covenants?
huh?
Blood covenants.
Blood covenants? Is this some like True Blood vampire shit, or
No, like you can go back to the Vikings era and the Viking civilization.
you guys did a blood covenant?
Yeah, you know how in like war times, two opposing parties would like cut their hand right here and make a blood covenant and say they're not going to betray each other. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about?
I was actually going to bring that up earlier.
But that's
as
not. Yeah.
I've seen it on.
You seem like someone who would do a blood
Okay, yeah,
covenant.
blood covenants are a thing.
I
Like
would.
people.
Have you ever slashed someone's tires, by the way? Just curious.
You always ask that so
I have
random.
done worse than that.
Oh, shit. Hold on. We'll come back to the marriage really quick. Let's just dive into this. You've done worse than slashing tires?
Like, well, I would say my.
What did you do?
Well, both of my last relationships, like, I would, well, for my first one, I damaged his things, and I,
You damaged his things. Can you be more specific, please?
like, I slashed up his bed, so that way he won't bring other women to go mess with
That
him.
wouldn't stop me. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, he wouldn't.
shit.
He wouldn't be comfortable, at least.
I mean, guys will give us a cardboard box. We'll throw it down.
But if a girl saw that, she'd be less likely to fuck you. I
That's
think.
true.
Yeah.
But if we could get away with a cardboard
Yeah.
box, we would be living in cardboard boxes. So
But-
you took a knife, opened up his bed. Did you
Yeah,
put like a
inside
fish
out,
in there?
Took out the springs, everything.
You took out the
It
springs?
was completely
Holy shit.
disassembled. Yeah.
Disassembled the bed. What else? You destroyed, did you burn his
Well,
My Chemical Romance CDs?
No.
Did you?
So the other one, I pretty much.
You're leaving out so many details. Tell us.
It's kind of embarrassing.
Spill it. Spill it.
kind
It's
of
all good. This is
embarrassing.
what nobody's watching this. This is
Okay,
the
well, I'm
Whatever
not proud
podcast.
of it. I'm not proud
That's
of it.
totally fine.
But basically,
You can confess
'cause
later.
he moved on with another girl, and I ended up finding out all her information, and I pretty much like.
You shanked her?
No.
Okay.
I kind of threatened to tell her boyfriend that she was seeing, because I ended up finding out that she was in a relationship, and I found out her boyfriend's email and his social media, but I didn't do it though. I said I was gonna do it, and then I would
This is pretty
cash out
tame.
$1 to his landlord and tell him to call me so I could talk to him, and like I showed up to his house and I found out where he moved and things
So
like that.
you stalked your
I stalked him a little bit.
ex-boyfriend?
Well,
But
no, I only.
let's talk about property damage, though. Tell us more about the property damage.
Well, that was just it, just the bed thing.
Just a bed? That's it? That's not that bad. It's pretty bad, but okay.
Yeah.
You said you damaged his stuff, but you just...
Is this? Should she be saying this?
Statute of
Like-
Limitations? How long ago was this? It's probably a misdemeanor, so was it within the past year?
No charges were pressed or anything.
But like, how was this like 3 years ago? Because if it's a misdemeanor, you're good.
No charges were pressed. I didn't get in trouble.
He
But
doesn't watch the podcast.
Did you just the bed? That's it? You said you did way worse than slash tires. I mean.
Well, the stalking and stuff, and
the stalking and stuff.
Yeah.
Was there and stuff or just the stalking? I feel like there's something you're not. There's something else. You're just like, I don't know if I want to say I did that shit.
Yeah.
Did you light his clothes on fire? Is
No,
anything involving
I did take his clothes and I scattered them around the desert lot.
the desert lot?
Yeah.
Were you in New Mexico? What?
No, because I live in like a desert town.
You're in where's that?
Lancaster.
Is that the desert? I don't know Lancaster.
It's just a lot of.
Okay, you're in the desert.
Yeah, so they have like a
Did
lot
you
of
bury
like,
it?
desert spaces.
Is there like a cactus or some shit nearby?
Yeah, there were cactuses. Yeah.
Okay.
I also
Important
took
details.
his blankets too.
You took his blankets?
All of his blankets.
You're
yeah.
like a bedroom terrorist. You fucked up his bed. You took his blankets. How's he gonna sleep? It's cold
he
in the
can't.
desert.
I guess he can't.
That could technically, if he succumbed to hypothermia, just
He'll
technically
survive.
manslaughter.
He's a tough guy.
Okay, so that's the word. Anyone else here slash tires? I think maybe you over here.
Me?
Be honest. You
No.
slashed some tires in your day.
I never have.
Well,
I haven't done anything crazy. I
Mhm.
want to know if doing all that, did it make you feel better in the end, or like, do you regret it now? Like looking back on it, you're like, wow, I was kind of kooky for doing that, or do you just think it's like an accurate reason to respond to something that someone did to you?
Well, like I said, I'm not proud of it, but that I was just reacting off emotion at the moment because I was just so angry. So that's how I took out my anger because I felt betrayed by the person. So I wanted to just get like my lick back in some way, you know. Like I don't want to just walk away and like I don't know. Sometimes I'm kind of like I'm tired of like being the bigger person, you know.
Has anyone else here slashed? Anybody? Show of hands. Any tire slashers in the group? Anybody? Any tire slashers?
Do you know what happened to the girl that you like?
Oh, they're
her
still
boyfriend?
together.
Wow.
Good
Well,
times.
gave them something to bond over.
Yeah, if anything, yeah, like so to anybody that thinks about that, like
Just
don't do it because
don't
you're
do it.
just gonna push them together.
That's right.
You know, they're
That's
gonna
right.
for sure like they're gonna be like, oh my god, oh I can't believe it, and comfort each other, and you know, like it doesn't work.
Tell us. Wait. When it comes to the stalking, were you just how many times would you call in a row? Like 20 times in a row from blocked numbers?
I use the Text
Are you the
Now
blocked
app.
number type of stalker?
I use the Text Now app, and I would regenerate a new number. Every time he blocked a number, I regenerated a new number.
So in one day, in a 24-hour period, what's the most amount of times that you tried to call him?
like 50.
50 times?
Yeah.
That's got my ex beat. Okay, 50 times. Emails? Were you emailing him?
Yeah, emails.
Emailed.
Sending him.
What kind of
I sent him videos like
Huh?
trying to talk to him.
What kind of videos?
I made fake accounts.
What kind of
fake-
videos are we talking here? Like
Like-
nude videos or like I'm gonna murder
No.
you videos?
No nude videos. Just more like.
Question. Were you holding the knife in any of the videos?
No.
Was the knife in the background in any of the videos?
No.
Okay.
I never threatened to like hurt him or anything. It was just more like.
Okay.
More like I was like.
You were
come back.
Okay, it was like a tame. It wasn't like a scary stalking. It was like an annoying stalking.
Yeah, just being annoying, just trying to trying to like get him back, trying to talk to him, trying to convince him.
And he
type
was
of
saying
thing.
no.
Yeah, no.
How many days were you calling him, like, was it just a 1 day, 50 calls in a day, or was that like?
It was just a one
Like 2
day,
weeks?
and then as time moved on, like probably like once in a while, I would like try to contact him, but I was just blocked on everything, so it would just became more difficult. And then at the end, I was like, you know, this isn't working, this isn't helping, so I should just drop it.
I'm not gonna
'Cause
lie, it's kind of hot when a girl's that obsessed with you. Just saying. Okay, I'm kidding.
I kind of was obsessed with him. Like, that's how I
Good
am with my
times.
partners. Like, I do become like the obsessive type. So you know how like earlier he was, you were talking about the adore and the adore.
The Doors?
The
I think we
adore.
stepped out for that.
We were talking
The adored and the adorer?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
usually like the adore, I feel like.
That's what's up.
You know?
Sounds like
so,
it.
Based.
And then you had made a comment that it's better to be adore.
How tall are
Like,
you?
I hated being the adorer.
She's
you
my
know?
height.
Wait, you're 4 what?
I'm 4'11".
Yo, hold on.
4'11" gang.
Hold on, I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
It's
guys.
just, like, for once, I would like to be adored, you know, because it hurts when the person does not reciprocate, you know,
Word.
and then they
I feel
leave.
that. Yeah, I feel it.
Yeah.
That's often what happens is that people get fed up about having their affections not being reciprocated, and they try to find somebody who does adore them. And generally they get really bored because the person who's being adored doesn't have that emotional experience, and it can be really hard if you're not used to it. Like, for certain people it really works, but for other people, they actually want to have that feeling. And if that feeling isn't there, the relationship kind of isn't worth it for them.
Word. Let's go back to marriage really quick. Then we got a couple super chats, and then actually, let me do the super chats. Then we'll do the marriage thing. Okay, we have. Wait, I did this one. Okay, we have Rav, $99. Is Big Mama based? Brian, shout out the 805, but Oxnard sucks. Sock check, Brian. I'm actually normally I wear black socks, but I got white socks. They're kind of goofy looking tonight. So, who's Big Mama? I have no idea. Shout out to 805. What's up? Oxnard doesn't really count though. 805 is Santa Barbara proper. Okay. And then we have Sweet Tooth. Hey, thank you, man. As a high voltage electrician, you're welcome, Brian. Thank you for all your work. Hey, like I said with the trucker, man, bro, you are the backbone of society. We don't need podcasters, you know? We need hardworking men that are going to contribute to the infrastructure of society. And it's a shame that feminists hate men because men are kind of awesome.
It is a shame.
I don't know why I'm looking at far.
You're pitting us against electricians?
How
You
dare-
don't recognize
yes,
them
I'm-
as the backbone.
Yes.
You couldn't finish the end of your compliments. You turned it on us.
I was. But
Keep going. Keep praising him.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Why'd you make it political?
Just because I feel like men don't get enough appreciation. There's too much vilification of men in society when, let's be honest, if all men disappeared tomorrow, shit would hit the fan. Major. And it's because of men like Sweet Tooth, a little questionable name, just saying. But it's because of men like Sweet Tooth, electricians, people who work in infrastructure, transport, that society functions. And these men are not appreciated.
Do you think if all women disappeared, shit wouldn't hit the fan? You would all thrive?
Well, so society would continue functioning.
Really?
Yes. It would not be good, but like if all, and we can talk about like hypothetical situations, but if you compare all men disappearing to all women disappearing, within 72 hours, you basically have, it wouldn't be good for if all women disappeared, but like the basic necessities, like to keep society functioning, society would continue functioning.
But
Whereas
society wouldn't exist if women stopped giving birth to
future.
future.
If either gender, actually sperm
would
banks.
last longer.
You need
well,
both.
actually, here's the thing though. Those sperm banks, you need power. Here's the thing. Men keep society functioning.
What about when men left and every woman became like Rosie the Riveter? Shit didn't really hit the fan.
Well, there were still men involved in the infrastructure of the country. Not all men were sent off to. I assume you're talking about World War II, where women were involved in the war effort. Yes, largely women did. I mean, not all men went off to war, but women did show up for the war effort and took on jobs that would have otherwise been jobs occupied by men.
So doesn't that prove that women can rise to the occasion and do male-dominated jobs if the need arises?
With the appropriate planning and time, but the specific scenario is if all women disappear or all men disappear, you wouldn't have the necessary time to introduce women into these critical fields.
So men are vilified and undervalued because if you gave women 24 hours to resume society after their disappearance, we would need more time? Like, I don't understand your point.
I'm not following the question.
You're saying men are vilified because if they disappeared tomorrow, women couldn't take over.
They're not vilified because of that. I'm saying that there's this sort of underlying thing where it's cool to like shit on men and like hate men, and there's the patriarchy and men are trash, and you hear all this shit from like typically feminists. And I don't think that there's enough appreciation of the hard work that just normal men do to basically keep society functioning.
I agree with that.
I agree.
The infrastructure in this country, in all countries, is created and maintained by men.
Sure, I just don't think feminists undervalue that labor. Like feminists, a lot of them are socialists. They believe in unions. They believe in raising the minimum wage, and that affects these guys who are like electricians and the one doing like the heavy manual labor and keeping society running. Like, I don't think feminists are undervaluing these men. Maybe like a few rad femmes on TikTok saying kill all men, but I don't think that's
it's kind of
feminism.
It's kind of the mainstream like feminist take. There's contempt for men by I would say most feminists.
Okay, I don't think that's true. On social media, everything's polarized for clickbait. Same way I don't think you guys represent the average male view.
Sure. Well, I mean, here's the difference, though. I mean, you're saying it's these radical feminists, but feminism has seeped its claws into pretty much every system and pretty much every realm of human life. The mainstream media. You have academia. Every single university in this country has a feminist study or a woman study or a gender study program, which preaches feminism.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I said radical feminism, like this notion of hate, like male hatred. I don't know if that's sept into every corner of life.
Would you say that one of the core tenets of feminism is the patriarchy theory? That seems, I mean, in mainstream feminist academia, they teach patriarchy theory.
Sure. Do you think teaching about like racial oppression is hatred against white people? I guess I'm not saying why doing gender studies. No, I know. I'm saying I don't think teaching gender studies is hatred towards men.
Well, here's how I think it is because if your core message that you're preaching is patriarchy and patriarchy theory, and you're teaching vast swaths of women that men are oppressors and that women are oppressed, then you are essentially teaching women to have contempt for men. Because if you're pitting men and women in this war that, again, if men are the oppressors and women are the oppressed, typically you don't teach someone who is oppressed to have any positive feelings towards the oppressor class. Now, I reject that men as a class are oppressors.
I see it in the language. I always thought this was interesting. It's like because of feminist movements, we generally don't say even firemen or postmen. It's like fire persons. We don't say stewardess anymore. Like there's a lot of language policing with respect to that movement. But the movement for equality between the genders is called feminism. And the
good point.
Antagonist towards that process is the patriarchy. I just think that's really interesting.
It should just be egalitarianism. But it's and it's interesting, you make a really good point because there's this push, okay, we can't have policemen, firemen anymore. It has to be firefighters. But in the very movement itself, it's gendered. Feminism, the supposed movement for equality, is gendered.
And the main obstacle towards that equality is gendered.
I don't know how we got to that, by the way. What? Why are you staring daggers at me?
That's your smoking gun that the word feminism has femme in it. Like,
it's not my. Well, I mean, it's that's
inherently
one of the
anti-male. Yeah.
But well, it's more just that's not my biggest grievance with feminism. But it is interesting to me that a lot of feminists push for renaming certain occupations so they're more gender neutral. However, the supposed movement that is at the forefront of fighting for equality continues to call itself feminism when it should just be egalitarianism.
I guess it's semantics.
I don't think it's semantics, because feminism is an ideology that's basically steeped in men hatred.
I don't know. I don't see it that way, but feminism's super broad. I'm sure there's, like I said, there are a lot of feminists who genuinely
Well,
do
if
hate men.
you step into a feminism 101 class at any university in this country, they're going to teach patriarchy theory, which suggests that women are and were oppressed, and that men are to be blamed for that by virtue of their gender.
Yeah, those classes aren't teaching you to hate the male electrician. They're saying that people who occupy positions of power have tended to.
Can you just tilt your microphone down?
They aren't teaching women to hate like the male electrician or like male homeless people. They're saying patriarchy theories that saying people who hold positions of power have tended to be male, and they continue to tend to be male.
But feminism attacked positions of power, including husbands and fathers, their position of power and authority in the home. So it's attacking everything from the foundation.
Yeah, and it's done a lot.
I
I think the fact that now, it's considered rape if it's considered grape if you grape your wife, that's a product of feminism. Would you consider that also being male hatred?
I'm not sure.
What was the question?
What's the question?
Follow.
That's a feminist thing that happened before. It wasn't considered grape if a man graped his wife. That was just considered like a part of your marriage. So when feminists were the ones who pushed for that, or that's part of feminism, do you consider that hatred of men?
That's actually true. That came out, and I think in the 60s and 70s.
You know what I mean?
And I think the argument for that was that there's sort of a lifelong consent when you take the marriage vow.
If one of, just point blank period, if someone is not consenting, like that's wrong. Point blank period. I don't care if you're married, if one partner is not consenting to sexual activity.
But
then,
they consider
then
the consent implied. Like our dialogue of consent is getting pushed by feminists in these so-called man-hating spaces. They considered the consent assumed.
In feminist spaces? Or you mean like
you're saying that lack of consent is always bad, but I'm saying
yes.
They would consider just the fact that you got married.
Well, then
the sex is consensual within that institution of marriage. Like the definition of consent changes with the times and the cultural scene.
That's not like the root or the.
Is this like a gotcha or something? I mean, like.
How's it a gotcha? I'm saying you were talking about consent, and I was saying they would have probably said that that's still consensual.
I mean, you brought up that question.
What question?
I mean, that's the one example you brought up of in the past, consent was assumed, and look, there were all kinds of shitty ways in which people moved throughout the world historically.
Right, but I'm
there
just saying,
slavery,
when feminists were looking out for wives in that instance, you wouldn't consider it that being hatred towards men.
Well, hold on. I mean, I'm not saying that every single thing that feminists have done or have fought for are bad things. I believe in equality between the genders.
I think this is because feminism has evolved a great deal.
But I mean, if the example you're giving, certainly disavow if one part, regardless of their marital status, if one person is non-consenting, then that's pretty bad.
Right, but even today, feminists will say in the Me Too movement, like a lot of consent isn't being respected, but then some men will say, oh, they're just man-hating feminists. They want to call us all grapists. So I'm saying it's the same conversation, just in a new era.
Well, I mean, that's one component of feminism. But I don't see how that's really related. Yeah, I don't know how that's super related. I mean, I know that, for example, that sort of violence is perhaps something that disproportionately impacts women.
Mm-hmm.
So it is gendered to some degree, but I mean, there's all kinds of examples. If we can bring it, though, back to the patriarchy, I don't even really remember where we where we were kind of going. But
if it makes you feel better, under the patriarchy, before feminism, rape and murder were already illegal and punished by the patriarchy, by men. Men punished men who did those awful acts.
I just wanted to say that I believe that men and women are very important in today's society. I have a very opposing opinion, and I would believe that men are in some ways even more capable of some things. That's what I believe it says in the Bible. I know it's very controversial, but that's what I believe. I think men and women are obviously very capable and very strong in a lot of aspects, but I think men do have certain abilities that maybe women don't.
Okay. Oh, I think it was because of the electrician super chat that came in. Well, let's get this one. We have Speedy D on silent. Thank you, man. Trying to find a decent woman, the country with no history of promiscuity is basically impossible. As a man who has never had hookups of any kind, I will not accept a woman's past of hookup and promiscuity. It's all a mess. Speedy D on silent. Thank you for your donation, man. Appreciate it. And yeah, good for you, man. Everyone's entitled to their preferences, standards, and boundaries, and you should not feel obliged to accept someone's past promiscuity. Okay, so I'm trying to remember where we were. You were telling us about your slashed story, or you didn't slash. Anyone here slashed any tires? I'm trying to remember.
You're back to that.
Oh, we were talking about marriage. Okay, let me get back to marriage really quick. I wanted to touch on that really quick. Okay, so look, my whole thing is you should never sign a contract with someone who is rewarded for breaking it. So no sane, informed man would or should sign that contract. Tegan, did you have something?
Yes, I think the only difference between what you're saying and actual marriage is just the concept that, like, if you're in marriage, you're less likely to want to give up on that relationship because of the money issues, if that's what you're saying. You know what I'm saying?
So what you're saying is marriage is two people staying together under threat of a lawsuit from the other.
I mean, that's also kind of why
sounds like
you're
love
against
to me.
it, isn't it?
Huh?
Isn't that also kind of why you
Well,
are
that's
opposed to
why
it?
I'm against it. But your argument is, well, because of the financial ramifications, they're more likely to stick it out. But what I'm saying,
well, I'm not
that's
saying
like,
it's an argument. I'm just saying that's kind of
Sure.
another way to look at it. So
Sure,
I think
but I
it's
don't
kind of
think-
just like if someone believes that marriage is what it takes to be committed to someone, then they're going to do that. If not, then they don't have to get married. You know?
yeah,
what
but
I mean?
I don't think the basis for my commitment should be my fear of losing half my assets. I think I want to stay with somebody because I love them and
Well, of course, yeah.
not because not because of fear. But here's the thing, though. Usually in marriage, it's the man that loses in that situation when the divorce does occur.
Right.
The negative outcomes of divorce disproportionately impact men.
That's why I wanted to kind of finish my thought earlier.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like I said, my husband and I have gone through rough patches where we didn't think we would stay married. For me, what changed my heart and my mind was understanding that we made a blood covenant. It's not some weird, freaky witchcraft type of thing. It's literally something humans have been doing forever. So, like I said, he was a virgin, I was a virgin when we got married. And obviously, when you have sex, there is blood because you're a virgin. And when I understood that we made a pact and a covenant in blood, I knew that even if I couldn't stand him, I hated him, I wanted to leave him, he's my husband no matter what I do. No matter where I go, if I separate, no matter what I do, he's my husband and I am, his wife. And if I slept with another man, I am committing adultery before God because I've made that pact with him. And like I said, this is something that people have been doing since the beginning of time, in wars, in even religious settings. And in the Old Testament, for this to make sense to people, and especially Christians, in the Old Testament, when the Israelites sinned, they sacrificed animals, and that was their offering, and that blood spilt was the way that their sins could be forgiven. And then in the New Testament, it wasn't animals, it was Jesus Christ that was sacrificed, and his blood was spilled so that whoever believes in him would be saved and their sins would be forgiven. So blood covenant is the most powerful type of covenant you could make. And as Christians, you know, you understand that you see it in the Old Testament, you see it in the New Testament, and when you get married, you are making that pact. If you're both virgins, you made that pact. If you're not and you have a history, that pact is made in the blood of Christ. And like I said, I don't believe in born again virgins, as in you're biologically a virgin again, your hymen is intact again when you gave your life to Christ. No, it's not. But the blood of Christ forgives you, and you made that covenant with your husband regardless of your past. You made that pact and that covenant in Christ. Does that make sense? So I'm saying all that to say, look, I don't condemn anybody with a past, because like I said, our society is so screwed up. We're 60 years past the sexual revolution. We have a lot of work to do here. But I'm just sharing my perspective that I don't view my marriage based on, you know, our ceremony, our wedding day, or even our wedding ring, or our paperwork that we signed at the government one time for like 30 minutes at their office. We're married because I made a blood covenant with him. And there's no separating that. There's no, what God put together, let no man separate it. And there's no divorce for me. There's no separating for me. There's no adultery for me, because I gave my life to him. And I'm creating life with him. We have 5 children, and we're going to have grandchildren. And this is a long-term, lifelong thing. And not just that, it's a generational thing. And so it's not just a religious, you know, pact. It's even a biological, a scientific pact. And I wish that we could, you know, slowly get back to that understanding. And even though we have mistakes and we've done things wrong, we could teach the next generation to do it better than we do. And just in the same way that the sexual revolution screwed us up, we can go back. They taught us, you know, sexual revolution, feminism, and all of that taught us that this is the way to go about life, is to sleep around. Well, we can be the change. We can tell the next generation, starting from right now, 2023, this is how you do life. I've done it the other way, and it hurt, and it messed us up. We have so much divorce. We have so much abortion. We have so many, you know, just people just sleeping around, and we don't know how to love each other. We don't even know how to talk to each other as men and women. And we see the fruit of all of that. And we can be the change and say, this is not how you do it, son. This is not how you do it, daughter. You can be the change. I've tasted the fruit of the sexual revolution, of hookup culture, of this degeneracy, and I don't want you to taste it. I want you to do better than me. And that's what we get to do as, you know, husband and wife, as mother and father. And that's what Lawson and I get to do. That's my husband. That's what we get to do for our children. And then they get to teach their children. And honestly, it feels so helpless because the world is so messed up, but it's not helpless. In the same way that they screwed us up, we can change it. We can change we can change the direction that it's going. And we can change the we can change the rhetoric. Does that make sense? You can change it. You see the fruit of it. You don't like it. Be the change.
That was moving.
Well said. Well said.
That was good. Wow.
We all have.
Appreciate
I'm
sharing
not
that.
like saying, "Oh, I'm a virgin. I got married when I was, you know, young, and I was a virgin." Like, I don't have any self-righteousness in myself. The only righteousness I have is in Christ. So I'm not better than any of you.
Yeah. Well,
it's just that we need Jesus, and we need to change things, and we need better for our children. Does that make sense?
Sure, and I appreciate you opening up about that. I mean, just going back though to, you know, you mentioned blood covenant and religion and Jesus. I mean, the problem with all that though, when it comes to marriage, and this, your train of conversation there started off kind of because I brought it back to marriage, is that what people who are trad cons, traditional conservatives, is they fail to realize that the state you fail to realize that the state presides over your marriage, not your biblical values. So when the woman is unhappy, she's going to the state, not God. So even women who are godly and pious, even if you're a man and you're godly and pious, it is not a bulletproof path towards an everlasting marriage that is never subject to the negative ramifications of divorce.
And even without the paperwork, women can leave, right? If they're just not happy, if the marriage is not healthy, they can just leave, whether or not the man has any money for her to get from the divorce. So the problem is just that men and women, wives and husbands, need to understand each other. And thankfully, my husband and I stayed together. because we learned the truth and we learned how to work through our problems, and we didn't divorce. And that's the whole reason why we do any of this stuff online, you know, coaching and all of that, is because we learned some things the hard way, and we want to pass on what we learned because it saved our marriage. Does that make sense?
Well, and I mean, first off, I obviously want to congratulate you because it sounds like you have a good marriage, and I'm not saying that people can't have good marriages. I guess just my whole thing is that as a guy, it's not
a risk.
It's a risk, and you know, I think Orion was making a really, really good point here. Is, you know, when the financial incentives are there for women to pursue a divorce, it could be like, you know, it looks very tempting to just be like, you know what, I can get all this money. We're arguing, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let me just leave. I can get this money. If you put in front of somebody, okay, I can get paid $50,000 a year. Let's say your man's a high earner. He's going to pay some certain alimony payment. We've heard of astronomical alimony payments in the 6 figures, 7 figures, 8 figures. Look.
Well, I guess one of my points here is that this is a really high bar, and we don't see this in relationships in society very often. Like, what jobs do people that exist in the world where, like, no matter what, you cannot be removed from that position? Like Pope, like Supreme Court Justice, like, and those folks are vetted over decades of a career. And I'd like to think that what we've seen throughout most of human history is that when we give people a place where under no circumstances they can be removed, we see a tendency towards abuse.
Well, the Bible says that if there's adultery, it's grounds for divorce. If there's abuse and you're physically like endangered, like you're in a life or death situation, you should separate. You know what I mean? And if it's not worked out, then yeah, I mean, but most people divorce before those things happen. And I think if women felt like loved or whatever, and men felt respected in their marriage, they wouldn't get divorced. So it's not the money that wives are after. I don't believe that. I believe that they're seeking emotional, relational intimacy, and the problem is across the board. Wives and husbands are the problem. Wives and husbands can be the solution.
Well, I agree with you to a certain extent. I think that if a man feels respect and a woman feels loved, they're not going to leave the relationship. But that doesn't necessarily mean just because they feel loved or respected that they should get married.
Well, why not?
Well, because, again, why? Like, why is it that women catch the bouquet at weddings?
So they could get married next, right?
Exactly. Why isn't there anything equivalent about that for men? Ever.
Because it's different for men.
Exactly.
And men don't have to get married. It's more about a girl. Like, even in my
culture.
Exactly.
Marriage is about security
in
for women.
Hinduism.
That's right.
Culture,
marriage.
like Indians, like even with that, it's kind of similar to this, where it's like, once you get the arranged marriage, like your parents set you up. And this is not even like that long ago, but like even my parents, like they had no choice. Like they were like set up and it was like a done deal. Okay. So it's like, yeah, that's basically it. But what I'm trying to say is, like, for men, it's different. Like, men, they don't have to do that. Like, it's not like a death sentence.
Men want to marry because they want to procreate and they want sex and they want a woman. Like, that's just common
But all that was
knowledge.
happening before marriage happened.
But
so,
it shouldn't be.
Well, that's a moral judgment. And I think that basically marriage...
It's also a biological thing.
You know, marriage, I think, started as a way of instituting social control, because
no, when a man and woman have sex,
so I think it
they're
has to do with
bonding.
a form of social control, because it's bad for society to have a bunch of like parentless kids running around. That's why I say that inherently the institution of marriage is about creating a context in which children can be raised. Everything above that, the religiosity, the romance, the legality, the status, is not something the institution of marriage is designed by nature to sustain. And that's why marriage fails. Like, marriage didn't even become a covenant in the Catholic Church until the 16th century. Jesus was not married. The popes do not get married. So, like, religiosity is something that was added to marriage further down the line. And then even further down the line, there was a conflation of two concepts, the love affair and the, like, let's say the family arrangement. And like the love marriage was born. And I think that love marriage has actually done more damage to the institution of marriage than social media and feminism.
Well, let's move off of the marriage thing here. But look, it's kind of vanilla as a dude in today's day and age to get married. If we want to see a return to traditional values and a return to marriage, I think a couple things need to happen. Divorce needs to be stigmatized, which used to be the case but is no longer the case. That's never going to happen. The other thing is there needs to be a rewriting of marriage laws. If you want to see people start getting married again, get rid of alimony. It's a holdover of days where basically women couldn't go out into the workforce and make their own money. And perhaps there are some scenarios where alimony may be warranted, but if you want men to start getting married, perhaps get rid of no-fault divorce, or just do a rewriting of the marriage laws where men aren't financially destroyed in the event of divorce. I think that's probably the most realistic way to bring people back towards marriage, and we should probably see conservative politicians pushing for a rewriting of the marriage laws if they value marriage, but it's not clear to me if conservatives really are prepared to do any sort of redo of how marriage or how divorce plays out in the United States. So I think that's the big thing. If you want to see people getting married again, divorce has to be stigmatized on the social level, and they need to rewrite the divorce, marriage laws, divorce laws, and perhaps we need to return to traditional values. But
I agree with that, Brian, personally.
But the only one that can really be changed, I don't think that there's. I don't think you're going to convince like hyper liberal people that to return to traditional values. I think people who are conservative or traditional can maintain the status quo within their communities, and you can try to bring people to more traditional values, but it's not like hookup culture is here. So yeah, I don't think there's going to be a huge incentive for men to be dying to get married, especially a lot of men are waking up to the absolute destruction that occurs to them when they do get divorced. So yeah, let's see. Do we have any super chats, Eric? We have Dustin Bond, following trad roles where women stays at home and raises kids, giving up career pursuits, and man goes to work providing for the family without the consequences of dividing financial resources. If divorce occurs, the man has unreasonable leverage and power over his partner. If divorce occurs, the man has unreasonable leverage and power over his partner. Okay. Word.
I think that makes sense. Yeah.
The argument for alimony is basically, look, if a woman chose to disregard pursuing a career in an effort to raise a family, that plays a bit into child support too, but there is some argument there. But that doesn't undo the fact that the man's got to fucking pay alimony, and the family court system has a bias against men. So, look, if you guys want to protect yourselves, protect your finances, don't get married, point blank, period. Okay, we have, let's see here, we've got, I think that's it on the chats. We were going around the table, and we're going to try to wrap up here pretty soon. Did anyone want to come in with like something dating related that, well, I think you went, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Did
you already
someone else
asked.
want to go?
Go ahead.
Sure, you just brought up hookup culture. So who do you think controls hookup culture? Like, who sets the tone for it? Men or women?
Women.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, because women control access to sex.
Right, they're the gatekeepers of sex, but don't you think guys kind of like lie and manipulate women? Like, I think a lot of women want relationships, but a lot of guys want casual sex. So don't you think like the nature of modern courting is that guys will wine and dine girls, and then the girls are kind of like rizz them up and lead them on to believe like they do want a relationship? So
Sure.
don't you think guys are the ones who kind of carry the weight of hookup culture just by the nature of modern courting?
Well, I definitely think that there are certainly men out there that are going to misrepresent what they want. They're going to say, they're going to say, I want a relationship, blah, blah, blah. And then they hook up with a girl once and then never talk to her again. I think that's wrong. I think you ought to be, men to some degree play a role, but you have to ask yourself what percentage of men are playing that game. And it's a small subset of men. And I think this also plays into, and it's one of the reasons why I asked the question, well, what do you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? And this is why I give the pushback if a girl, for example, who, at least in my view, isn't a 10, but she considers herself a 10. Women need to be realistic, because women do need to be careful about men who are not being
misrepresenting,
because what happens is you have men who are more than prepared to sleep with a girl who is less attractive than them. So men will sleep with women men will sleep with women of a certain attractiveness level that they would never commit to, just based off purely their physical appearance. Because men, not all men, but a fair amount of men, will sleep with women that are less attractive than them because they welcome the easy access to sex.
That's interesting. I've actually heard the opposite from the red pill community, that like you should like fuck the 9s and 10s, but you should date the 6 and 7s because they're way less likely to be narcissistic, way less likely to cheat, way less likely to advertise themselves on Instagram.
No, I'm with Brian on this one. I think that men will do that. They have much lower standards for who they will sleep with versus who they will get into committed relationships with.
Based off physical attractiveness?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And
among other things.
Yeah, and the difference is generally speaking, I would say, in order for a woman to sleep with a guy, if we're speaking just off of physical attractiveness, for a woman to sleep with a guy, he needs to be at least physically attractive enough for her to consider being in a relationship with him. Now, the same typically isn't the case for men. Men will sleep with women of, say, a lower physical attractiveness, but they would never be in a long-term committed relationship with them. So I guess where I'm trying to draw this back to the ratings system, if women don't have a reasonable self-assessment of their own physical attractiveness,
they're more likely to be deceived, kind of.
Well, because women can fairly easily sleep with men that are more physically attractive than them. But not only more physically attractive than them, women can very easily sleep with men who have more status than them, who are have better personalities than them, who have more money than them. And so relating this back to, I guess, your original question, and why it's important for women to have a reasonable self-assessment of their own physical attractiveness. Sorry, I'm losing
I see what
my
you're
train.
saying. So like if the girl thinks she's a 10 but she's a 5, and then the guy she's dating is like, yeah, I want to date you, but it'd be easier to parse through whether he's lying or not if you have like an accurate assessment of your own looks.
If you know where you stand, then because you might be chasing after like a certain tier of man with the hope of locking him down for a relationship, even though that's very low likelihood or impossible because he's just so physically attractive. And women have sexual access to these like really attractive men that again will never commit to them. And so if they have a delusional self-assessment of their own physical attractiveness, then they're going to think, I deserve that guy. But the guy who would actually be prepared to commit to them, they overlook him and think, well, they think they're settling for the guy who's actually their looks equivalent, who's actually on their level. But they view it, they're going to view it as, I'm settling, so Yeah.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
Yeah, and so I'm sorry, but what was your original question about the hookup
Who
culture?
can
I kind
end
of
it?
went on a bit
Is
of
that what you
a
said?
I just
tangent.
said who controls hookup culture, men or women.
Yeah, I think women do, because they control access to sex. And your point was that, well, some men are going to be
Misrepresent their
deceptive and
intentions.
misrepresent their intentions. I think that's
Yeah.
wrong.
I think both people are lying. Generally, on the first date, the guy's pretending that he wants a relationship, and on the first date, the woman's pretending that she's okay with keeping things casual. And I think that actually, that's a good Trojan horse to get into a relationship. A lot of guys are going to be spooked if you show up on the first date asking and demanding, where is this going? What do you want? What are your plans? That's not really that sounds like a job interview. And that's going to be off-putting to a lot of guys who might not be interested in getting to know you after that point. It's like, how do I know what I want from you when I'm just meeting you? So being willing to go with things is sort of like the Trojan horse to get into a relationship. Think about some of like the best relationships that you've had, if you've had a lot of experience. Oftentimes it's when you're like, this is just for a summer, or it's nothing serious, and he's going to move away in a few months, so it's not going to go anywhere. And then you end up developing these really intense feelings for each other, partly because there are these like limiting factors that make it safer for you to be yourself and to show up in more like authentic and emotional ways.
Yeah, I think the best relationships usually come at the most unexpected times. And I don't think it's the best idea to ask, like, where is this going? What are you exactly looking for on the first date? Because you just met them, and I think you should get to know them first a little bit.
It's also not natural, and you're putting like too much pressure into something that's supposed to be seamless and natural, and two people that are trying to get to know each other. And also, I mean, in general, like even using any sort of dating app, like already it's kind of like, I don't know, it's not very natural. It's not organic.
I disagree with that. Because there's a lot of like, I think it's more of a time saver if you ask up front, because usually guys already know what they want, like I've asked before, like hey, what are you looking for? Or I've been asked and I'll say, oh well, I'm looking for a relationship, and what about you? The guy will say, oh, I'm just looking to hook up. So if you don't know that up front, the whole time you'll be pursuing a relationship with that guy, and in his mind, he's just trying to hook up.
And did you sleep with that person?
No.
See, it's a self-correcting problem. The next time that guy is asked that question, even if he wants to hook up, he's not going to say that.
Well, some guys are honest, though. They're
yeah,
upfront about it.
They're honest until they realize that their honesty isn't getting them what they want. So if you punish the truth, you're asking to be lied to.
Also, just to come back to Farha, did I say it right? Farha? Yeah. To come back to your point, you were saying that, well, women typically they're interested more so in long-term in relationships, and men are more interested in casual sex. But
yeah,
I mean,
I've heard you say that sex is the precipice of a relationship. So
have I said that?
Yeah.
Is precipice even in my vocabulary?
It surprised me. I was thoroughly impressed.
Are you sure? Precipice?
You said precipice.
I said precipice.
Yeah.
You sure it's not like some other red pill guy you're
So you
you're
said
watching?
sex is the precipice of a relationship in modern dating. So I would only see hookup culture, the onus being on women if you didn't believe that and you thought women should hold out until they're in relationships. But you were saying, I think your point was that women have it better in terms of dating because they're able to secure men for fucking, and then from there they could develop it into a relationship.
Sure.
So my point was, it would be consistent for you to say like women control hookup culture if they hold out sex until they're in relationships, but then that would be inconsistent with your other point. And the other thing I was going to say, I've also heard, I think you've said this as well, it's a higher percentage of women who believe they're in a monogamous relationship than men, which kind of proves that men are sleeping with other women on the side and not being honest about it with women, right?
I think you're referencing that there's a Pew study that came out recently that said that within, I think, the ages of 18 to 30, I don't know the exact age range, maybe let's say 18 to 30, 63% of women in that age demographic considered themselves in relationships, whereas something like 20 to 30% of men in that same age cohort considered themselves single.
Right. I guess my point was that kind of just proves maybe men are misrepresenting their intentions, because those women could think they're in monogamous relationships. Or a lot of my female friends in college have thought like, oh, this guy told me he's only seeing me. And then if I become friends with the guy, I find out he tells me, he's like, oh yeah, no, I am sleeping with other women. So yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, I think men control hookup culture.
Men control, I mean,
I don't think so, because I think the desire to sleep with multiple women has been around since men have been on this planet. But it wasn't really possible until there was a loosening of, let's say, social mores about that. And even if that desire has been constant for thousands of years, why haven't there been hookup culture for thousands of years? Like, what's changed in recent times?
Well, like she put it out, the sexual revolution.
Feminism. You can say it, Farah. Feminism.
The difference is that now people are more likely to have sex before they get into relationships.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you did say one thing which I disagree with a little bit, and you said that, well, women want relationships more and men are kind of more interested in casual sex. I don't know if that's actually true, because I mean, there's a whole lot of women that seem to very willingly and happily, maybe happily isn't the right word, engage in hookup culture, that will sleep with a guy once with no intention of seeing him again, will be traveling, hook up with a guy while she's traveling, she's on spring break, hook up with a guy there. I mean, are you from California? Okay, so like the city we're in Santa Barbara. UCSB is one of the #1 party schools in the US, and here in this little square mile, Isla Vista, there's a pretty rampant like hookup culture. And I'd say in a lot of I don't know if a lot, but in a lot of universities, especially in college, there's definitely like hookup culture. People are just going out on the weekends, partying, hooking up. This trope that women are so desirous of having relationships, I think there's a truth to that, but I think I see a lot of women pretty happily engaging in hookup culture.
Yeah, I guess it depends by the location and like the campus scene. But
Sure.
even the women who do participate in hookup culture, knowing that it's just a casual hookup, like this is purely anecdotal, but I see again, like from my friends in college, they'd still be waiting around to see if that guy will text her. So they still have emotional interest and they're hoping it'll develop into something more. She's hoping she can change him.
Yeah, I think the idea of hookup culture, like there's just totally random casual sex and that's it, is probably overstated in social media and in our culture. I think that same Pew study suggests that men and women both are having less sex today than they did 10 years ago. It's like, I think that there's actually becoming less of that because men and women are getting like not on the same page as much these days for lots of different reasons. And that's why men often have problems with online issues and women often get caught up in social media. We're not really seeing eye to eye in a lot of ways anymore. And dating is riskier in some respects than it's ever been.
I don't know if you already moved on, but like the question about the hookup culture and who has control of it.
Yeah.
Like my personal take is that it is women because like you said, we're gatekeepers of it. If we understood like the risk that we're taking when we sleep with a man who's not committed to us, we could literally get pregnant by him and not have him around the next day. So like you don't want to get pregnant and have to carry that child for 9 months without support, without that strong provision and that strong protection. And so we need to think long term. And I also think that fathers are a huge influence in stopping hookup culture, you know, because they can teach their daughters the importance of this. They can be that strong father figure to tell them not to have sex with any man, that they must commit themselves to you for life. Because then that's a form of protection for your heart, you know, not just your body, but your heart and your spirit and your mind. That way you don't have to be depressed. You don't have to worry about an unplanned pregnancy. You don't have to worry about being a single mom and things like that, because you're taught that you are valuable, that you are precious, you know, that you must commit to a man who loves you and will raise children with you because you need that. And so I think it's both. Women for sure, because they get to say yes or no. But I think fathers will bring that revolution back when they teach their daughters what a strong man looks like and what to look for in a future husband, and they get to be that standard and that example, and they can change, the way that things are going.
Wait, so far, do you think that it's men are to blame for hookup culture, or you think it's both?
I
or
wouldn't even call it a blame thing. I guess I was saying who creates the culture of casual sex. I'm not even vilifying it
who
necessarily.
creates the culture of casual sex?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would say it's probably the party that wants casual sex, right?
I think it's feminism and fatherlessness, which happens at the same time because wives are taught to leave their husbands, and then daughters grow up without their fathers.
But the thing is that far fewer men are capable or do engage in hookup culture.
I don't think that's true. What's the population of men who can't secure sex? Was it like a third? So that's still
it's more than women that can't secure sex.
But I'm still saying that leaves open like the 2/3 of men who are able to fuck.
Well, but two-thirds of men can't easily participate in hookup culture. The 1/3 of men, I think the stat is they report that in the past year they've not had sex.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that the other 2/3 of men are just
Fucking
able to
all the
crush
time.
it
Mm-hmm.
like every fucking weekend, like just go out and bang a new chick. I would say that's reserved for the top tier of men. I want to say the top 10% of men are able to like consistently get with a new girl once a week, maybe. I mean,
Mhm.
that's pretty remarkable. But whereas the ability to, I would say almost any woman, even unattractive women, if they were so inclined, could fuck a new guy every single day of the week. And for a guy to be able to do that, that's reserved for like men, not only good-looking men, but men with status.
Yeah, I guess hookup culture usually refers to like college campuses. So there's already a certain status there in terms of being able to afford college, get into college. So I feel like men who go to college maybe are more attractive than like the average sample.
Well,
So
I mean,
they probably have easier time fucking. Like I think the incel population at college is probably a little bit smaller than it is for the general population.
Well, I mean, I think hookup culture extends beyond college, but that's definitely...
That's usually where the conversation takes place. I'm just saying, who do you think has more to benefit, like the guy or the girl, for trying to convince women that you'll be more empowered, you'll like have way more fun having casual sex? Is it like the cohorts of women who are like comforting each other because they can't get a text back from a guy they hooked up with last week?
I don't know. Women can have multiple orgasms, so it's a tough one there in terms of who gets the benefit from a sexual...
Yeah, is there anybody else that's like sex positive here? I mean, I like sex. And is there any women here that don't see a sexual encounter that didn't end in a committed relationship not a sin or a mistake? Excellent.
I don't know what you asked.
Like, does any sexual encounter with a man that doesn't end in a committed relationship a sin or a mistake?
So can it be a positive
Absolutely.
experience?
I don't think it's necessarily bad sleeping with people. I think it's more so the amount of people you're sleeping with and how available you're making yourself to those men. Because I feel like us as women, we do open the gates to allowing men to be the way that they are sometimes, but I guess it also just depends on the person too.
I just want to bring it back to you, so, and if anyone else wants to jump in, feel free.
Yeah, I'll say one more thing here.
Yeah.
I think that there's like this eternal arms race between men and women. And I think it kind of boils down like this, is that all things being equal, men generally want as much sex as they can get with as little time and expenditure of resources as possible and with the most freedom. On the other hand, I think that most women want as much time, energy, and attention and securement of resources as they can for the least provision of sex. All other things being equal. And that's sort of like the negotiation between men and women that occurs in the sexual marketplace. When women say that like it's bad to have sex outside of a committed relationship, on some level what they're saying is that they're giving it away too cheaply. And it's like, okay, well, why is that? Well, it's like the idea here is you might be able to get more for your sex than you're currently getting, and that's a problem for you, sister. Right? Okay.
I think they're we're gonna wrap up here pretty soon.
What about like because they're for like you guys believe like you should be committed when you have sex with someone,
Wake
right?
up, everybody.
But what if you do commit to somebody and the sex is whack?
Dildos, something. What? Huh?
I think that's an excellent point. I'm with you on
know,
that one. It's like, for me, a sexual relationship is where you get to have sex. I know that sounds obvious, but it's like the only legitimate relationship you have in society where you can get that. It's like your job is where you can get money. There's like no other relationship that you have that exists in society where you can get money. So why not really prioritize the financial dimensions of your job? It's like everything else that you can get from a marriage, you can get outside of a sexual relationship except sex. Like you can get partnership, you can get commitment, you can get loyalty, you can get support, you can even get children. You can get money, time, and attention. You can get all those things. What's unique to a sexual relationship is sex. And I think it makes sense to prioritize that.
So you just going back to your point, you're saying, well, what if the sex is whack?
Yeah, what's wrong with giving it a test drive before you commit? You know what I mean?
Nothing wrong. Well, one thing I would point out is for you to be bad in bed as a woman, you have to severely be fucking up in some way. Like, it's like, I just can't imagine.
It happens.
It happens.
I
I've
mean,
been told
but
stories.
it's so it's so easy to be good in bed.
But maybe that's
as a
because
woman.
most men just are really stoked to be there.
I think most men, if they're getting like some pussy, they're fuck yeah. But I think there's a higher performance burden on men, sexually speaking, than women. But
I think you can find out, before you actually have sex, you can find out if you have sexual chemistry. It's not just the actual genitals involved. Well, if you have chemistry, looking at each other, holding hands, being around each other, if you have that connection emotionally, mentally, like you can talk for hours and it feels like it's only been 2 minutes. There's so many factors
Does it work the other way?
That communicate connection.
That's
and
more
so
like,
you can find out before you actually have sex if you have chemistry.
Could you find out if you have emotional chemistry by having sex?
Yeah.
So
wait, what?
What you're saying is that you can kind of find out that you have sexual chemistry without having sex, which I'm dubious
yes.
about. So
you can.
If
if it's like
just had sex
not
with a
that
woman,
great.
could I know if we had like communication chemistry?
You find out before you have sex.
No, I'm saying in my hypothetical situation.
No, you find out if you have communication chemistry before
by
you have
communicating,
sex.
right?
Correct.
Yeah. So you find out if you have sexual chemistry by having sex.
So why can't you find out if you have chemistry from communication? Which, if you have chemistry there,
it's not the same thing.
Then how am I have an amazing sex life and we saved it for marriage. And in fact, you can spend the rest of your life getting
she's
better
not waiting
at that.
until marriage.
I just wanted to mention.
I know, but you don't have to sleep.
What's up?
with each
Go
other.
ahead. Go ahead.
I respect everyone's beliefs. As I mentioned, I'm not necessarily sex positive for myself, but I still think sex is great. I mean, I do love God, and that's why I'm waiting. But I mean, I would want to do
Minus
it.
the two.
Minus
Right,
the two.
the
But I'm
two.
forgiven. I'm forgiven.
Indiscretions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do think sex is. I mean, I want to have sex. I think sex is good.
Good times. But
Yeah.
okay, just to go back to your point really quick. You're saying, what if the sex is whack? I don't think that's a thing that really guys think about. That's more. I think that's a thing chicks think about.
Like,
bro, I've never been worried like, oh man, what if like the sex is, because for
so
me,
be fine with the girl who just lays on her back the whole time.
What? Okay, if you know how to take lead sexually, then like.
But how do you know that if you're a virgin too and no one taught you? It's like there's this idea that men just sort of are supposed to know what to do.
I think the idea is you learn together.
But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that at least for me, I've never personally encountered like a girl has to fuck up to make the sex, like you have to intentionally try to make the sex bad somehow.
And you can learn as you
Well,
go.
yeah, you can learn, but like I'm never thinking like, oh man, what if the sex is whack with her? Now, I think women can think that because women typically look to men to lead in the bedroom. But like, if you're a guy and you have some degree of sexual experience, you can take a girl who's never had sex and have great sex with her, but I don't think the reverse is necessarily the case. I don't think a lot of girls, I don't think want a guy who is sexually inexperienced, unless of course like you're waiting until marriage, you want a virgin, whatever. But like most women who are not waiting until marriage and are virgins want to have to teach a guy how to fuck them.
Certainly. One of the things that's most attractive to women is confidence. How do you have confidence in something you've never done before?
Because you grow that confidence with her.
Confidence is the felt experience
They'll
of success.
just fake it, right? I mean,
Fake confidence, your first
I'm sure
sexual
a guy
experience.
could do that.
Well, you do kind of have to
Yeah,
fake it for a while.
A guy
Yeah.
has like confidence in like
You
every
don't think women
area.
can tell?
Yeah, of course they can.
They
That's
can
exactly
tell the
the
difference
response I was
between
gonna
fake
give
confidence
to
and
her.
real confidence? You think that women can tell the difference?
I think the fake it till you make it thing would work.
Interesting.
But you were talking about a pillow princess, right?
I don't think like a guy would care.
Well, there's a lot of ways it could go wrong, though.
I mean, I could tell a girl like, okay, I want you in this position. I could move you. Like, most chicks wouldn't want to like do that for a guy. Like, okay, let me
Like,
teach
what
you how
is
to fuck me. Whereas like,
What
I'd
if-
be fine teaching a girl how to fuck.
What if you put her in a doggy and then she's like this?
Oh, her arch is dog shit. Like she doesn't know how to arch her back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Or-
guess that could be kind of.
Or
Bro,
also,
I'll
like,
teach you.
what if she's
Push her down.
What if she's going like down on you and you just feel her teeth? Like that.
I
Could
give
happen,
great
too.
blowjob instructionals. I can teach a girl how to give a good blowjob.
What if she doesn't get
Not
it?
by example, though. Not by example.
I mean, I think in general, if you're hiring somebody for a position, it's like, what's more attractive? Somebody who's like willing to learn, or someone who already knows what to do?
Do you think women
Definitely
want to
willing
be
to
compared
learn.
by his previous sexual partners?
I don't think either partner wants to be
Exactly.
compared to previous partners.
So it's not
but-
like, oh, I'm so glad you've slept with 50 women. Now you can do that with me. Like, no, I wouldn't. Most women would not want that.
Well, they want it
No,
to.
but you can gather sexual experience within the confines of a long-term relationship. People that have like this idea that the more sexual partners you have, the better in bed you are is erroneous. Because I would say that someone who's had maybe a handful of long-term relationships has probably had more sex than someone who's just like having one-night stands here and
Statistically,
there.
you're
So you're
correct.
having more sex. So I think you're going to be more experienced in
Correct.
that realm.
You get
so.
the quality and the quantity.
So this idea that a woman who's only had 1 or 2 or 3 sexual partners is going to be worse in the bedroom than a woman who's had 100 one-night stands, I don't think so at all. I think a woman who's had 1, 2, 3 long-term relationships and has had a lot of sex with those men, I mean, to be fair, she should be a virgin. But just
yeah,
saying.
and pushing that rhetoric doesn't really encourage the whole like gatekeep your body message to women. Because if you're saying men need to have that experience with other women, well, guess what? Those other women are going to be increasing their body count. So
I
you
don't
shouldn't be
think
pushing
so
that.
because I think it's different for women. Like women have way more risks.
Yeah, they do.
For like even a one night stand, like you can get pregnant, STDs. Like hello, like there's so many risks. And then of course, like even the smallest thing where it's like you'll never hear from the guy again, and you're doing
Right.
so much for like a stranger. Like if you're that horny, why can't you use a toy?
Okay, just bringing it back to Farha here. Did I say your name right?
Yeah.
Did I say it right this time? Okay. So just really quick on the hookup thing, and then I have 1 or 2 super chats, and then we're going to wrap the show. Agree or disagree, and perhaps I can open this up to the rest of the panel. Who is more capable of being promiscuous, men or women?
Women.
Women. Okay. I mean, so wouldn't that lend itself a bit to women have more control when it comes to hookup culture?
We already talked about this. Women are the gatekeepers of sex, but I was saying
Yeah.
men misrepresent their intentions. They misrepresent whether they're being exclusive to that woman, and that could lead the woman to kind of open up the gate under a false premise.
But do you think all women who are engaging in sex, it's always like going in with the intention of having a long-term relationship? I'm sure there's women that go out to parties, go out to clubs, and they're like, he's hot, hook up. Like, I don't think all women have sex in pursuit of a relationship necessarily.
Not all. Do you
I
think
agree
most?
with that. I think it's
Most?
very socially unacceptable to admit that, but women will give sex.
Goes down at the club.
Yeah.
Goes down at the bar.
When the
Goes down
attraction
at
is
the
high
frat
enough,
party.
the woman will provide sex, even not under false pretenses.
And think about traveling too. Shit, it goes down when you're traveling, you know that there's no shot of anything long term. If you're doing fucking Euro rail pass in Europe, like people hook up when they're traveling, so
Well,
there's
that's
no expectation of long term there.
kind of what makes it safer. It's like, I think that a lot of men have this idea, well, I think women have this idea that all men want sex, and that's true. But it's not the only thing that we want. And I think the converse is that men tend to have this idea that all women want a relationship. And I don't think that that's as true as the opposite. It's like women want a relationship just from the people that they want to have the relationship from. Like a lot of guys will lead with the relationship as if it's like, that's all a woman wants. That's the be all and end all of her like objectives here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it's like two bell curves. Like there are definitely a lot of men who want relationships and there's a lot of women who want casual sex. I was more so talking about like the averages. In relation to the traveling thing, I don't think flings fall under the category of hookup culture, because hookup culture pretty much means like emotionless sex. I think like if you travel and you're like on vacation for 2 weeks or a month, it's not a long-term relationship. But I think if there's emotions involved or it's like a romantic thing, that I don't think that puts it under hookup culture.
I think I would think like if you're in Mykonos or some place for 3 days and there's a guy and you fuck him, like that's hookup culture.
I guess some people consider if you add the romance.
Fling,
some people consider if you add the romance, it's no longer hookup, like casual hookup.
Well, I think if there's no prospect of a long-term relationship, it falls under the umbrella of hookup culture.
Okay.
Cool. Good times. I'm trying to think. I had one more question. Then okay. Who? Let me ask the women. Who here has made a guy wait for sex? Show of hands. Show of hands. Made a guy wait for sex.
I guess I don't know if I
Tegan,
worded that
have you
well.
made a guy wait for sex? Yeah.
I mean, what do you mean by wait? Like, is there
Like, you liked him. Maybe he wanted to have sex, and maybe it was the first or second date, and you're like, let's wait a little bit. You liked him, he wanted it, but you're like, let's wait.
right?
I think that was pretty much everyone except Farha, right? So for those of you who answered that, how many times has a guy made you wait for sex?
Once.
One time? Has a guy ever made you wait for sex? Just vocalize if you can.
Oh, no, but that's not usually, I mean, that's never what I'm looking for. So, I mean, as a woman, it's like, I feel like you have to gatekeep that, because I feel like that's a really important part of your body,
Sure.
your soul. I mean, guys they don't work that way, meaning like, I'm sure if you walked up to them and you said that, which I don't, I mean, I'm sure they would say yes. And of course, I'm on social media and they want to do that all the time. That doesn't mean that I'm going to say yes.
Sure. Has a guy ever made you wait for sex of your two
Well,
indiscretions?
No.
Okay. What about you?
No, actually, which is a nice thing, to be honest.
Has a guy ever made you wait for sex?
No.
Wait, a little closer. You can scoot your chair in.
No.
No. Tegan?
No.
Guy never made you wait for sex. Madison back there, has a guy ever made you wait for sex?
Yes.
Who? Frankie?
No, my ex-boyfriend.
One of he made you wait for sex? Okay, fair
You know
enough.
what I think would be an interesting question, asking them, like, has any guy ever sexually rejected them? Like, they've wanted sex from them, and the guy has said no.
It's pretty rare, I think.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I've actually rejected a chick.
Why?
Sexually.
Labia
It's-
too small?
No. It's kind of... I'll tell you after the show. How about that?
Okay.
I'll tell you after the show. But yeah, yeah. But I mean, that kind of plays into, like, again, women control access to sex. Women are making men wait. Men are not making women wait. So, like, again, hookup culture, it's kind of, it's kind of on the women, don't you think?
But men can control it too.
I agree, because I don't think a woman can technically make a man wait. It's his decision to do so. And if that's not a good prospect for you, as a man, you can walk. And I would encourage guys to do that, especially with women who are not saving themselves for marriage, who have given sex up earlier in the relationship than you currently are with that particular woman. And the reason why I encourage that is because it's kind of a barometer for how attracted the woman is to you by how little she needs in return in order to exchange sex for a relationship. And the higher a woman's attraction level is to you, the easier relationship you're going to have. The more effortless it's going to be, the more you're going to feel like lucky and happy to be there. And so it's just sort of like not worth it if you're going to be like willing to accept sexual treatment that she was not willing to give to other men in her past.
Word. But bro, I guess the point I'm trying to make is women have more access to being promiscuous, Like an average dude can't just be like running through chicks. Like an average chick.
He can.
Nah, bro.
Not an average man. No way.
Average men Average men, in order to get sex, it's usually within the confines of a relationship. So.
You'd be surprised.
So I guess the just related to the who controls access to sex and who's to. I know you weren't really framing it as who's to blame for hookup culture, but a larger proportion of women engage in hookup culture than do men. Because only a much smaller percentage of men are capable of engaging in hookup culture, whereas basically all women can participate in hookup culture, but not all men can participate in hookup culture. And this is evidenced by the fact that, for example, incels exist. It's so bad for them, they are involuntarily celibate. They're trying to get laid, they can't.
Yeah, like I said before, I wasn't refuting that women could more easily fuck.
But more women participate in the hookup culture.
I was saying, which party do you think is propagating hookup culture more? And I was saying probably the gender that enjoys casual, emotionless hookups.
Well, I'm not sure. It's not apparent to me that that's the case for men. I think men are perfectly satisfied in long-term monogamous relationships.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think that a lot of men have to make a virtue out of a necessity. And that.
Oh, you mean so you're saying out of necessity, men, because that's the only way in which that they can gain access to sex?
I think for a lot of men, yeah.
Okay.
And I think that if those guys could snap their fingers and change places to a guy who has, let's say, effortless optionality with hundreds or thousands of attractive women, I think that would be a difficult choice not to
make.
That's
fair. So men are monogamous out of necessity.
Yeah.
Okay. Although I think there's some men that are just they have virtue, I guess, and they're not beholden to their animal instincts and have sexual discipline.
Necessarily believe that a person is non-virtuous because they have sex with more than one person.
Well, I'm not saying that, but for example, they might perhaps a virtue that they hold is chastity.
They would not have that virtue, no.
Who would not have that virtue?
The man, in that case.
Which man?
The man who was having sex with multiple women.
Oh,
he definitely
no.
would not have the virtue of chastity.
No, but there are some men that choose to be disciplined in their...
Absolutely, there are. There are a small subset of men, but there are some out there.
Are you saying that most men are dogs?
I'd say that all things being equal, men want as much sex as they can with the fewest expenditure of resources possible.
Word.
It feels like an essential to them.
Totally. There's these great videos of women undergoing sexual reassignment surgery when they go from female to male, where they first get on testosterone. And it's like, yeah. And I highly encourage people to Google this or look it up on YouTube, because it's like they understand men for the first time when they're being exposed to testosterone. It's like they get it. And it's a way that I just don't think that most women have access to that feeling, that like it's on a cellular level. On some level, I'm glad that my libido has waned as I've gotten older because it's so obnoxious. It's like being a guy when you're younger, sort of like having this like 3-year-old in the backseat behind you, kicking your seat every 30 seconds, saying like, can we have sex yet? Can we have sex yet? How about her? How about her? Go talk to her. Can you do this? It's like, that doesn't necessarily mean that men will act on it all the time, but it's relentless. And it is not a very pleasant place to be. And I think it's only after that ebbs in your 30s that guys kind of can like, it's like this liberation, and they start to care about things other than sex more. It's almost like
in their 30s.
Yeah.
That's because the testosterone levels are dropping.
Exactly, and
it used to be that early.
Yeah, well, it's like at that point, I think they realize this is kind of like what it might feel like for women. They get to focus on other things.
Well, you can also increase your testosterone. It doesn't have to decrease with age. It depends on your health and your mentality. My husband's in his 30s and his T's going up. Sorry, TMI.
Word.
No, testosterone never goes up over a lifespan organically. It only goes down. You can
TRT.
You can slow the that's not
in like
organic,
your 70s.
Oh, right.
Because like in the 1950s, men still.
All right,
had
let
high
me get
T's
this
or
last
70s.
super chat. I know. I always say I need to end the show, and then that goes on for another hour. All right, Caesar Quintana, thank you, man. Brian, you're 100% right. Both my wife and I are trad Catholics. Wait, did I read this one? I don't think. I wouldn't accept my mother-in-law meddling. She convinced my wife to move to Ukraine with my child. Google my name. It was an international incident. I went to Ukraine to bring my son back when the war started. Holy shit, so she kidnapped her son? Yikes. Good times. Okay, don't get married, I guess. All right, pull up the Twitch really quick. Let's shout out people on Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Mods, if you could spam in the chat, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Look at that dog shit bit rate. Holy fuck. The bit rate in the red. Thank you, man. Yo, Stevie, thank you for the Prime. Yuki, thank you for the follow. Gallo, thank you for the follow. Holly, thank you for the follow. Reaper Taco, great name. Thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate it. Shay, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub on your way out. Do it. You will not know how to proceed in life if you don't. Twitch.tv/whatever. I had one last question for you over here. Did you say you had like 10 side pieces right now? What's going on?
Me?
Yeah, you got 10 side pieces or something?
They just like
into the mic.
They just hit me up like on
Hit you
Snapchat.
up.
They're not really side pieces.
Have you hooked up with any of them or?
No.
No?
I haven't even met some of them like in person.
Okay. Wait, but I kind of forgot this. Are you currently seeing anybody right now or you're proper single?
Single.
Proper single? There's not a guy you have your eyeball on?
Not really. Like I'm like texting like a person or two, but we haven't like hung out or anything.
Are you trying to pursue it?
Not necessarily.
You're trying
just seeing where things go.
Okay. When's the last time like you hooked up with a dude?
Maybe like less than a month ago.
Less than a month ago? Okay. Wait, did I ask you if you have a brother?
Yeah, I do have a brother.
Is he like running through chicks?
No, you asked me that.
How's he doing with the girls? Your
He's
bro?
okay.
He's doing okay? He's got a girlfriend or? You said he's older than you?
Yeah, he's almost 24.
Almost 24. He's got a girlfriend?
No.
No girlfriend? Multiple side pieces?
I don't know. I don't really talk about that.
You don't talk about that with him?
Well, he lives in Washington, so like, I only see him like a couple times a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think your brother would be capable of having as many options as you?
No.
Why is that?
I just feel like, just in general, I feel like guys
don't have
yeah. Like my guy friends will like compare like our Tinder accounts and stuff. And like if we swipe on like 10 people, if I get like 7 matches in those 10 swipes, they'll get like 1.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal for men on dating apps, and I mean even generally speaking, men don't really have like women in the pocket the same way that women have men in their pocket. Like a lot of women will have dudes in the friend zone, like dudes that would be at the drop of a hat would be ready to be in a relationship with you, ready to sleep with you. Men don't really have that. Even I'd say like decent looking guys don't have like on the back burner, just like chicks that are just down to be in relationships with them, down to fuck them. So there's it's interesting there, the kind of difference.
It's almost like men want to be more promiscuous than women, which kind of proves the point about hookup culture, right?
I'm not following.
Because if women were the one who wanted casual sex more than men, why wouldn't her brother have 10 women wanting to fuck casually?
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to parse that.
I think
I'm
you're
so
right
fucking
about
tired.
the desire. I think that most men
Yeah.
want to have casual sex more than women do.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the argument is that most men can't, because women are the gatekeepers of sex. And so these women in hookup culture are having sex with a small subset of men who are very much into it.
Word. Okay, by the way, guys, we're going to be doing an after show hosted by Madison. So be sure to tune in for that. It's going to just be live here, and then we're going to do it for like 30 minutes. Do a short after show. The after show, we will lower the TTS trigger, and the read trigger is going to be 50. Just so we have a shorter after show. Last time the after show drug on for like 3 hours. So last call. Any final thoughts from anybody before I wrap up? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Weren't you still gonna sing?
Oh god.
Oh, rip. It's probably too late. You know that song? At last, my love.
That's just like not for my voice.
Just sing one of your
That's
songs.
good though. That's good though.
Is it good?
I can,
Yeah.
like,
I've got a
play
terrible
video
voice.
Let's all
on my
sing. Let's do some
Instagram, but that's all
karaoke.
you're gonna get.
Yeah.
all sing it together. That would be
Anybody? Last thoughts? Last thoughts?
Could
Oh, let's pull it up. Pull it up. He got 100K. Hell yeah. Congratulations. Boom.
Hey, fantastic. Thank you.
Now you can get a verified. Make sure you apply for verification, because once you hit 100K, you can apply for verification on YouTube. You just type into a form, and I can send you the link if you need it.
Thanks,
They don't automatically do it. It's just something to be aware of. Final thought for me, just touching on the marriage and divorce thing. You know, the vows used to mean something. Till death do us part used to mean something. But now it's till I am mildly bored of this relationship, do us part. And if I were to get married, it's for life. But my fear is that the way a lot of these relationships or marriages play out, it's more often the case than not, it's not for life. And what are the other vows? In sickness and in health. And so, I don't know. Your words have to mean something. And if you say the words, till death do us part, I think you should mean that. So, but unfortunately, people's words mean very little in today's day and age. Anyone else? Final thoughts?
So
Check out your goth band on MySpace.
No, I am actually in a we're starting a show called AV Baddies.
80
So
what?
AV Baddies.
AV?
Yeah, AV.
Audio Visual Club? Baddies?
No, Antelope Valley.
Antelope Valley?
Yeah.
Baddies.
Yeah.
Are you one of the baddies?
Yeah.
Can men be baddies?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
men too.
Can I join?
Yeah. You can join.
I can be an AV baddie?
Yeah, I'll
Sweet.
recommend you.
Okay, thank you. Put in a good word.
So check that out. It's on my profile.
On her Instagram.
Instagram.
What? It's a
yeah.
group? Like, is the cartel, like you guys smuggling drugs over there in the desert, or what's up?
It's like a TV show.
TV show?
Yeah, I think they're kind of trying to do it. I'm not sure how they're trying to do it. They didn't say, but we're pretty much. I can't really say too much about it. But yeah, check it out.
Wait, what do you do for work again?
Everybody's on Instagram.
What do you do for work?
Twitch streaming.
You're a Twitch streamer. Okay. So, but you're starting a show called AV Baddies.
Amusement Park. Huh?
You work in an amusement park?
Yeah.
You know, it's weird. I kind of pegged you as someone who would work at an amusement park. You seem like you work at like Six Flags or some shit. Is that the park? Do you actually work at Six Flags?
Yeah.
I fucking knew it, dude. I knew it. Are you one water ride? Are you a water ride type of chick, or you're more like
roller coasters?
Roller coaster?
Yeah.
Okay. So you like strap people in and shit?
Yeah.
Are you a carny?
No.
No, that's different than an amusement park person. Okay. Very cool. Anyone else? Final thought.
It's not affiliated with your show, but if any of you ladies are interested in enrolling in my course, you can enroll with a major discount using the code whatever.
Oh shit! Do it. That's by the
It's
way.
on
That's
my Instagram.
I don't get a
link.
cut. That's just
No,
she's
he
just
doesn't.
doing a little
My
code.
Instagram's fearless.femininity, so it's linked in that bio.
Yeah. One last final thought. Farha, can I hook you up with Destiny? He's the homie. So I'm just like trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I see him at like every day, but if you want to be the one
But genuinely, like, is there something there? You think?
I wouldn't date somebody who's married now.
You could join his polycule. Does he have a polycule? Maybe I should ask him. I don't know. Well, he's polyamorous, so.
I'm not.
You're not.
No.
But if he wasn't married, like, is he your type? Because you said your type's like super intelligent dude, so
Yeah.
Rules me out. But he would be your type.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What if I convince Destiny to divorce his wife to pursue you exclusively? Is that?
I think I'd honestly rather date his wife. She's really cool.
Oh, right. You said that. You'd
Yeah.
rather date his wife. Okay. I could put in a good word there too.
Okay.
It's funny. Like, you're way more in touch with them than I'm just being ludicrous, but okay, whatever. All right, guys. So be sure to stick around for the after show. Last call, guys. Hit that like button, please, on your way out if you're not sticking around for the after show. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats and supports the show. Your patronage is really appreciated, guys. Thank you so much for everyone who supports the show, especially after these past couple of weeks. Heads up. Big thank you to the panel. Thank you all for coming. I know a lot of you came from out of town, so appreciate that. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. We will be live again Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. That's going to be our last show for a couple weeks because I'm taking a break. I've been having some issues with my neck. It's been pretty bad, so I need a couple weeks off to just recuperate. But we will be back with some killer shows. So we do have our last show on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific. We will see you guys next time. Have a good night, guys. We will see you later. Eric, could you hit the lights for the after show, please? All right. And we're out if you guys want. Madison, go ahead. You guys
Okay. You ready? Yeah.
Anybody want to stay for the after show? Do you want to stay? Or you guys did?
I can stay. How long is it?
We got
30 minutes.
Well, I guess I'll 30 minutes.
You want to kick it to you?
I'll kick it. Yeah. Can we talk about something fun though?
Oh, this was boring for you.
Yeah, I was like snoozing.
Quick, take over.
I know. Nice meeting you.
Hello, everyone.
I think so.
I'm waiting for the comments to come in.
The messages my brother sent me while he was watching. Oh my God. He was the guy that asked about Memorial Day.
Check my DMs, okay?
Oh boy.
We'll see. What did you say? Who said that? Metro Matt.
Oh yeah, you guys are in the.
It might be kind of. Oh, I see. I don't want to read it out loud, but. Thank you. Thank you very much, Metro Matt. Appreciate it. Thank you, Rams.
4.
What?
Madison host.
I've been hosting. Do you not see me? I've been replying to the comments. Metro Matt DM'd me. But I won't say what he said. Okay, chat, come in. I'm getting kind of bored here. I'm gonna actually use Ryan's computer to figure this out.
Wait, Goth girl. Is it Demona? How do you say your name? Demona. Demona? Demona. Yeah. Yo,
Did y'all cook some steak this week? No, I didn't get sent any steak, so I couldn't cook any steak. By the way, I didn't drop my baby earlier. Brian took it from me and threw it on the ground. Do I play any sports? No, but I did like cheer in high school. Not really a sport. Leave Frankie and marry me? No. I'm never gonna leave Frankie.
Sit in that chair right there.
Awesome, Madison.
Right here?
Yeah, you sit
Tegan is wifey material. What do you have to say to that?
Thank you.
Can I dance for you? No. Are we doing the super chats?
Yeah, can you tell them that it's 50 to read and TTS is 100?
All right, the super chats are $50, $49.99 or 50 to read, and yeah. Madison, they never read my posts.
He's bugging right now.
I don't see your posts, Ripley Glass.
You did good.
All right, you can do a flip
I got really bored, Dan.
in the air if
I
I'm
just
thrown in the
didn't wanna
air.
talk about feminism.
Whatever, cringe talk to the guests.
I didn't want to talk about feminism.
How's your guys' experience being on the podcast?
You know,
Oh, oops. Where should I
it was an experience.
It was an experience.
I
Have you
would've
ever done
preferred to
anything like
have
this before?
More I did a radio show before this,
Oh, cool.
so
What'd you talk about on there?
transgender in sports actually.
Oh,
So
damn.
it was a heated
Conversation,
controversial
yeah.
topic.
Is it white under the counter? That's mine, Eric.
May I?
Eric.
May I?
It's mine,
Look
duh.
at these. Wait.
Okay.
Who is that?
Oh wait, we have a new super chat.
What does he say? He's mad.
All right, Sweet Tooth said, I sent you an Insta message, but you and Brian never answered me about the steaks. Honestly, I don't know who DMs me, like, whatever.
Tell them that I have like 300 pending messages.
He's like in
My
this.
dad.
Yeah, so do I. So
Brian,
I
are
can't
you
really,
here?
like, not actually. I
Brian?
don't, Brian has like 300 pending messages right now, so he can't get back to you guys right away about the steaks, but my DMs are open.
Oh my gosh.
And I just didn't know your Instagram username, so. Is that actual pizza?
Yo, Rusties, can you guys fucking
What the
Get back to a whole bunch of followers.
Okay.
Oh.
Did you?
But yeah, anyway,
Actually,
I saw some comment about this, or a DM about the steak, but I just didn't know if that was the same person that was asking me on the podcast. So
Who is this?
I wish I could wear a hat like that.
Oh.
sending Madison, it's in the whatever IG DM for the
I
tier
do
4
have an
perk.
no Tegan Insta. What does that mean?
Wait. The Instagrams
My
will all
Instagram-
be in the description.
My Instagram is TEAGANPOW.
Brian, did you put the Instagrams in there? By the way, I said my DMs are open if you're willing to send me something. Not for whoever pays $50 for Maddie questions getting blocked. You don't know if what?
I'm talking about you,
Bye,
Brian, not
Eric.
Dad Brian.
say goodbye.
Okay.
Bye, Eric.
Madison, tell Brian to make a Discord server.
What are we talking about?
I don't
What do
know.
we-
I usually just like read the super chats, but not that many are coming in right now.
Okay, well,
for
we
the
can talk
lighting.
about some weird stuff.
Yeah, bring something up. What do y'all want to talk about?
Brian, get over here.
Do I play video games? No. I used to play like Minecraft when I was a kid, but that's like no, not really.
Reduce it to 20.
I literally did the ones that are only 10, so
Um,
there only 2 came in and they're both 10. They're saying I'm not in the description, by the way. Again, this always happens, but it's okay.
What even is
My
that?
Instagram is MADYSENVUE.
So out of pocket.
How flexible am I? Not answering.
Let me look
that.
up some.
Would you ever lick a toad to get high if you knew it was safe? No, I would never
What?
do that. Would you guys do that?
Reduce it to 20?
Yeah, we can reduce it to 20, but I'm saying like not even 20s coming in. Only 10s are coming in. I'm
Hey,
starving.
Maddie, can you tell them 20 if they want their super chat read?
Yeah. So $20 if you want your super chat read. Oh, another one came in.
Aw, Nikki. Hey, Nikki.
Should I just do one of the $2 ones right now?
What's up?
Should I just do one of the $2 ones right now or no?
Just do it. Just read them all.
It's only one of them. Might as well. All right. Catgirl needs to find God. Also, rip vampire freaks.
What is vampire freaks?
Yeah. Thanks, Nick. You can't even see the baby. I'll hold it on this side. Okay.
If you could eat anything right now, what would it be?
What?
If you could eat anything right now, what would it be?
Oh, I got a sandwich over there. I would eat that. I literally saved my sandwich for after the show. Okay. Bernadine is the truth. Women are precious and valuable. I only wish more men saw themselves in this light. It would save them a lot of heartache. What's your response to that?
Thank you, Nikki.
Okay.
I agree.
You can read the regular chat.
Yeah, I am. But they're kind of being weird. Brian, I've been playing World of Warcraft for 15 years, and I play a badass El Shaman.
I'm scared.
Also play a warrior. Oh, never mind. It disappeared.
I'll answer it when I sit down.
Okay. Marriage causes divorce.
Tegan, speak.
I don't know what you want me to talk. Like, I can talk about anything, but I need like a code word or something. Like, give me.
How's the love life?
It's non-existent.
Why? Are you like looking or no?
No.
You rejected my marriage proposal, by the way.
Yes.
Deeply offended.
Thank you.
I'm.
Deeply hurt.
You should be. No, but I don't know. I'm not.
Women in relationships?
I mean, yeah, if they come about,
You date Nick?
maybe. Maybe I.
Nick has a
Is he a
girlfriend.
Chad? Oh, then I wouldn't.
I actually bumped into Nick last night.
You what?
I bumped into Nick last night.
That's not what I
Do you go to school here?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said something.
What?
Where did you bump into him?
A party.
You guys party?
No, actually, I fell asleep. It was a. You can tell it. We know.
Yeah, so basically, like, my boyfriend's, like, best friend's girlfriend, who's also, like, my friend, is, like, best friends with Nick's girlfriend. And there was, like, a birthday party going on, and then I knew Nick was going to be there. But then he fell asleep, so he didn't come to the party until, like, when, like, 11:30. Yeah. I, like, did an Irish goodbye. I didn't even say bye to anyone.
Not take care of you.
How much time does a mother of 5 have for her kids if she's running? Okay, let me see.
Tegan, you're fucking psycho.
What is she doing?
I'm not doing anything.
Red flag.
$9.99, $20. Okay. Selena Gornez says, "Sorry for tuning in late. I'm here for Maddie's after show." Ha. Selena, thanks for being here. Preesh. Still not. That was the only $20 one.
Brian, you need to let me come on a
Madison,
better show.
could you do like a cat again?
Come on.
What does that
I
mean?
need to what?
Let me on a better show.
What are you doing? Stop. Stop being a weirdo. What did you say?
Doesn't she have a beautiful
I need to be on a. Thank you.
A better show?
Yeah.
All right. Mr.
Yeah, that shit was
Cappadocia,
pissing me
$20
off.
is a good price for after show super chat. Ladies, chilling
Like,
on the phone
Honestly,
makes
I
for
was
a
like
shitty
hoping
after
and praying
show.
for some weird shit.
No
Like,
one's
I wanted to
listening to
sit
me
around
right
a
now.
table with a bunch of.
Why is no one listening to me?
One at a time, please.
Yeah. I thought, no, it's fine. I was just reading the super chat, but it says $20 is a good price for an after show super chat. Ladies, chilling on the phone makes for a shitty after show. What celebrity would you like to debate or fist fight? Do you want to answer first?
She didn't hear.
What
What
celebrity would you like to debate or fist fight?
I would like to debate. I don't know. I would fist fight Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton? I would fist fight for her too.
And I would debate.
I'd probably
know.
debate like Joe Biden or something.
Tegan, men in women's sports. There are men in women's sports, and it's an issue. It's a problem.
Period. All right, Doc Bliss had so much to say to the quack hack. He was so off. Clearly, poor concept of marriage. He's not here, so. Okay, Sweet Tooth. Just look for his name. Just look for this name in your Insta DMs. Also, you don't need to get the government involved to get married. I'm trying to look for the DMs, but I'll look for it after the show, cause, yeah.
How many cats would it take to defeat an average-sized dog?
Hide that.
Depends on the dog.
Love the show, Maddie and Brian. You're awesome, but y'all need Chase. He just adds that extra edge and bass. Don't be away too long. Oh, don't be away too long. No, we're gonna be away just for a couple weeks, like 2 weeks. So like 4 shows, maybe a couple more, a couple less. We don't really know, but yeah.
Bro, what are you doing?
It's an empty cup. It's not gonna bounce.
Oh my God, Tegan.
Tegan's going crazy.
I'm what this show needs. Look at me.
All right.
I don't want to get married because she's going to abuse our children.
Dude, that Mike Davis chat at the beginning was wild. Haha. He never holds back. Dude is God. We love Mike Davis.
You think you could do this with a real baby?
No comment. Can you believe she's single? No comment.
Right? Like, why?
I can't.
It's fucked
Deegan,
up.
you are the only one who understood
Sorry, I
my
dropped
comment
your
about
vape.
the flowers. You must be top of your class, huh?
Who's
Tegan.
Vegan. Vegan. Wait, you are the only one who understands my comment about the flowers.
Wait,
Yeah,
what did you
am.
say about the flowers?
Because he was saying that he thinks that flowers on a first date is good for a guy to bring because it's showing what he represents as opposed to not what he's trying to give to the woman. You know what I'm
your
saying?
response to it was?
That's what I just translated it because everyone was confused.
Oh. Wait, what did you say though when they were like asking about? Like,
Well, I was the only.
flowers?
I didn't get to speak my opinion because I was never given flowers within not an official.
like relationship.
Yeah.
I love flowers. Just saying.
I like flowers too.
I was, posing.
I've gotten like handwritten letters.
Yeah, handwritten letters
But
are
not-
like one of my
like-
favorite things ever. Flowers, love. Just any
I prefer
show of
vegan.
appreciation. All right, tuned in late, so I don't know if Brixton talked about it, but did he resolve his little issue with Chase? Is Chase coming on again?
Let me sit. I'll address that.
All right, I got a dip.
Deegan's got to dip.
I gotta go.
Dean
Yeah,
got a
it's probably
dip.
I got like a 2-hour drive.
It's probably good
actually.
after you
Where do you live?
use that baby.
I live in New Jersey.
What?
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's another red flag. She lives in Jersey.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
You can help living in Jersey.
Is my mic
I'll get
on?
now as soon as I can now.
Do you are you Italian? Yeah, I'm talking about you.
Italiano.
All right. Hey, thank you for coming.
Thank you
It was
for
good to
having
meet you.
Maybe you'll find me somewhere.
Find you.
This mic is
Are we live
about
right
to,
now?
like-
What's up?
Yeah, we've been live.
Oh, I didn't
I'm
know.
gonna
Yeah, we're
want to be
still
your
live.
friend when you make it
Oh,
big.
my bad.
No,
As what, a stripper?
Do I look
I'm.
like
I mean, I could. What do you mean? There's some good strip clubs in New Jersey. Don't undersell yourself.
Have you ever
Don't
been to a
undersell
strip
yourself.
club?
I'm teasing you, Tegan. You're gonna make it big as a swimmer, right?
How do I lower this?
As a.
Brian, why are the mics like not stable?
I don't know.
This one is. We just twist this part. Bye, nice meeting you. Okay.
I'm not gonna address the chase thing, but I appreciate your message. But I just at this moment in time, I'd rather keep my thoughts on that private. What the? Oh my god.
Are you
Okay,
gonna
get out of here,
picture
Tegan.
shy.
Keep it moving. Keep it pushing.
Are you gonna go on Amazon and get?
She's mad because I called her a stripper.
That was a brutal cough, Nick.
That was a brutal cough.
Yeah. Got some phlegm up in there.
Woodland. I know, guys. Just reminder, 20 and up. Yeah, that question from Farah was a little. When we were talking about the patriarchy, that was a little. She was digging for something. Do you read this, Madison? Go ahead.
Madison, you should host the show while Brian is on vacation.
Can you? What's it called? Here. Wait. What? Demona is your name?
Mm-hmm.
Here. That's.
Carry that baby.
Can we put this mic, Madison? Can you put that mic on the ground? Yeah. Oh, this chair is squeaky. Holy shit.
My chair was squeaky too.
Why am I holding a baby?
That's a good question.
Practice.
Yeah, I mean,
John
if
Zerka.
Madison, if you can get like 9 chicks to come be on the show, you could host it if you want.
Ladies, my DMs are open. Actually, no, DM at whatever.
Bro, I'm not gonna schedule.
Are you bi?
I don't think I could do that. What?
You're bi?
Am I what?
Are you interested?
Bye.
I can.
Oh.
I'm friends with Madison, so if you're interested, I could like hook it up.
No,
Madison,
I'm not.
are you?
I'm
Am I?
straight.
Oh, like bisexual.
Yeah, because I heard you say.
I thought you were
ladies.
like. I thought
Do you
you
like
said
goth
buying.
girls? Do you like goth
No,
girls?
I'm straight.
Okay.
I'm heterosexual, and I have a boyfriend.
Madison, heterosexual confirmed. Okay. Tegan, check your DMs. LOL, your style of caring for your baby is on point. I think she left. Or I'll have you read these.
How do you keep that hat on the whole stream? It's pretty comfortable.
Is it? Yo, you know what, chat? Just so you guys know, I reinvest in the show. I just spent $200 on 3 different Spartan helmets.
What?
The Spartan helmets that are like from 300. So next time I do a kickoff, before I do the kickoff, I'm gonna wear.
Was that the noise I
Bro,
heard earlier?
is that you burping?
No, it's hiccups.
Oh, you okay.
Oh, it's just so like high
Yeah.
pitch. It sounded like a dog getting like stepped on accident and like
But,
screaming.
Yeah. I just spent $200 on like 3 Spartan helmets. So whenever I do a kickoff, I'm gonna put it on first, and I'm also gonna do a
This is Sparta!
like a green screen for this one.
A lot of typical RP versus tradcon clashing of late. I personally would describe tradcon as adherence to societal duty within the confines of gender roles, whereas RP being more fight modernity with modernity. Thoughts? I don't have any thoughts.
In general?
On
Typical.
that.
Oh, okay. Typical RP versus Stradcon clashing of late. What's up? Can you?
Yeah, just 30 minutes.
Is that when your ride's coming, or? Okay, we might not drag it on that long, but yeah, you're welcome to kick it. If you want to sit in that seat over there, so you're on camera. Yeah, thanks, Madison. Word, Donovan Fletcher, thank you, man, appreciate it. Did you read this one from Doc?
Yeah,
Okay.
we talked
Oh
about
man. Oh boy. Oh shit. Did I not wait? Oh, okay, I see what happened. Interesting. Well, whatever.
If you pull that super chat up.
Try to roast me. Give me your best roast.
If I sent you guys some Carolina Reapers, would you eat them all on air, or would you eat them on air?
No.
No.
I'd do
I
it
would
for
cry,
like.
I think.
I'd do it for a Bitcoin. Actually, no, I wouldn't even do it for a Bitcoin. Maybe Madison would.
I would do it.
This chair's so fucking noisy. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Was it like that all night? I didn't even notice it until now.
Well, I wasn't. My chair was easy, but
Do you
I
want to
didn't-
swap? Can you swap out Madison?
Yes.
This one and that one. Was he talking shit? Rolo? Bro, there's so much infighting in the space. I don't know if I should even fucking comment about the shit. No, I didn't. I didn't hear him talking about me. Bro, these guys are like, I don't know if they consider themselves like alpha or like high value but it's literally like fucking high school with some of these dudes. And I'm not trying to engage in any of the drama.
All right. Bye.
Oh, I thought.
Yeah, they came here.
Oh, okay. All right. Hey, thanks for coming.
Thank you for
Bye.
Bye. Did something happen? With
Yo,
who?
Rami, can you tell us what was he saying? What was he saying, Rami? Bro, a lot of these guys talk shit, and
It was.
I don't think I've ever talked shit about anybody in this space. These guys are like, I don't know. It's like, this isn't fucking high school. Like, who gives a fuck? I don't feel the need to like comment about other people. I don't know what he said. Maybe he didn't say anything. Who knows? But I don't know, chat. What do you think? Do I just I think I just turned the other cheek with these guys who are shit talking. Like, I just don't care. I don't feel like it's worth my time to engage in it. But I mean, it's unfortunate. I had Rolo on the show and I was perfectly polite to him. I put his books on the table. I said, I promoted his books. So for him to turn and talk shit about me after I invited him into my studio, invited him on the show, have had nothing but nice things to say about, like, I'm just taking your word for it. I don't know what he said. I haven't seen it. Maybe you can send another chat and, yeah. But I try to avoid the drama. I have no interest in engaging in some like back and forth with these guys and getting into arguments and making fucking exposés and hit pieces on these dudes. I don't care. I don't care if I never collaborate with these guys. I'm happy, like, if they have beefs with me, that's fine. I'm happy to stay in my little bubble here in Santa Barbara and not engage. I think it's unfortunate though that there's infighting because we're already like getting not to be like ironic, but the Matrix. The Matrix is like, I know that sounds super cliche, but like we are putting out there some controversial views and opinions, and we should be a unified front, not divided. But there's a lot of divide and conquer going on right now, and it's not good. Can you clarify what he said though? And 3 celebrities. 3 celebrities for zombie apocalypse?
Probably like Elon Musk. I don't think I would choose another celebrity. My boyfriend and...
Your boyfriend's not a celebrity.
He is to me. That's what I was saying. I don't think I would choose like a celebrity.
Mm-hmm.
But...
Shit. I mean, survival or like celebrities. That's a tough one. I can't. Who's like just super fucking based? Who's a celebrity? Who's like physically fit and like would help you with survival? I'm so tired. I can't think right now. Who's just like. I'm sorry, my brain. I'm sorry, Romy. My brain's not working. I would.
Chuck Norris.
I'm sorry, my brain's not working. I'm like actually trying to think of a celebrity I'd want in my zombie apocalypse crew.
Well, what about the guy that played Terminator?
Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's kind of old, eh?
Oh, well, what about a young version of him?
Sure. Yeah. Young
Gorlock
Arnold.
the Destroyer.
Yeah, I'll take Gorlock the Destroyer, and I'll take.
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan. How about that, Joe Rogan? I can't think of. Yeah, whatever. You shouldn't give a crap about the haters. Watching for 3 months. Only show I've super chatted on YouTube. Hey, thank you, man. Glad that you've decided to support my show. Really appreciate it, man. Your fans got you. Respect from Camarillo. Is Camarillo 805 still? I think it might be. I don't know. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, bro. I'm like really not trying to engage with any of this YouTube drama bullshit. A lot of these people on YouTube, it's like fucking high school. There's been some other podcasts where people are talking shit. There was a guy who was recently on another podcast who he requested to be on the podcast. I've never said anything negative about him. It just, we haven't found the time. Bro, I get so many messages from people wanting to be on the show. Sometimes people fall through the cracks. This guy went on another major podcast and talked shit. And he was saying it makes him hate white people. I'll just say it was John Zerka. He went on F&F and like talked shit about the pod. And he was, bro, these guys love burning bridges. I mean, like, I've never said anything negative about any of these dudes. And they just insist on like talking shit. I do not get it. Like, these guys have no fucking finesse. They have no like tact. I don't know. Whatever. Can you read this one, Madison?
Brian, would you do prank videos again?
Maybe. Possibly. I have a lot of ideas, but yeah.
That's fun. Brian, avoid the drama and rise above it. You're the true MVP. Don't let the high school BS occupy any of your time.
Thank you, Selena. Yeah, I mean, maybe I shouldn't have even just said what I just said. I should just maybe ignore it. I don't have any bad feelings towards these guys, but like, I don't know, maybe they think I'm like a pushover and they can just like, they know I'm not gonna like come back after them because I just don't give a fuck. So they are like, okay, easy target. Let me just talk shit about him. He's not gonna like come out and fucking, oh, let me talk shit about you. I just don't care. Like, I'm really not that type of person. So yeah, maybe I shouldn't have even mentioned it, but I don't know, chat. Whatever. That's my channel. Brock Lesnar would be my pick. Whatever we up. Hey, Rippy, thank you, man. Yeah, I don't know a lot about John Zerka. He seems like a pretty charismatic guy. I think his complaint was that the whatever podcast is really boring. I don't know, man. I mean, you reached out wanting to be on the show. It slipped through the cracks. It never happened. I'm sorry if you feel like we slighted you. But I don't know, man. I feel like it's kind of not a good look to just go on another podcast and talk shit when there's really no reason to do it, man. Do you want to read this?
Yeah. You're 100% doing the smart thing. Engaging only feeds more. Continue bringing on quality people, making sound arguments, advancing the show. Brian, have you considered adding any more routine questions like the self-rating?
Leave it open, just, yeah.
Should I reread it?
You probably should reread that.
You're 100% doing the smart thing. Engaging only feeds more. Continue bringing on quality people, making sound arguments, advancing the show. Brian, have you considered adding any more routine questions like the
Any more routine questions?
I feel like there's like there's some like routine questions.
Routine
just not
questions.
constantly.
Yeah, I think what I usually like to do at the beginning is when people are sharing their relationship status. I usually like to like dig into it a little bit. You know, are you really single? So that's pretty routine. I like to ask clarifying questions about people's true relationship status, because people will come on the show, but they have like they're sleeping with 5 dudes. Like, are you really single? You know.
Brian just started watching the show a few days ago and have been binge watching for the past 6 or 7 episodes. Good stuff, man. Enjoy the vacay. How do you say it?
Demona.
Oh, is that her name? Demona, how many blood sacrifices have you participated in?
None yet.
Yet. Brian, would you ever do that?
Do what? A blood sacrifice? What is a blood sacrifice?
Is it, wait, they were talking about it earlier. Is it just when you like share your blood, or like you drink it?
When you
or
use
like,
your blood
cut
as an offering.
You like exchange your blood.
It's so weird. I don't know. All right.
At whatever, gang up. Glad I caught the pod before it blew super big. P.S. Camarillo is still 805.
Let's go. 805. Thank you for supporting local. Support your local podcaster. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yo, Demona. What's up? I feel like there was kind of like this really like intense romantic tension between us the entire show. I'm kidding. I'm fucking around. Did you feel that?
No, not really.
You didn't? Like, what about like, was there a sexual tension, you think?
No, I thought it was just all jokes.
RIP's in the chat for Brian. RIP's in the, I'm kidding.
Jokes.
I'm
There's
kidding.
still
I'm
jokes.
joking around, Demona.
Thousand Oaks is 805 too.
Word.
Damn.
Word.
Worst. I wanted to ask the panel earlier about the worst date story time.
Oh, what? Oh, wait. You don't want to tell yours, right?
Oh, well, I was going to tell Farha after the show, but she left and then I
why you
forgot.
rejected someone.
Yeah, like why I said no to a girl. Should I share it?
I want to know.
It's so gross. I don't.
I would like to know.
I don't want to share it.
I shared my crazy story, so we can even it out.
What's that?
I shared my crazy tire slashing story earlier, so that would even it out.
Well, I mean, I can share a bad date, but Madison,
Share a bad date.
You go first, and I'll share.
Honestly, I don't really have. Actually, I do. Well, like.
Was it Frankie?
No, it was not Frankie. But like, I don't really have a bad date, like thing. I don't really know. I haven't had a bad date besides like me having to pay on like important occasions. But that's all.
I mean, I've definitely, one time I was on a date with a chick. I have so many bad dates. So many. Nothing like super like awful, but just like kind of shitty. This one time a girl blew up an entire date because I brought a water bottle like this on the date because she was like some environmental type chick, and she started an argument over the fact that I brought a water bottle with me. Welcome to California, guys. Bro, she like tanked. It was otherwise like, I don't think it was like a good, we were having a pleasant conversation. I don't know if there was like a good connection, but we were having a good convo. And at the end of the date, she like starts grilling me that I had a water bottle. Literally one just like this.
Was it like an awkward kind of like grilling you though? Or was it like?
No, she was really condescending. She was like, by the way, it's really irresponsible environmentally for you to like drink from water bottles. You should get a flask. Not in a joking way.
What's your response to that?
Well, I was just like, well, let's talk about your carbon footprint. Like, let's talk about your footprint then. What kind of car do you drive? And then I was like, how often do you go on vacation? do you have makeup? Because makeup comes in plastic containers. The material in makeup is mined by like children in Africa or some like. So how far do you want to take this conversation about like being environmentally conscious? So it did not end well.
TTS just popped up.
A TTS? Oh.
Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah.
It showed up on screen.
I don't see it here. Oh, it's probably below the threshold.
Mm.
Yeah, it's $20.
Can you read it? Do you see it over there?
No, I don't see it.
Hold on. I'll fix it really quick. Oh, wait. What? No, it's not there. You won't be able to see it there.
Okay, I figured.
Yeah.
One of the things earlier were tell Brian to make a Discord server.
Hold on. I'm trying to fix this on my end. Wait, what the frick? Whoops. Here, I'll do it. Let me pull this one up.
John Zerka
Thank you,
says
VD.
ridiculous for laughs. I doubt he has an actual issue with you.
I don't know, man. It's kind of a perception thing, though. If you're going to go on a podcast and, like, talk shit, you can't assume that people are going to assume that you're joking. A lot of people want to play that game where they're, like, say some shit that's offensive and then, like, try to play it off like it's, oh, I was just joking, man. It's like, come on, dude. Didn't, like, the shit he was saying didn't sound like a joke, you know?
Brian, it's the flight attendant, 32, no kids, never married, body count 9. There's a guy I really like, traditional and godly, 42, 2 kids, divorced 2 years ago. He has options. Can I put myself at the front without being too much?
I mean, I'm trying to, like, if I'm viewing this from my perspective, you're 32. Are you sure you want to get, like, I'm looking out for you. This guy could be a fantastic person, but, like, he's got 2 kids in tow. I mean,
He's divorced. He probably has issues.
But, I mean, obviously you see something in this guy. I mean, he could still be a really good guy. Maybe, I don't know. But it just seems like if I didn't have kids, I wouldn't want to get with someone who has kids.
She looks so young in her
Yeah,
picture.
sorry. And by the way, Sierra, you know, I don't date flight attendants. Otherwise, unless you're willing to give me your plus one flight attendants, they have like a +1. I don't know. Listen, we can. I'm going on vacation, so if you want to take me to Hawaii, make it happen. Make me your +1. He has options. Can I put myself at the front without being too much? He has options. Can I?
No matter what, he's gonna be the one to choose who's best and worst within his option. So, don't do anything. He's gonna do that.
Did he literally say he was joking? At what point? I mean, I'd have to shift back through the video and see.
He didn't say, or they didn't say he was joking, but like
Someone in the chat says he said he literally said he was joking. But we can work with 32. Listen, make me your +1. Can I get an upgrade though, the first class? Because I kind of like I need the layback beds or the layback chairs because of my back and neck issues. If I'm gonna go on a flight, just saying.
It's a good
excuse. I'll pay for the upgrade, I guess. I don't know. Or if you're really nice, Sierra, if you really want to be a G, you can treat me to first class to Hawaii. Let's go to Maui, though. I like the Four Seasons on Maui. What's the other good one on Maui? Four Seasons. Fuck, what's the other
I haven't been to Hawaii since I was like 3 years old.
You should go back.
I do want to go back.
Guys, just a reminder.
Free flight. My DMs are open. What was your worst date? Do you want to share?
So my worst date. Well, I've had 2 very horrible ones.
No trauma, please.
No trauma. So this hand, we'll call it Reese from Malcolm in the Middle.
What?
No, I'm saying.
You do?
No.
What did you put up his what?
No.
Wait, can you straighten the mic, please? So it's like straight.
I'm saying. This.
You've overcorrected now.
This hand, Reese from Malcolm in the Middle, and this hand, we'll call it. We'll call it POF. So pick one.
That one. The
Okay,
Malcolm in
Reese
the
from
Middle.
Malcolm in the Middle story. Okay, so so I was talking
You
to
still haven't finished your story? I was up for like 3 minutes.
No.
She still had her hands up.
No, because I was saying I have two horrible ones, pick one.
Oh. Left hand.
Oh, she already picked.
Okay.
Just tell your story, please.
Just tell one of them.
So pretty much I was talking to this guy, and you know, I don't know, he was just kind of weird, but I was like, oh, it's cool, you know, I don't mind weird.
One eternity later.
Oh my God. Okay, never mind.
Go. Can you arrive at the point?
Well,
Okay, you were dating a guy.
okay, well.
Was he into like? Was he a
Well,
furry?
Okay, if you wanted super brief, well, when he picked me up, he was dirty. First of all, on the way.
Dirty?
He was kind of dirty.
He was
like,
riding dirty.
He
had cocaine on him.
No,
Oh, okay.
like he looked like,
Like
he just got
hygienically dirty?
He looked
If
like
we were dating, would you stalk me? Because I'm kind of like looking for a girl to stalk me. I need that level of obsession. It's kind of hot when a girl's like obsessed with you, you know? Okay, anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, but not
I'm
that
being cringe.
obsessed. Not like stalking.
A little
obsessed.
casual stalking never hurt anybody. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, he was dirty, as in like his hands looked like he just got done working on a car.
That's a
and-
surefire way to never let a girl finger you.
and
Okay,
then
what?
on- And then on the way to his house, we almost crashed twice, and then you know, from
Was he
there
drunk?
I was already like, I kind of don't want to be here, but we were already driving. He was driving, and he eventually blew up on me because I joked, because it was kind of awkward, so I joked around and I was like, oh, you know, you look like the less hot version of Reese from Malcolm in the Middle. And he eventually got mad and blew up on me.
What are you doing?
Over, what is that? Oh my God.
This is the kind of music that you like?
Well, anyway, yeah, he cursed me out, yelled at me, chased me out the house, and then I had to hide in a bush, call an Uber, and he skirted out his garage after he was throwing things and throwing a tantrum in his house, and I had to hide in the bush, and then
The bush?
I had to hide in a neighbor's bush.
Yeah.
And use their Wi-Fi, and he
was looking for you.
He was looking for me.
What the fuck, bro? Holy
She's
shit.
just hiding in a bush on the side of his house.
Holy
I'm
fuck.
sorry, that's not funny. But that's pretty crazy.
Was he
That's
goth?
crazy.
No, he looked like a regular casual dude.
Was he? You said you had a chola phase?
Yeah.
What's the opposite of chola? Is it cholo?
Oh,
No,
for
chola
guys?
is girl, but cholo is guys.
Yeah.
Are you into cholo, like the cholo? Is it offensive for me to say that?
No.
Okay.
No, I used to be into like cholos back then, but now I don't.
Were you ever in a gang?
Yeah.
Huh? No, you're not in a gang anymore?
No, not anymore. It was a
Oh,
dumb
fuck.
little high school gang.
Did you tell us the crimes you committed?
I didn't really do any crimes.
Statute of limitations.
It was
It's all good.
It was just fighting, like it was just dumb fights.
Like, did you ever shank a bitch?
No, never shanked.
You fought a bitch though?
Yeah.
Would you fight dudes?
No, I wouldn't fight dudes.
Was it a female gang, or was it a dude gang and you were like the one ride or die down chick?
No, it was both male and female.
How many people have you fought?
Oh, I've been in so many fights.
With chicks or with dudes?
Not gang related though.
Oh, not gang related.
Just overall.
So you were a gang banger. Did you do shoplifting? What would you do?
Yeah, we did shoplift a little bit.
Did you gang bang?
Yeah.
You banged?
Yeah, like so the way it's done is if someone comes up to you and they ask you where you're from, you have to represent your gang.
How would you represent your gang? Do you
I
have
feel like
signs?
they would ask like.
Oh, you don't want to say? Okay.
I feel like usually someone would ask like, "Do you bang?"
Can you pass me the baby?
Yeah.
Would they ask like who you with?
Yeah, or they'll say where you from.
Yeah.
Not who you with, but where you from.
I'm from the.
Do you bang?
Did you say you're from the AV, Antelope Valley?
No, I didn't grow up out there. I grew up in LA.
You're in LA? What?
Yeah.
The south. What part of LA?
Southgate.
Southgate.
Yeah, that's where I lived like most of my life, and then after high school, I moved to Lancaster.
So you got out of the gang life after high school? Or you continued?
I got out of it after middle school.
By the way, are these face tattoos or is it makeup?
Makeup.
Okay, it's not. Okay. Do you
said
have
she
a
got
face
it
tattoo?
After middle school? Middle school.
Okay. Do you ever see yourself dating a podcast host?
Well, it depends on the vibes.
How are the vibes right now?
Okay.
Let's
All right,
wrap.
So I haven't heard anyone roast me though.
Okay, let me do these chats. Guys, 20 and up, and then we're going to wrap. Really quick. Maybe a Discord in the future. Kevin, thank you. Has Myron. He's only had good things to say about you. I don't really. I wish I had more time because I used to watch FNF, but I honestly I'm so busy with my show. I really don't. I'll like catch a clip. I'll catch 5-10 minutes here and there. I don't really have time to like watch the whole thing. So I don't know. But that sounds like that's good to hear. If he's had nothing but good things to say, I think Myron is a exceptional debater. I wish I was as articulate as he was. He obviously has a very good understanding of the intersexual dynamics. Really strong debater. I have nothing but positive things to say about Myron. I'd be more than happy to collaborate with them. I'm not sure if they're open to it, but if they are, if they're welcome to come here, I'd be happy to come on to Fresh and Fit. Do you want to read this?
Miss Meow, what do you like about goth culture, and what do you hate about it?
What did I hate about the hookup culture?
Oh no.
Goth culture.
What do you like about goth culture, and what do you hate about it?
I really like how it's how we pretty much stand
20 and up,
out
guys.
and unique. What I don't like about it is well, kind of like, I don't know. I can't really say I dislike anything about it. It just depends on the individual,
Do you feel that people like see you differently or react with you or like interact with you differently though?
Yeah, I think like 90.
Wait, question. Have you ever
Cyber Goth dance party.
Yes, and I know how to dance like that. I know how to dance like that. I have friends who are cyber goth too.
She know how to dance like that. Brian, how did you just have this pulled up?
And I like that type of music too.
Is that kind of what you're all about?
I wouldn't say that's what I'm all about. I'm not that social. Just like once in a while. Then I'll go out. I'm more social online, but going out and stuff, I don't really do that a lot.
Okay. Word. By the way, guys, reminder, 20 and up for the super chats. Mackenzie Warren, thank you.
Hey, recently discovered the show. So good. Love to hear the fascinating psychology of some of the guests. Wondering if you would ever consider having Leo Gura on. It could be a pain, but his mindset would be fun with others.
Not sure who that is. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, not sure who that is. Rippy, thank you, man.
Brian, instead of the flight discount from flight attendants, gotta find the hotel employees, get those $100 flat rate stays anywhere in the world. Hilton or Marriott front desk employees, where you at? Frankie.
Frankie? Well, he's taken,
he
unfortunately. He's taken. Otherwise, I'd shoot my shot, but flight discount. Hotel employees get down too. I've pretty much ruled out like 90% of women based off of their careers. Okay, oh, she's a private flight attendant.
Jeez.
Wow.
What's happening in Isla Vista?
You're cool, dude. Sierra, she's a private flight attendant. I have a Bon Voy rewards. Saving for that honeymoon. Oh, didn't know it was 20. Oh, thanks, Sierra. Appreciate it. Listen, SBA, Santa Barbara Airport, fly in, pick me up. You're private. So like private jets, that's even better. Private flight attendant. So is it like a private jet? You know, it's a bit of a red flag, but listen, exceptions can be made. Okay, moving on.
What's your
I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. What's up? What's my type?
Oh well, I was gonna
crazy short goth chicks is my type, who used to gangbang and shank people. Did you ever shank somebody?
No.
I think we established that.
No, we asked her that already.
I was gonna say, what is your ideal of a perfect first date for both of you?
Do you want to go first, Madison?
Perfect first date doesn't have to be something that costs money. Just something simple like going to the beach, walking around somewhere, having a good time.
Yeah, so quality time.
Yeah, quality time. Yeah, I don't really I don't have a picture for Chipotle. I'd be down for that.
So you're asking what's my perfect first date?
What for your ideal perfect first date? Yeah.
My ideal perfect first date. Here it is. A 10 out of 10 billionaire heiress. No, actually, she's not even an heiress. 10 out of 10 virgin billionaire heiress contacts me and says that she's in love with me. And she wants to treat me for our first date, an all expenses paid couples retreat to her parents' villa in Hawaii on Maui. I would say that's pretty perfect and ideal. A guy can dream.
What about realistically?
Oh, realistically, okay.
Take her to McDonald's. That's what Brian's all about.
Realistically, fuck, I don't know, bro. What? Taking off? No. Oh, just go. Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna wrap here pretty soon.
Or what do you usually do when you take a girl out to a date?
What do I usually do when I take a girl out on a date?
Yeah.
Honestly, I like my game plan is like to not even go out. I just kind of want her to come over. That's my preference.
Okay. And like
If I can,
and Netflix and chill.
I guess. I'm just honestly, I'm so busy. I don't know. I don't want to do the whole like court. I'm not interested in doing traditional courtship anymore. So like if a girl DMs me or something, I just, at this point, I'd much rather just choose amongst the girls that hit on me than like me put myself out there. It's just like,
It's less work.
yeah, I did it for most of my life, even when I was doing like the prank videos. I was always the one who initiated. It's like, I basically have initiative fatigue. And I'm in a position where like, there are girls contacting me who are interested in me. So it's just like, I'm just picking amongst the girls that are already showing interest. I have no interest in like doing courtship anymore. It just doesn't interest me.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I used to initiate in the past. And in my opinion, like whenever I initiated on a guy, like guys, they get like really stuck up. And
Stuck up?
Yeah, they get so stuck up. Like,
How so?
like they don't see it as like, oh, this is, oh, that how nice. Like she wants to get to know me. You know, I feel flattered or anything like that. They see it as, oh, she wants my dick, you know?
Mm.
And
I don't
they
view
act
it-
like, all the girls want them and things like that. Like their ego gets boosted to the roof, you know? So it's
Sure.
like, I stopped doing that. Because,
what were we
yeah.
talking about?
I mean, me personally, I don't like, I'm not going to like be a dickhead if a girl initiates with me and shows interest in me. Some guys don't like it. I don't have an issue with it. I don't want a girl who's like super aggressive with it to the point where she's like basically saying, hey, I want to fuck you, like being kind of like obscene about it. But if a girl just like slides into my DMs and she's direct and she like just says, hey, I think you're cute, or like I'm interested, whatever, then I can work with that. I don't feel the need, and I have girls DMing me, so it's not like, you know, it is what it is.
And did they have the Riz?
Girls don't need Riz. Girls don't really need Riz. Because I know.
I feel like you kind of do have to have Riz.
Well, you can't be socially inept, but like I know how to. I mean, given my entire previous history of me having to always initiate, I know how to like once a girl initiates, I can like. I don't need a girl to lead the interaction, but if she just makes that initial effort, I can recognize, okay, she's interested, and then I can pretty much just lead from there.
Can I show you a funny TikTok?
Sure. What is it? Is it on your phone?
Yeah. Let me know if you've seen it. It's so funny. But this girl.
What is it about?
Here, I'll do some chats while we're figuring that out. Oh, wait. Can you read this one?
Philip says she said to roast her. I think her head is shaped like a guitar pick.
Who wanted to be roasted? You or?
She wanted to be roasted.
A guitar pick.
Yeah, guys, roast her.
That doesn't even make sense.
Do you want to read this one?
Yo, Brian, wish you would have read the Streamlabs. Don't know, but I wanted to say I respect a lot of people like yours and Fresh and Fit's opinions, but don't always like their demeanor. You seem more like the kind of guy I want to chill with.
Hey.
Okay, you ready?
Hold on. Romeo, thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, I try to stay humble and I don't know, like, I don't consider, I'm trying to think how I want to word this. I don't know, like a lot of the guys that are in the space, they're, I like to think I'm just like a normal dude. I don't know. I think I'm like just a normal guy. I'm not trying to be a guru. I'm just having conversations with people.
Oh.
What was your thing?
The gym. There's this super cute guy at the gym. Bro, what the heck?
Or
fuck, hold on,
maybe
I
you could
just-
pull it up on the computer.
Oh, she gets rejected.
I just want to say I think it was really cute, and I was wondering if I could get your Snapchat.
No, it's fine. That's fine.
Excuse me?
I'm good. Trust me. I don't know, you just kind of busted looking.
Staged. That's fake.
You think that's
That's
staged?
staged. Yeah, that's fake. No guy, like no guy's gonna reject a girl like that. It's a lot.
I'm sure it happens.
I've been rejected before.
Like that?
Did the guy call you busted?
He didn't call me busted, but just like, you're not really my type.
That's not. I mean, that's not.
Well, rejected as in
You got
I
rejected,
don't know,
but you have to be careful because a lot of the shit on TikTok like that is staged.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's like it's.
But
fake.
I'm sure it happens.
Most guys, if they're gonna reject a girl, first off, like if a girl, here's the difference: is like some girls get approached so frequently that it's like annoying for them, whereas most men get so rare, like they rarely get approached. So if you approach a guy, even if you like get turned down, most of them are gonna be like pretty chill about it. They're gonna almost probably be apologetic, like, oh my god, hey, thank you, like I got a girlfriend, I'm really sorry, but hey, you know.
I feel like we talk about like different groups of guys though. Like I feel like guys like my age and younger men are like a lot.
Or if they're
maybe
super
like
hot. Or if they're
really,
super hot,
well,
they'll be like, "Oh, how dare you like
but
think you have a chance with me?"
But you
attitude.
realize that like most men will never get approached, will never get hit on like that, where a girl like goes up to them in person. Whereas like take an average girl, even average girls have been approached. So it's like
I get you.
most chicks, they might be complimented by a guy, they might get hit on, they're gonna forget about it the next day. If you approach a dude, like if you approach like an average guy, it's probably one of the only times in his life he's ever gonna get approached. And he's probably going to remember that shit the rest of his fucking life. Most of the chicks aren't going to remember, most chicks are not going to remember 90% of the dudes that hit on them. So,
That's true. That is actually very true.
yeah. So I'm trying to think if I've ever been approached in public. I think when I was young, I was never a big partier, but I'd occasionally go out to parties. I maybe got approached at in a party environment 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, I think in a
1 or
party
2
environment,
times.
it's more likely.
Maybe. Here, I'm gonna read this one from Rex. Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta hide this. I got Brian. Just want to say I respect a lot of the opinions you and people like. Oh, I think this one also came through as a.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I saw that you mentioned this. Sorry, Rex. Or Romero. Thank you, man. All right. Do you want to read this?
Brian, be honest, did you start this podcast to pick up chicks? LOL.
No. I'm not really like trying to date the girls that come on the show. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but like,
Wasn't the purpose.
no, the purpose was I wanted to start a podcast, but yeah. Wait, there's one here from. Wait. Someone was saying something about Rolo? Fuck. That he wasn't talking shit? Wait. Did I miss it? Oh, here it is. Kyber, hey, thank you, man. Rolo Tomasi had nothing bad to say about you, Brian. Please ignore all the goofball, childish instigators, W whatever podcast. Is that true? Because some people were saying that there was, I don't know. I don't have time to watch any of these guys' full streams, so maybe I catch 5 minutes, but most of the time I don't have time. So I don't know if he hasn't said anything bad, if he has said anything bad. I don't know. I try to be friends with all these guys, like try to be on good terms with all these guys, so I don't know if they're saying like bad shit, but yeah. Cool. Okay, I think that's it. All right, guys, what's up?
Oh, I was gonna ask, what are some of your what's the word? Not off limits.
Red
Non-negotiables. Non-negotiables.
In a relationship?
Yeah.
If you're not loyal.
She can't have previously been involved in a gang. That's usually
I thought you was with it though.
Do you see how pale I am? Like, I'm too. Do you need like a gangster? Is that the kind of guy you're attracted to?
No.
Is like a thug?
No, I don't like gangsters or thug type of dudes. I just like
drug dealers.
I like
scammers.
I like gamers.
Gamers.
People who, not people, guys who like anime. Like they could be any style. I prefer like white, Asian, and Hispanic. They, as long as they're taller than me, I don't care if they're like 6 foot. If anything, like I think 6 foot is like too tall, so it's kind of like awkward. But yeah. I don't really care too much about height. Yeah, I usually attract like nerdy dudes, weird, who are like weird and awkward, because that's how I am. So I guess they're comfortable with me.
Good times. Good
What's
times.
the shortest guy you've dated?
Same height as me, or like an inch or two.
Aren't you 4'11"?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Can you show us the boots? Can you like lift the boots up not onto the table, but I don't know. Can you this way? Hold on, that's not gonna.
We'll just
Wait, center. Oh yeah, that works. Damn, those are some giant fucking boots. So you're 4'11"?
Yeah.
All right. Good times. Good times. Good time. Okay. All right, last super chat here. Casual Meat, thank you for the Australian 20. Madison, can you read this one?
Brixton, you're a real one. Keep being you, and most importantly, keep having fun with this podcast. Keep sending the asteroid. Keep wingmanning Chad, Wow Gamers, and Mike D, and keep spreading ALM/BLM awareness.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. BLM, Big Labia Matter, hashtag BLM. Okay. Yeah, man, thank you. Appreciate it. And I feel like I have not been sending the asteroid as frequently as I would like to. I also want to start doing, we've this one a couple times. Oh, fuck, that's loud. Oh my God, that's so fucking, holy shit. And then I got this one. Boom. And sometimes I'll send this one. Yep, there's that. Also, that one's kind of stupid. I don't know if I like that one. Send a nuke. Also, I have Tate here. I should have made Tate. Yeah.
Sorry.
Papa Tate has joined the Whatever podcast.
You didn't finish telling me about your non-negotiables.
She wears cat ears. Yeah, cat ears. She has a pentagram. If she has a pentagram necklace, that's usually pretty
I'm just
bad.
kidding.
Do you what kind of other what kind of other tattoos do you have?
I have like my wrist one, an ankle, and then little ones right here and right here. I don't really have that many.
I have a roast for you here. I want you to read it.
You want a roast?
Into the mic.
The intel of a potato, the speech pattern of a J. Fedman with less coherence, and a sucker like a bottom feeding fish. Also just generally creepy. Much love, she asked for it, Brian. Yeah, I mean, it is true. Yeah, I am talking kind of slow today because I am tired. But yeah, but thank you.
Sweet. Good times. Do you have any piercings or anything I should be aware of? I should be aware of.
No, I used to have a bunch of piercings, but I had to remove them.
Because you went to prison?
No.
You went to county jail?
No.
Because usually, like, you have to get rid of your...
Well, I have been to jail, but but that's not why.
Why did you go to jail?
Vandalism.
Vandalism?
Yeah.
Graffiti?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 4'11", though?
Yes.
She's been to jail, but she's 4'11". Been to jail. 4'11".
I feel like you like that she's been to jail.
Whoa.
And some people
Not
don't like
denying
to
it.
admit, but they like the bad boy, bad girl
Yeah.
type.
Don't
I
be
like me a good
afraid.
girl. I like me a good girl. 4'11". Used to be in a gang. It's just... It's tough. It's a tough call. All right. Nick, do you know how to end the stream? I'll let... yeah, just do that.
Good night,
I'll tell you when. I'll
everybody.
just say good night. All right, good night,
See you on
guys. I said
Tuesday.
I'd only do a 30-minute, but it probably ended up being an hour. All right, good night, guys.